Third annual Reclaiming Our Future conference hosted by Norway House Cree Nation. This year's theme is Empowering Youth, Business, and Community for a Thriving Tomorrow. My name is Chloe McCorster, and I'm the Director of Economic Development. We thank you all for joining us for an event that's bringing together innovative minds and future leaders to shape the next generation of entrepreneurial and economic leaders. So I'll begin by introducing our two wonderful MCs for the day, Diane Rusin and Tyler Duncan. So Diane is the project manager of Winnipeg Boldness Project, an innovative initiative that addresses early childhood development outcomes in Winnipeg's inner city. She is a proud Anishinaabe Ikwe and a member of Skowhenan First Nation. Diane is known for her tireless work in Winnipeg's inner city, continuously promoting initiatives that bring awareness of Indigenous values, worldviews, and ways of knowing. Our next MC is Tyler Duncan. Tyler was a runner-up for councillor in 2022 for Norway House Cree Nation and ran a serious campaign for Assembly of First Nations Regional Chief in July of this year. Tyler has over 13 years of direct political experience, from advisory and assisting roles to many chiefs, grand chiefs, and federal and provincial politicians. Tyler uses his political connections and networking talents as a government relations advisor to Norway House Chief Anderson, as well as the current Grand Chiefs of Manitoba. I'd like to welcome them both to the stage.
Eileen, Buzu, it is so nice to be with you today on day 2 of your gathering. And I'm happy to be here as your co-MC for the 3rd annual Reclaiming Our Future conference.
Good morning. I'm Tyler Duncan. I'm happy to be here for 2nd day of our Reclaiming Our Future Youth Conference geared towards economic development. So I want to acknowledge our Chief Larson Anderson, Chief Heidi Cook, Mr. Powstick, as well as Provincial Minister Ian Bushy for joining us, the Honourable Ian Bushy, our council members, Councillor Anthony Epitagan, Councillor Eddie Albert, Councillor John Henry, and I just acknowledge our KSMA Executive Director, Rhonda Epitagan's here as well, and acknowledge all of our chaperones, all of the youth that are here today. I'm excited to be back here for day 2 of our conference. Yesterday we had a youth and entrepreneurship day where 100 youth from Norway House and other First Nation communities participated in our Wolves Den business pitch competition, an exciting and fast-paced competition where creativity meets entrepreneurship.
And we wouldn't be able to do what we do here today without our generous sponsors. And so we really want to say kachimigwech to the generous sponsorship of the First Peoples Economic Growth Fund. And the top winners are going to receive $6,500 for first place, $4,500 for second place, and $2,500 for third place. The competition yesterday must have been extremely exhilarating. And so today at lunch, we'll be hosting a special awards ceremony where all of our winners will be announced. We'd also like to give a really warm welcome and thank you to Lane 2 Learning, who worked with our youth yesterday to prepare them for delivering their 90-second pitches. Let's give a round of applause for everyone who participated in the Wolves Den yesterday.
And we have an equally exciting and jam-packed agenda for today with amazing speakers from across Turtle Island. This morning we have a keynote from Carolan Hilton, and after our Wolves Den Award ceremony, we have a keynote from Harland Kingfisher. It is not my great honor now to bring to the stage the chief of our community, Larson Anderson, who will bring opening remarks.
Nancy, good morning. Glad to be able to stand in front of you again this morning. Yesterday we had a good turnout from the youth. We had a good opportunity to hear what we have to offer. things that we have been working on for a number of years. Welcome, Minister Bushy, Chief Heidi, Chief Cook. as well as the elders from Norway House and all dignitaries and council. This event was something that kind of started from a thought, obviously. We've been working in Norway House to develop our nation to begin to start getting more sovereign and independent, less reliant on government funding. But we noticed, or I've noticed in Norway House, where this is originated from, we have a problem of monopolies. We had the Northwest Company monopolizing pretty much every business opportunity we have in Norway House. We had Perimeter Air monopolizing the air service in Norway House. We have Gardewine North monopolizing all the trucking services in Norway House. We had Manitoba Hydro monopolizing all energy possibilities in Norway House. So it's we First Nations live in a very monopolized nations or communities. But in order to move past that, we need entrepreneurs. We need business people. We need people that want to start their own business, want to run and manage themselves. So without the proper funding and accounting and help, I guess, in other words, to start and establish businesses, it became very difficult to realize and to be able to see how that's going to work. So we started talking about promoting this idea of becoming self-employed, and we got to start with the youth. It's something that has been in my blood for since I was 15 years old. That's when I started my first business. I used to sell Walkmans or ghetto blasters. Some of these terms probably never heard, but I'll tell you, these ghetto blasters were this big, and you walk around. It started the dance craze. But I was watching a YouTube video yesterday, and there's these guys. I do a little bit of dancing, but of course, obviously, it's only for fun. But TikTok became a really good tool during COVID. How to communicate with people since you couldn't go to their homes or have a meeting. TikTok became very, very popular. And it still is. So I'm watching these guys dancing. We should bring these guys to Norway House and promote that activity. Because one thing I noticed about the dance groups I was watching there was they were what you classify as gang members. But they're not gangs. They're just a group of people hanging out together doing the same thing. So I think gangs might be a bad term, but groups of friends hanging out together is actually a gang of people. And for that matter, First Nations are gangs. First Nations are gangs in the interpretation of the Indian Act, that a band of people that work together that want to make things better for each other. I mean, that's what a band, in my interpretation, means. So in my younger years, I was very strong into capitalism and started to realize that, people as a band want to work together, and want to live together. So I had to clash with my own understanding of independence and the understanding of a band. So now that we have businesses moving and we're trying to get even more businesses, the monopoly of Norway House became more prevalent. You could see it, and wherever you go, Northwest Company owns pretty much every aspect of a business that anything could be started. And I can go on for some examples of that, but one of them I'll use as my own example. In the late 90s, we had our own store, gas station. And we opened at longer hours, and then we also opened on Saturdays and then some hours on Sundays. And before, everything used to be closed at 6 o'clock. Northern would close at 6. They wouldn't open on Saturdays, or just less hours on Saturday and Sunday. But when we opened ours, they all right away extended all their hours and then expanded their offering. It was really hard to compete against a company that had better pricing. But that's how they they took control of the community, and they still have that control. And I was glad that CBC offered to come to our community and stayed there for a week. And they did a bunch of stories of different areas of concern, and one of them was monopolization of the economic development on reserve. So that was that's the drive behind trying to get more of our own independent businesses, business people, business women and men into our nation, is to break that cycle of monopoly. But I realize that they are a strong company. They've been around for 400 years. So they've been really rooted into First Nations, to think that nobody could make it but them. So we started working on getting our own store. Geez, I think it was like 2019, shortly after I was elected. And it's been the biggest challenge in my career, in my life, mainly because they had so many things that locked them into the location they're in, such as a 30-year lease, which has been unheard of in this country. But that's some of the things that we struggled with initially. But then if the band can't do it, how can a single entrepreneur do it? So it became more obvious that if we're going to break the cycle, the band has to be the one to break that cycle. So we were fortunate enough to actually get funding to get our own store prior to even getting a design of one. So the funding's been in place for a while now, and we're finally starting the store this year. I mean, I think 4 years of planning. But we feel, Chief on Council, that we can take advantage of the fact that, Norway House is an untapped market. Sure, the northern stores is there, they've been there, but they're not as I feel anyway, they can't do as good of a job as a person that lives there and works there and gets benefits from the sales of the stores. One of my comments I've given to Northern as well as Hydro is that you're a corporation. The president that we met with, you have no real gain to make things better for us, because you're not an owner. There's a big difference. So they get paid to make money. They don't get paid to make First Nations or customers happy. So they make their money from making their shareholders happy. So that's the approach. So we're really encouraged and pushing for our youth to take a long look and believe in yourselves, that you can start something, that you can run your own business, that you can be your own boss ultimately. So we have the basis of why we started these conferences. Now, we had them in Norway House most of the time, the first two. It was a good turnout, but it was different getting a presenters in, getting more of the surrounding or the leading types of First Nation individuals that are all over, or work all over the place, to come up north. And I'm not knocking people that don't want to go north, but there is a bit of a problem getting people to come north, in particular in the healthcare field. We struggle with people to come and work in Norway House. We have a brand new facility that we just opened. We need more people to come. We need more of the professionals to come. But one thing Norway House is very good at is meeting their own needs. To the extent that I'm known as conceited. I'm known as somebody that doesn't reach out too much. But it's my nature is to do my work and go be with my family. I call myself a boring chief. But I do it because I'm not a young man anymore. I'm not looking for fame and glory. I'm not looking to become something bigger than I am. But I am wanting to see more of my youth, my members, begin to rise up, begin to take their rightful place in this country, in this province, and especially in our nation. And whatever we do as leaders, we need to keep that in mind. We need to believe in our youth. We need to know that, or you need to know that we are doing our jobs for the best interests of your futures. So I thank you all for coming today. I hope you get something out of it. If you don't, come next year. But we are hoping to open our new facility at 820 Taylor for next year. We tried this year, but it didn't quite work out. It's just that building was in bad shape. It needs to be refurbished. But we will start sharing some of the renderings and some of the ideas that's come out on what that place will look like, and it's going to be an amazing facility. It's going to give the city a huge facelift when it comes to Norway House Cree Nation and its roots in the city. So thank you for coming. I hope you have an enjoyable day.
Thank you, Chief. Next year, we're going to be having this conference in Dubai. Just kidding. Okay, now I want to call on our councillors to do some opening remarks. So we'll start with our, we should have started with this first. We're going to begin with an opening prayer. I want to call on Elder Eileen Epitagan, or as I call her, Grandma. Going to come to our opening prayer, and then we'll have our councillors, Minister Bushy and Chief Cook, deliver some remarks.
Good morning, Chief Anderson, councillors, our MLA Ian Bushy. I just want to, I hope nobody minds, but I'd like to say a few words about myself and to encourage the youth that are here today. Like everybody else, I was a youth once, and I just want to share with you about my life journey. I went to school in a Catholic residential school as a day student, and it wasn't a pleasant experience, especially as a non-Catholic attending a Catholic residential school. And but I survived, and not all the teachers were monsters. I had a couple of teachers who were nuns that actually believed in me, who taught me to be a writer. And as a writer, I managed to win a contest and went to Expo 67. And most of you in this room probably weren't even around at that time. So from there, I went to, because we didn't have a high school in our community at the time, I went to a residential school outside of Norway House, which was in Dauphin, Manitoba. And I can say, without a doubt, that Dauphin had to be the most racist town that I've ever been to. And that town taught me to be a very aggressive person, and that was my survival mode. I went from a very passive person to a very aggressive person, and that's how I survived in that system. So you young people that come from Norway House, you're very fortunate, that you have a high school where you can achieve your education, and education is very important. That's how we get through in life. We survive through the teachings that we get along the way. And I just wanted to share with you too that there were two people that always keep in my mind. I had also a teacher in Dauphin at the collegiate who also believed in me, who recognized my writing skills, and that's who helped me to achieve the high school level. And then from there, I went home for a while after high school, and I worked for Health Canada at the Norway House Hospital, where I worked with my uncle, who was the finance administrator there. So I got to work there for a while. And then I also had a mentor in the community who recognized my skills and got me involved in a lot of spectrums in the community. I was a board member, probably almost on every board that existed in Norway House. I was a board member for the first economic development. That was probably the first one, like I said, the first economic development board that existed in a community. And at that time, CMHC Housing Initiative was first introduced to the First Nations communities, and that's what we worked on, as well as the first sawmill in Norway House, which collapsed a few years later, like any economic development in those days. And so I'm talking back in 1970s. And I also was a board member for the Norway House Hospital. And at that time, we were already addressing issues of the healthcare system. And that was 50 years ago, and we still have those issues, that exist out there. So from there, my mentor somehow got me into University of Manitoba. So I spent a few years there, and from there I went home and became involved in the education system. And I was a school counselor for 16 years with the 3 different schools that we have in the community. Ended up as a high school counselor in the late 80s. So, but while I was working for the education system, I realized the struggles that our students went through, because some of the teachers, the non-Aboriginal teachers, had no interest in really educating our young people. And at that time, the Bantep program, the teaching program, was already in place in Manitoba. And a lot of the communities took advantage of that. And I worked on that. I initiated the process to get that program into our community. And the majority of our teachers in Norway House are local teachers, First Nations teachers. I can say that, I think I can easily say that there's at least 90% of our teachers in Norway House are local and are First Nation. And that's as a result of the Bantep program that we brought to the community. So, I'm sharing this because I want the young people in this room to realize that we all have potential. We all have gifts. And we take those gifts. Okay, am I talking too long here? So we were meant to have those gifts from our Creator, and put them to use. Don't ever think that, you're not capable of doing anything, achieving anything, because you do. You all do. Growing up and going to an education system that didn't believe in you, that didn't recognize your skills, that made you feel that you weren't worthwhile teaching, they're wrong. Because along the way, I learned that I did have skills and I did have potential, and I took what I had and made things happen for the benefit of our people of Norway House Cree Nation. And I'll be 72 in less than 2 months, and I'm proud of that. And I'm happy that my Creator is still giving me the strength, the health to continue with my work today. I know sometimes our chief believes I'm still 25 years old and just keeps piling work on our desks, me and my colleague here, Davy Burka. But we're happy to do the work that we're given, because it is for our people, it is for our community, it is for your generation and the generations to come. And for the first time yesterday, listening to the pictures that were shared with us, gave me hope. I saw hope, because there are some of you young people out there, have that gift to make lives better for your fellow peers, your young youth, your fellow youth from back home. And I hope that I can be a mentor to you, because I plan to go home and stay home in the near future and help continue the work to better the lives for our people, especially our youth in the community. So I just wanted to share that with you, and I'm happy to be here to be a part of this youth conference. This is the third year, and I was with the Economic Development Youth Division right from the beginning, and I will continue to be here for as long as I have breath in me. So with that, let us come together in prayer and give thanks to our Creator for His awesome blessings that He continues to give us in our lives. Ay mahatan. Ano tayo nan semanto kagisewasyan kasuhatsyan. Kipis na nas kametnan homosisaga kapisiminya isiminonagach. Igdos sabat niya ana magigisewatsin. Anos kagisaga kapaskat misiminya. Igsamag sa pagusin tayo itsewiya anos kagisaga. Tawi minya kan manipohain kiskentamain miyan sa tamagay na wasme. Kita siwit sa hahong taas mas nanak nus mananak minaniagi kiwate na mutsakanus kagisagak. Kita wiya kan matus kevin tawi gista tawi minen mutsak mutas gista kapin pitsik. Kipagusin tawi sa na matsak kaisni ganis tamago ahok. Tawi minatsak gista ane meno. Nipohain kiskentamain miyan sa tamagay. Tawi minatsak mas kaisin. Tawi ruta hegan menot tuskay no istagi seminatsik. Isawene megntos kat simenanak anuskagi sagak. Tawi biche gut sikistane meno. Nipohain negiskentamain. Negisikit sa pagwasitin minatayse. Sito na tsikitmaya ne matsikani anuska sipatagos kagusik kaiswane hatsik. Nagisagi hatsik. Ono tawi nan negisikit sa pagwasitin anuskagi sagak. Lord, I pray for that guidance, thy strength, thy wisdom, thy knowledge, and understanding, that you will always guide us in that path that you have given us, the journey, that we continue to help our people, that we may achieve with our initiatives, that you continue to place in front of us for the benefit of your servants, your children. Igisamag to sa pagwasit no tawi, yastes kamaya kawasimen mo sige sagi bein, we are going to skainan mo sige piata genemun. That your love and your peace be bestowed upon us. In your precious name, in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Elder Eileen, for being with us and for starting us in such a good way, and for sharing those stories of hardship, but stories of strength and stories of hope and courage, and for as the message too, there will be hardship, but keep going, keep going. We'll get there. And so thank you for all the work that you do for all of us. Good. I would like to now invite Councillor Henry and Councillor Apatigan to come and share with us this morning.
Well, hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right, that's it. I'm going to do something crazy here. I'm an MC all the time, and one of the things I like to do is get the crowd motivated. So I was looking around to see what I could do this morning, so here's your wake-up call. Chief, the TikTok doesn't work. Can we solve that? No, it's not working, so we'll save that for another time, okay? But anyway, I shared with you yesterday that I've had some medical issues in the past year or so. I had a semi-stroke last July, and things have been all that great, and I have relied on a network of people to help me, and one of them is my chief and counsel that pulled me out of the chair, and I fear sometimes they're going to reach out and take that hand out and I'll tumble down the stairs. But I trust them guys, okay? So yesterday was really good. I really felt good. It's the best I've felt in so long. I'm glad to be here with the youth and with our elders and with our community members sharing in the conference. And, you know, I said to my wife after yesterday, I said, I feel so good listening to Rebecca Strong. You know, I had the front seat at her performance. She's a very beautiful young lady with a very beautiful voice, and we all saw that yesterday. So anybody can reach that goal. You have to assert yourself. You have to put your mind to it. You have to put your physical being to it, and you can do that. And listening to the pitches yesterday, there's some real good ideas. I've been around for a very long time. I was an employee for 34 years prior to becoming a politician, which is 11 years. I've seen these youth conferences come and go. One of the things we got to make sure we do is keep that momentum going from this conference. We have to, as leadership, do the right thing for our community and our young people and make sure that it doesn't stop here, that it continues. And I'm going to be a very big advocate for that because I believe in our youth. I told you about my son this morning, had a conversation with him, and he's in Paris, France, by the way. He's playing hockey there. Every step of the way, he's faced adversity. Every level he's played, midget, junior B, junior A, university hockey, he's first faced adversity, but you know, you talk to your kids, you tell them, don't let that stop you. Just keep pushing on. Encourage our youth. Encourage our youth and tell them it's not unreachable. It can be done. So, you know, and it can be done with you people, with the young people here too. You can do it. You know, just put your mind to it, and we're there as, like, I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I used to hop up and down these stairs till last year, and I mean, I'm 63 years old. I mean, there's two things in life that are guaranteed, and one of them is getting old and passing away. So I don't want to get to that second stage just yet. I want to make sure I'm young as long as I can be and help my people, help my youth. You know, you can just lay back and watch the world go by you, or you can get up and make something in this world, something that you will be remembered as. You know, I know that our young people get a bad rap sometimes. Oh, they're nothing but doing drugs and alcohol. I don't believe that. I see a lot of good people here. I was listening to Jesse. Do you mind if I use your name? Here, I used it. Jesse was one of our pitchers yesterday. I've known him to be a shy young man all his life, because I know his mother. And yesterday when he was talking up here, he sounded so good. He had a lot of confidence. So I went over yesterday and I thanked him for having the courage and being able to do his presentation. So it takes a little bit of that to help our young people. Don't just watch Sibetek, you're no good. No, reach out and say, hey, come here. I'm on your team. Will help you achieve your goals. And Eileen talked a little bit about the education system, the health system, and whatever else that she talked about. But don't forget the very important thing in everybody's life, and that's self-care. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself on a daily basis. It's very important that self-care is first and foremost. We have a lot of infrastructure in our community, beautiful infrastructure, but one thing we need to work on is giving the tools and mechanisms to our people to help themselves. And I think that it's a big start right here by inviting the youth to this conference. It goes a long way. So take what you can from this gathering, share with your young people back home, and we'll get there. We have goals and aspirations, and we can do it together. I'm a strong believer. I'm a big believer. I used to lead a different kind of lifestyle about 30 some odd years ago. You probably would have hated me. Maybe you still do, but I like to drink alcohol, but I quit doing that because I have a son and daughter, children and grandchildren. I didn't want them to see me in that state, so I made not a very difficult decision. I made the right decision with the help of people such as Eileen, Grant. I would talk to them and they would encourage me. You got a lot to give, but you're doing it the wrong way. Give the right way. I have a lot of interest in our health programs and our health field, and also our child and family services, because I believe that there needs to be more education and more programs in our health field and our child and family services, because we don't want to end up where we just came out of, which is the residential school system. And I love my community. I'm 63 years old, and that's all I know is working for my community. I've done a lot of stuff. I talk a lot. I'll tell you one thing, I talk a lot, but I'll tell you another thing, I do a lot. So there's a big difference between talking and doing and not doing. So enough being said, my cousin, Chief Heidi, I met her about, 5 years ago, and more than that, and we've been friends ever since, and she's my cousin. She goes out with one of my relatives, and they have children, and I call her my cousin. I almost didn't recognize her this morning because she didn't have her glasses on. Minister Bushy, I don't know you personally, but thank you for being here. Thank you, Chief and Councillor, for being here and supporting our youth. It means a lot. And like I said, yesterday was a good day. One of the best days I've had since I've become sick. And, I'll overcome the sickness. You'll still see the same old me. Maybe even better. Anyway, thank you, and God bless each and every one of you for being here, and please take everything to heart.
Okay, we do, and we are very lucky and blessed to have many councillors here today. So is Councillor Henry here? Do you want to come and share with us today?
Good morning. I was going to say something, but I just want to send a shout out to my son living in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. He's an airplane mechanic. I went there last week. I went to go see an elder medicine man in north of Phoenix. I went to go see family there, and he wasn't home. He was in New York. He travels all over, fixing planes all over the U.S. But he left home when he was 14, and he's never been back home since. And then my other son is going to school here in university. He's third year in engineering, computer engineering, I think. He's got 6 kids living with him in the hotel room right now for the last month. So for me, I try and help him out. I have 30 grandchildren. I think there's 4 or 5 here sitting. And I'm really proud to see them here. I try and encourage all the youth. And by that, I think with Councillor Eddie, we have about 50 years of volunteering, Little League Baseball, minor hockey, high school, you name it. I see PJ Polster here. He was a hockey player. Manis and everybody here. I think I recognize some youth, high school, former colleagues, Frontier. It's all about the youth. When you have a job, like Eileen, I was a high school counselor, and we have that chance to shape the youth. Like she said, that there are some teachers that are really good. And I grew up at the tail end of the Frontier day school in our community, and I seen the effects. It's still lingering today. I have friends that are still doing drugs and drinking because of what we went through as young children. But the message I wanted to tell the youth is to keep going no matter what you're facing in life. I think it's important you have a person in your life to speak to, whether it's your parents, your grandparents, your uncle, your teacher. Find that someone to sit down with. At work, I have at least 15 young people that come and see me at least once a week. I used to work with them in school, and it continues. They have children, but they still come and see me. And to me, I think I was that person in their young life, and I try to be there for them, like I do with my grandchildren and nephews, nieces. I try and support them. But this economic reclaiming our youth future, that's what it's all about. Our youth. Like I said, I don't talk as much as Councillor Abitagan, but just kidding. But yeah, like I said, I was in the background most of my life, working with the youth, taking them out on trips. I slept with the youth in the gym, like Councillor Eddie. We did our time with, we slept in the gyms, on the floors and stuff like that. And that experience, it's very rewarding. And you see them today. You go into the stores, they give you a handshake or a hug, and to me that means that we did something. Because I think we believed in them. And that's what I tell the youth at that time. Do keep doing what you're doing, and help the youth all the time. And of course, the elders. You can't forget about our elders. They're our #1 teachers, our supports in our community. I like to end off by telling a story of my uncle, my late uncle. My late dad's from Rosa River, about an hour south of here. And my late uncle told me a story one time. He was into the traditional powwow and stuff like that. So he said, I was about 10 years old. He said, nephew, I had a dream, and but he's also a jokester, and he said, nephew, I had a dream, a bear, but there's so much fog that I couldn't hear what he was saying in the background. So the third night I dreamt the same bear, the fog was lifting, and he said, I can understand what he was saying. And then on the third night, nephew, you know what he said? The fog lifted, and he came right up to me and said, only you can stop the forest fires, and Smokey the Bear, you know. But that's how much of a jokester he was, and I loved going to go see him because he, again, you know, joking in our culture, humor, we use that a lot in our offices. We you know, chief and council, we all hear laughters in the offices, you know, because that's what we do every day. You know, I love to joke around, but at the same time, I can, you know, serious if needed. And but I really love the young people that are here. Like to see them, you know, you have your whole future ahead of you. Like the speaker said, you know, just try and look after yourself, look after your families, and take care of your children and in the future your grandchildren. You know, I'm going to say thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, and Councillor Albert.
Thanks, we're talking about the economic development. My first, when I was in high school, I used to, I enjoy the music that we have now, and I start collecting cassette tapes. I don't know if young people know the cassette tapes, but yeah, I used to be a DJ in high school, and that was my first. It gave me a little bit of money, to increase my songs, music for the community. I got hired from the schools. I got hired from different organizations, and it's something simple as that, and you have something that you have with you. I think it's important that you share that experience that you have already in yourselves. And I know that Trudy spoke about our community, our resource area, Norway House. Excuse me. We have a beautiful community. And I've worked with Parks and Recreation for over 30 years, just like my colleague, Councillor Apatagan. And we do have a beautiful resource area, and I think it's important using our resource area as an opportunity for our community to try and establish the arts in our community. I think Jesse's also a music. He loves music, the arts, and also we do have a lot of talented artists here in our community, and I think it's important we show what Norway House has to offer. And we started speaking with Indigenous Tourism of Manitoba and Indigenous Tourism of Canada, and excuse me, sorry. And they did a visit already into our community, and to see if we're market ready. And in the area of our Sea Falls cabins, I think it's their eyes are really open there, and I think that's where we're starting off with our marketing, and then into the Molson Lake, Payments Creek area. So we need people that to get to your arts, to showcase our art in our community, and that's where we come in. And also, just recently, we're going to be expecting a large contingency of youth in July for the Manitoba Indigenous Summer Games. Check 1, 2. The Manitoba Indigenous Summer Games, and I'm glad Minister Bushy is here to that supported that in our opening, I guess, at the 820 Taylor. And I also like to acknowledge those that helped out in setting up the games. And we look forward to having a large contingency and possibly showcasing our arts in our community in 2025. And yeah, I think we got to do that. We have to. We have lots of talent out there, and I think we got to showcase that. And Amanda had a beadwork that she done and handed to Rebecca, and the beadwork has the York boat on that, and that's our signature for our community, the York boat, and hope to showcase that as well as our demonstration sport in 2025. And I hope you guys start volunteering, like Councillor Henry had mentioned. We volunteered so many hours, and we both coached in the 2019, where Daryl Bauer, he's here. He was one of the, I think he worked with MSRC, and I think the games was happening here at 2002, I believe. And both Councillor Henry and I brought a Team Manitoba team here into the city to, start volunteering. That's where we start, and hopefully we see you youth prosper in whatever skill you have. Egusane, thank you for listening, and Egusane.
And I believe we have Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Councillor Clark, elected leader from our committee. First term I got in was in 2018, I believe there. So that was about six and a half years ago now. I was elected as a community leader for Norway House Cree Nation. You know, I've had a long journey growing up in a community of Norway House. I've experienced a lot of things. I've got to meet some wonderful people. You know, Norway House is filled with a bunch of great and wonderful people, have many different skills, many different backgrounds, many different talents. And because of this different talents and different skills that everybody has, it makes our community very beautiful, very prosperous, and very talented in many different ways. And a lot of people may not understand that the life that we have today is very short. And this morning I got some bad news about my family member passing away again. And didn't get very much sleep last night, but that's just how life is sometimes. You get things that don't come as planned. And a lot of times you just gotta take life as it is. You gotta move forward, you gotta press forward, you gotta stay on your course and begin to make an impact the best way possible. And today, some of you have glasses on your table. And a glass can represent many things. Many people say your glass is half full, half empty, and they have different perspectives. But growing up, I've learned a lot of things, and one is about not wasting time. Take advantage of every opportunity you have. When somebody shares an opportunity with you, take it. One day I walked into a place to come and collect a timesheet. I didn't have no social work skills. I had no background in social work. But people believed in me. People saw something in me that I didn't know that was inside there. I walked into a building, and it was actually Charlene. I walked into a building, and I was going to there collect my timesheet. And she said, "Are you coming to work?" And I looked at her. "I'm here to collect the timesheet." "Are you coming to work?" I didn't know what she meant, and she stopped herself and said, "Go see Sandra inside." And I went in there, and they offered me a job to start working that very day in CFS. And I didn't know how to take it. I said, "When did you want me to start?" "Today, right now." And like, "Can I go home first and let my wife know first?" I didn't know how to take it. But I didn't walk away from that opportunity. I took that chance. I jumped in the deep end, and I found myself working there for at least 7 years in that office. Because people believed in a young person, an opportunity. And many of us today, you're presented with opportunity to connect with people that will help you up, that will give you that opportunity to step up, but take another step, to connect with somebody that will help you along the way. Along the way, I've met some great people. I've met Austin, and I saw potential in him. I said, "Austin, you know what, you got to keep going with what you're doing. You got to expand your services," because I've seen people come in and provide services that I know our young people can do. Now, Austin today, he has his own business. He's expanded the work that he's done. I said, "Austin, you got to do some live feed right from the boats." And those are the first years we got in as council, and I kept on pushing him. "Come on, you got to do it. You got to do it." And sure enough, his business began to grow. His opportunity to expand in his business began to grow. And many of you have talents. Don't waste your time. Use it. Take the opportunity to grow your business. Take an opportunity to grow your own strength. And as you get older, you begin to help other people along the way, and you'll begin to make an impact in their life. So today, every one of you, use your talent, use your time. Don't waste time. I remember my grandparents, and many elders would say, "Gawin na minige, gawin na machipito." And those are things they would say. Don't drink, don't do drugs, don't do these things, because they'll destroy you. They'll cause you to do things that you'll regret along the way. I've stayed sober for close to 25 years now. And many of my friends that I've met along the way, that I met in high school, many of them have lost their way, and they've gone back on a path of healing themselves. But they've wasted many years. And I want to encourage you, take every opportunity, go forward every day, go to school, advance yourself, get that opportunity to connect with other people. Every little thing that you do, it makes you stronger. Everything that you do in life, use it as an opportunity to learn and to grow stronger. Like today, I meet a lot of wonderful people. I've got great council members that are all talented in their own special way. And many times we do not agree with everything, but we find those common goals and we work together on those things. We can fight day after day, but instead we find those common goals and we push for those things to get done. Because many times we can waste time waste time fighting. And many times the people across the table from you may not agree with them. But we got to learn to work together, to advance and to help our brothers and sisters up. And many people from many different cultures, that's their culture, by helping one another. Along the way, our people have lost their way because of so much damage from residential school system, from the school system in our community that caused our people to have little doubt from ourselves. I've heard it myself from teachers say, "You're going to be nothing but a welfare bum. You're just going to work at Northern. You're just not going to be able to do anything. You're going to have to be a welfare line." And those are the things I heard that discouraged me. But I had some pretty crazy friends. They were radicals. They said, "You know what? I want to be an entrepreneur when I get older. I want to start my own business. I want to do these things." And we were only 15, 14, 16 years old. At 15, 16 years old, me and my friends started our own business. We started a paintball business at 16 years old. And we did that summer after summer. giving ourselves jobs in the summer, giving other people jobs in the summer. And it created an economy, it created an environment, and it fostered friendship among different people. So today, every one of you, while your cup is full, while your cup is half full, how much time you have left on this world, make an impact, go out there, do the best you can. God bless you.
Thank you, councillors. Always a good, strong message. We're very fortunate in our community to have not one, not two, but an entire leadership of leaders in our community that do support the youth. And I can honestly say that. And I'm related to most of them. I'm friends with a couple of them, but you can turn to any one of them, and they're always supportive men, supportive leaders. Now we're going to call on the provincial minister, the Honourable Ian Bushy. I don't have the full list of his provincial ministry here, but thank you for joining us today, Minister, and I hand the podium over to him.
Thank you for the chance to share a few words on behalf of the provincial government. As mentioned, my name is Ian Bushy. I'm the Minister for Municipal Northern Relations, also the Minister for Indigenous Economic Development. But first and foremost, I'm also a proud Anishinaabe from the Hollow Water First Nation. And I say that when I get up and speak, and I usually come to events such as this with a whole package of speaking notes that are prepared by other people. I have some input into that, but for the most part, it's important for me to be able to get up here and share from my personal perspective. And I say, and I mentioned that I'm from Hollow Water. Each and every time I get an opportunity to speak, because I'm proud of where I come from. And I want to say that in relation to this room, because I was and I am where you are. So I'm also a business owner in my community as well. When I was 19 years old, I ran for chief for the first time in the community, lost by a handful of votes, and eventually became a councillor, eventually became a chief, and opened my own business in 1996, and it's still running to this day. So when I say I know what you're going through, and I've been on that side, that's important for me to share that. And one of the things I get asked on a regular basis is why did I go from doing those kind of things into provincial politics? And for me, it was about closing gaps for our communities, closing gaps for our Indigenous people, our First Nations people, because I see it each and every day. And as much as I work in the Manitoba legislature, I'm the MLA for Kiiwetinoong, I also live in my community each and every day. So this morning, my day usually starts about 5 a.m. So that's where I woke up, and that's when I go to bed tonight, that's where I'll be. So I've been on that side, and I've been to conferences such as this in the 1900s, I'll say, which ages me in that way. I don't have a ghetto blaster chief, though, but it reminds me of the conversation that was being had around those tables, and sometimes the conversation is still the same to this day, and some things have changed. But that's a challenge that we need to take head on, being able to change that narrative so we're not always having the conversation for the first time. We're not always at the starting gate. But when I say I've been on that side, I look into the youth in the room too, sitting there in their orange shirts. On a day when I first started my business, we wouldn't have had that conversation already. So we've already changed the narrative in certain aspects of our lives to be able to acknowledge the importance of residential school, orange shirt, every child matters. So we've taken steps in that way, and now we take steps on the economic side as well. When we talk about reconciliation, we talk about economic reconciliation as well. So I'm proud in our department to be able to say we've developed, and we're in the process of developing and working together for Indigenous economic development. That was something that would be outside of this room and outside of our communities would be unheard of. But everybody in this room knows the potential of your communities, knows the economic potential of your communities. So it's about closing those gaps as well. But being in this role too allows me to be on that side of the table. And that's something that really bothered me being a chief and being a community member of my community, is going into a meeting with government or industry or business and thinking, what happens after that meeting is over? You know, do they really take me seriously? Do they really take my community's needs seriously? Is the conversation just there and then it stops? So now, being in this role now allows us to be on that side of the table. To know that when we have interaction with First Nation communities, including your community in Norway House as well, to have the conversation to know that what's being shared in there is being taken forward. It's being taken to move the needle. And there's a lot of opportunities in your community, in your area, in your territory, where we can really move the needle. And that's a promise that we make here as well. We're going on a year now that we've been government. It'll be next week will be a year. And for those of you on October the 3rd, when we got elected last year, if you had the ability to hear our premier, your premier, Wab's speech then, one of the first things he said is, I'm talking to the Nietzsches in the room. I'm talking to the Nietzsches in Manitoba. So that was the basis of who we are as well. So now when we're sitting on that side of the table, know that we are representing us as well. We're looking to close those gaps, so we are on that side of the table. And that's significant for us to take forward to. And it's not a matter of just where government says, okay, I've met with Chief Anderson, I've checked the box, I'll see you next year. No, we'll have a lot of discussions as we go to how do we move the needle forward. So when you talk about economic opportunities, not only in your community, but in the surrounding areas, in the city of Winnipeg, in the urban areas as well, it's how can we support? Because as Chief mentioned in his opening comments, it's a struggle sometimes to get people into the community, whether it be healthcare, education, business. But at the same time, it's important that some of those folks that are doing that are in fact our people that know the life, know the challenges in your community. So for me, that's important to be able to have that conversation, because the expertise in your community is your community as well, is in this room, is in the generations yet to come. So I'm a father of 6. So 3 of my daughters graduated high school while I've been in MLA. My second youngest just graduated. She's actually going to be 18 on Orange Shirt Day, which is, to me, it just symbolizes a lot of my personal going forward. And my youngest is, 16 years old, going into grade 11, attending school at home, Frontier School in our home community in Hollow Water. So it's important for them to be educated in our community as well to see those challenges. But as a government and standing here as the Minister of Indigenous Economic Development on behalf of First Nations Premier here in Manitoba, I want to say to you sincerely that your voice is heard and your voice is being represented in there. We just came off of our caucus retreat earlier this week, and one of the things we talked about is mentoring. We talked about mentoring future leaders, future MLAs, future ministers, future premiers in Manitoba. So that's also why I stand here as well, looking at the youth in this room, thinking, you've been told, and maybe it's cliche, sometimes you heard you're the future, and that's absolutely true, but you're also the now. So when we talk about those cycles that go forward, and even if you want to get all on the political aspect of things, a 15-year-old in your community is a voter next time. A 15-year-old is the future leader in your community. So when I was 19, my first time to vote was my first time to run. And I really kind of got, this is what we want to do. Keep in mind, sometimes it's and I'll talk to the chief and councillors in your room, sometimes it's a thankless job as well. It's a 24/7 job, right? It doesn't just turn off at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday. It goes each and every day. But that's the will and desire of your community to be able to process and go forward. So I'll end by stealing a line from somebody that I heard speak. It was about 10 months ago now. Stephanie Therasi from Saisi-Dene. We talked about the Seal River watershed and the work that had gone on into protecting the area and protecting the territory. And she talked about her personal history, her family's history. And what she said, and I was standing, Premier was sitting right there, Wab was sitting right there, and I was standing behind. And she said something very simple, and it just resonated with me. She said, res kids can do great things. And from a res kid myself, from a res kid that's sitting in the legislature, sitting in the Premier's office, I tell you, res kids can do great things, so let's get out there and do great things. Miigwech.
having Chief's going to present Minister with a gift before he leaves.
It's cake.
We bought him a cake from the res. Oh, wow. Who painted that? Painting from Gail Sinclair.
All right, awesome. So many good remarks this morning, and we're really on a roll, so we're just going to keep on rolling. We now would like to invite one of our platinum sponsors up to share with us this morning, and so we'd like to welcome Ryan. And Ryan, you're going to have to forgive me on this one, but Kiske Kapau? You're going to have to correct me, please.
Yeah. So it's Quesky Capo. Hello, everybody. My name is Ryan Quesky Capo. I'm the Active Measures Administrator for Social Division in Norway House. The main thing that I do within Social Division is run the Income Assistance First Nations Youth Employment Strategy, which is a program that's offered in various communities across Canada. It was a pilot project for about 5 years where Indigenous Services Canada provided funding for First Nations communities to employ youth on social assistance between ages 18 and 30. So that was one of the main criteria of entering this program. In this current program, we have 19, and 16 of them are here. We brought them down here to the conference. I don't know who's here. Did you guys want to stand up quickly from my group? And I believe we have 20 from HBO from the high school. Do you guys want to stand up? Eight from Cross Lake. Is Cross Lake still here? Oh, they were here yesterday. We have some from Lac Rocher. I believe there was 10 different communities, First Nations, registered for this conference. I just wanted to come up here, acknowledge that as part of this program, we had I guess we had a little surplus, so we decided to sponsor the youth this conference as part of the programming to show the youth that are in this program that there are other options available for you instead of having to going to work an 8 to 4 job. Giving you the tools and resources to go about and start up your own business. With this program currently, we start them off, it's 15 weeks, we start them off in class for about 20 business days. It's offered through Workplace Education Manitoba, and we're very fortunate, what Eileen was talking about, when they developed the BUNTEP program. We have an instructor, Charlene Troop, who taught locally her entire 30 years as a teacher and administrator, and now she's teaching this group. And they are learning a lot within that class. What you see a lot of the times with the youth is that they develop that confidence that's needed for the workplace and within life. You see them when they first get in, they're not as talkative, but towards the end, it's kind of, you can't get them to be quiet. And but little things that they do within class is, Charlene just gave me an example of, what was it called? Like they were the boss and they had to do a inventory or what they would expect from their employees. And then once they were done that, they were put back, they were given that sheet back, and they had to reflect on how that applies to them within the workplace. Those types of workshops or those types of teachings are what they are taught first before we put them into the workplace. We work with them doing assessments as well to see where they would fit. For example, we had one youth, I believe it was last intake, who felt that he didn't have enough skills to work in the workforce because he didn't finish school. He was a high school dropout. He had a hard time in school. But the one thing we really focused on was his skills that he had in hunting. And he was a very good hunter. He knew that. And we built upon those skills, and we had placed him with Jordan's principal as a land-based worker. So he taught a lot of the clients how to live off the land and do things off the land. And you could see, you know, his confidence rise. And he ended up getting part-time employment with Jordan's principal within that area of field. So we're continuing to work with him as he goes. In 2023, 2024, we had 68 youth go through the program. So 47 out of the 68 are off social assistance now. 16 out of the 68 are working full-time. They have full-time employment within Norway Cree Nation. 38 out of the 68 are on EI, and a lot of them did go back to school. And what I did mention about that confidence level going up is that I had one parent ask me, Ryan, what did you do to my daughter? I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, she was so shy, she didn't even want to come out of the room, but once she got into the program and she finished work and school and whatnot, she wants to go back to MSP, so she's now in her she's going to be finishing off her MSP this year. MSP is the Mature Student Program, so she'll be graduating grade 12. So we have a lot of youth there. I believe there was like 5 of them in total, 5 or 6 that went back and decided to finish up school, whether it was like the year after that they finished the program or this year. A lot of them do come back and give us updates of what's going on, unfortunately. And then we had 21 out of the 68 that didn't complete the program. It's either because they were just not ready for the responsibility of work or personal family issues. We have one that's going to university right now, here at the University of Manitoba. I just wanted to mention, if you read this thing, it's in the book here, but we did take the youth out to Winnipeg last year for a trip here to Winnipeg. We were going to take them to a conference, but that didn't work out. So we had to work quickly with the economic team here in Winnipeg, and they provided a mini conference for them. There was 10 of them that came out here to Winnipeg. We were at the Delta for about 2-3 days doing workshops on economic development. They got to do the same process that you guys are doing here, the Wolf's Dens approach. They got to teach, they taught them about money management. We did get to go to the legislative building. We went with Minister Bushy's deputy minister. We had a meeting with him, and then we had a meeting with Minister Cable of Advanced Education, right? And then we met with the MLA there, our local MLA, and the speaker. And one thing we did stop, we were standing in the legislative building, and I did stop them, and I said, you know what, we got to take in this moment. You know, we're all standing here as First Nations people, and you got to understand, or you guys may not understand, a lot of our grandparents were never allowed in these institutions. They were never allowed in the legislative building. They weren't allowed to vote until a certain time. And here you guys are standing in this building with the first First Nations Premier, and we've come a long, long way. And what we're doing with these types of programs is offering you guys those tools so that you guys could advance and build a healthy lifestyle for yourselves and your family. So we do a lot of workshops with them, with the group, not only in work. We provide workplace mentors, so we have the on-site work mentors. We provide them with some training through Workplace Education Manitoba. What else can I see? And we were very fortunate to have Wab Canoe. Before the election, he wanted to do a speaking engagement virtually, so he did talk to the youth, and he was very inspirational to the youth, sharing his personal story and how he got to where he is. I know a lot of the youth really appreciated that. And I just wanted to share quickly on a personal note that when you're the youth, and when I do work with them, I'm very honest. Like, I will say you're going to struggle. It's part of life. It's part of being in your 20s and your 30s. And I'm sure everybody knows that. I was there, and I was very, on a personal note, I had one person who I worked very closely with who was a mentor, and she's still here. When I did my placement at the University of Manitoba Bachelor of Social Work, I did my first placement at the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and I was very fortunate to have a on-site supervisor with a PhD, and her name is Kathy Canoe. Do you want to stand up, Kathy? So I just wanted to share like a lot of the mentoring I received also from her and Debbie Burka. I've applied with working with the youth and the team leaders, and I was sharing that with the team leader, and he's like, "Oh, is that why that's the way you are?" And I'm like, "Yeah," because I'm always expecting, like, always pushing people to do what they're capable of doing and finding things that they are capable of doing. And the program has been very, very successful overall because of the trust. And this is the one thing I always tell the youth is when you're working, it's always about the trust that you receive and you earn from your supervisor, because it's going to make your job so much easier. So that means showing up to work, doing the tasks that needs to be done on time, doing the things, properly, efficiently, being diplomatic in your work, and that trust and that support I receive at the senior management role and from the leadership role, it really does help the program. That's why we have such a high success rate. In the past 4 years, we've had an 80% success rate in this program of youth completing this program. And there's a lot of stories out there, successful stories within the past 4 years. With that, I just wanted to say thank you for coming to the youth, to this conference. I hope you guys learned a lot today, and I'll be around if you have any questions. Thank you.
Comments?
Sure.
Give me a hand, please. Everybody's helping the old man out this morning. Thank you. Anyway, thank you, Ryan, for your presentation, and Councillor Apathagan again, talking again, more again. No, I am very glad to have people like Ryan in the portfolios that I have. I have the social services portfolio where the program is originated from. One of my key messages to Ryan and the group has always been, it's easy to get on social assistance. Let's make it easy to get off social assistance and provide working opportunities for our young people. That's been my message. It's a different message from previous portfolio holders. I like to make people work. I want to just share as a young person, when you're on social assistance, you get $360, right? $361. I guess it's the same in every community. When you're working, you get roughly $1,200 every 2 weeks. Isn't that a far cry from $361 to $1,200? The first intake that happened, a couple of guys came up to me and said, "Wow, Anthony, I have $1,200 in my pocket." You know what I went and did? I went and bought a fridge and a stove for my mother and father. Now, isn't that something, eh? Giving something to the youth and they give it back to their parents, making themselves. They were so proud, those young gentlemen, and you know what? They should be. So whatever we do in life, people are proud of us. So they encourage us, they yell at you, or they love you. But it's all worth it at the end. You stay off social distance for the time you're working. You stay off social assistance after, because you go on EI. And that's even quite a few dollars there. It's not about the dollars, it's about achieving what you want to do. I don't want to be on social assistance. I'm 63 years old. I know what rates they give elders. So keep working hard there, young people. Rewards are going to be there for you. So anyway, I've been asked to do a presentation here on behalf of the group to Ryan. So Ryan Ustom, we want to acknowledge you for all your hard work and all your troubles and all your successes that you've had for our young people, every young person. Like I surround myself as a counselor, you have to surround yourself with good, hard-working people. And Ryan's kind of my go-to guy. So thank you for supporting the programs, myself and everybody in the community. Maybe show the crowd what you got. Don't be shy.
I don't know what that is. A beaded medallion.
Oh, thank you, Ryan.
Who's Dana Miswagen?
Dana Miswagen, who is that? Yeah. Oh, you got a blanket. A baby blanket. Wow, eh? Keep working hard, you'll get gifts like that. All right, there goes in. Help me down.
Okay, folks, thank you so much for your patience. We really enjoyed all of our speakers this morning. We're going to get ourselves back on track with our agenda very soon, but we're going to take a break right now. We're going to take 15 minutes, and so we're hoping to be back in this room for around just after 11. So if you could just be back in here for 11, and then we're going to get back on track with our agenda. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom! Hey, cousin!
But it's also,
So this is young. Walter, how are you? I'm your relative from Norway. Cousin. Don't call me Granny, huh? Call me Anthony, we have another
my mother's so Mark is the easy one. But sometimes I forget the E. There's an E up oh, she's coming tonight? She'll be here by 6:30. So another, are you brought for because we have a business that we're talk about business. It's hard for me to read somebody to make a try not to keep it, but it's definitely a virus. We have as we ran out of so now we're leaving. So if where does this go? So let's say we use the sheets. Or receiver with the tools. I don't know. So they're going to the boxes are still so we got no, I've been there, but then we just make it easier in a system because there's two systems. I teach the current stream, which is the digital concept, or the core counter. So this is like the stream boxes that works, which we don't have a lot You know when? I completely agree with you. It's not much of an ask for
Not till we're done at
Okay, folks, if we can do a gentle call back into the room. If you could kindly take your seats. We're going to get started in just 1 minute. We have a really amazing day for you today. And we're going to get started in just another minute.
Bison guys are going on. Hey. What did you say, Fisher River?
Hello, could we have everyone back in the room and please return to your tables? We're a little bit behind schedule. If you can hear me out there. All right, we're gonna get going. Now we're excited to welcome our first speaker of the day with Bison Modular Homes, building an economy. This collaborative venture with Norway House Nation goes beyond manufacturing homes. It's about delivering turnkey solutions that drive economic growth and strengthen communities across the country. Bison specializes in premium modular building solutions tailored to address housing needs and promote economic development in First Nation communities. Please give me a warm welcome to actually a good personal friend of mine, Shane Prevost.
Hey everyone. Yeah, there we go. So my name is Shane Prevost. I am one of the board members for Bison Modular, and yeah, so we're here to kind of talk about everything that we've built over the last while. So I wanted to say thanks to everyone for having me out, the leadership, elders, youth, thanks a lot. I'm excited to kind of share the story of what Bison is. And to kind of go with the theme of this event and everything that we're trying to learn here, I wanted to talk about kind of how Bison was born. Like, it was actually born on a napkin about 6.5 years ago when I met Chief for the first time at Perkins. So you kind of see where a business can come from such a simple interaction to what it is today. You go to the next slide. You got a clicker? This thing? Oh, there we go. Perfect. So yeah, so what is Bison? Or who is Bison? Bison is a Norway House-owned company. Again, it's about 6.5 years old now. We primarily work all in First Nation communities across the country. And what we do is we typically just solve problems. There's a video here coming up from Chief, and you'll see, it was actually built for last year's event as well, for the Economic Forum. And if you listen to what Chief says and how he says it, the issues that leadership faces in the communities, you'll see where we basically built our entire product line around the issues that leadership sees and how they got us to solve them. So here it is.
If we don't change the way things are on reserve, if we don't come up with solutions for things like housing, employment, activities, our First Nation communities are at risk of disappearing. More and more people, I fear, are going to pack it in and start moving into the cities. The harder it is to get a home, to get a job, to find something for your children, and people will leave our First Nation communities, and that, to me, is going to devastate many of our future children. And so I really do think that we need to work hard, believe in ourselves, and work to try to get more things for First Nation people in First Nation communities. Nancy, my name is Chief Larson Anderson from the Norway House Cree Nation. Norway House Cree Nation has been around for a few years. We'll be celebrating our 150th anniversary of signing of our first treaty in 2025. Norway House has a population of roughly 8,000 people, and that population is primarily made out of younger between under 50. And so we have been trying to help our community become more prosperous and creating employment, and creating opportunities, economic opportunities. But with all that activity, we are finding that housing is quite the challenge. We have a large housing request application list from about 500 new houses to about 300 to 400 repairs requests. We do have limited amount of funding. The federal government has obviously not provided enough for our housing needs. So Norway House had tried different ways. We looked into different ideas of how we can meet our housing demand. So it came a couple of ways. One was the discussion on how do we build multi-dwellings to save costs. So CMHC at the first year of my term provided us with enough houses to build 4 houses. As you obviously can tell, that wasn't anywhere near what we needed. So what we started doing was building duplexes. By building duplexes, we were able to build eight homes out of the 4. So we did that for the first year, and then the second year we qualified again for 4 houses. So we did the same thing. We built 4 and then turned it into 8. So what we did in the beginning of the term back in 2018 was did some more housing management and creative ways to try to build these houses, or as many houses as we possibly could. So we ended up finding a couple of young guys from Garson, Manitoba, who were building mainly warehouses. So we had a good discussion. We started talking about how we can work this out, and then one thing led to another, and we created Bison Homes. Norway House has been doing this work, trying to build houses for quite some time. It's never easy to build, and especially the amount of houses that we require that our members need. We're also doing creative ways of trying to come up with a plan to build a home that is affordable. Traditionally, we've had lumber companies and suppliers design and build houses for us. And typically, those are using CMHC codes. But as the years go on, it's getting more and more difficult for First Nations, and Norway House included, to build those up to code. One such change that we've noticed is with our Bison homes is that we don't utilize crawl spaces. So I know traditionally CMHC has used crawl spaces, and to a large extent they are, in my view anyway, that they're useless space that we need to heat, and that's expensive for us Northerners to heat space that's not useful. So we've through the Bison homes we eliminated crawl spaces and have built and have insulated flooring and added heating on the floor in some cases, so that we can actually save money in the long run for hydro, as well as for the less need to build foundation walls and what have you. So this is an area that's been really difficult to address. Housing in our community is in high demand. It's much needed, but we know that housing is a costly way of getting a proper home. And it's not easy when you don't have enough funding. So what Norway House is also doing is we're building our own store on reserve, and that we will manage and run ourselves. And the idea is to generate more revenues. So if we generate more revenues, then we can build more houses. So ultimately, that's the goal. And so we're pursuing that avenue, and we will expect to start building the store sometime in the spring of 2023. So we are doing ways of addressing better houses, new ways of building houses, and then generating more revenues to be able to build more houses. So that's the full gamut of what we're doing in Norway House. We will continue to do what we can to build housing for our members, but at the same time, we feel that the solutions we're creating and coming up with are also beneficial to other First Nations and with the same conditions and issues that Norway House faces. So we are willing to share what we know and what we found, and so down the road we can all live in a decent home that belongs to each and every First Nation member. So I am looking forward to a very exciting next 4 years with more and more to do with solutions for housing. So thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I appreciate all the hard work that goes into this conference, and my staff and my partners are also here to share their insights and their views of what Norway House is doing. Thank you.
So if you listen to what Chief said, there was 3 main issues or problems that he listed. There was housing, there was community, and there was funding. And Norway House is not the only community in the nation that has these same problems. So we listened to what he had to say and basically created a product line around it to help answer these issues with a solution. So the first one was housing. So that was building a product and a housing program that is a long-lasting, quality home that it's not going to mold, rot, burn. It's a healthy home. Because one issue in the communities is typically that there's not enough housing, so one way to combat that is to create homes that will actually last as well and be healthy for their members. So this is a video on a project that Bison, or 2 projects Bison finished last winter road season. And so this was for 48 homes going into northern Ontario. So another issue that we have learned to fix is that getting quality homes into remote places is not easy. So as you can see there, those were all winter road communities that have no bridge, no year-round roads. So we had to deliver them all throughout the winter road season and get them their homes set up before spring. The second thing that Chief brought up in his speech there too was about community. So the next product lines that we typically designed around was community buildings, just that are strictly there to help the community through either supporting members, education, physical activity, anything to help members. So here's a couple projects. That's a women's shelter. That was actually in Lake Manitoba. It's a youth transition home, hockey rinks, gyms, pretty much anything to help people get through and grow themselves. So the third issue is funding. There's never enough money to put any of these things in place for any of the communities that need it. So the last item was built around economic development. So this whole series is built around how do we create more funding from basically nothing and be able to fund things on your own, bringing back revenues into the community, not relying on the government, and being able to build it yourself. So with this series, we started to create things like grocery stores, hotels, diners, and this is where we need to help train youth and entrepreneurs to come in and help run these projects, run these businesses for the communities, so that they create their own revenue sources and their own profits and their own way to be able to build those community buildings, those houses, and anything else needed within the community. some restaurants. This is just a video, just kind of just let you guys see what one of the motels that's being built right now. So this one's actually being built in Barren Lands, Michigan, in Manitoba. Going up on the winter road this year. And then gas stations, grocery stores. So you can kind of see what we've done is taken Norway House's vision of what they needed to be done within Norway House and brought it to the rest of the country to help them develop their economic development, build their own businesses and run their own futures. That's everything I had. If anybody's got questions.
I have a question. Councillor Apatagan, Anthony.
Yep.
Maybe you can let the crowd know what the business relationship is with Norway House Cremation and Bison Homes, the percentage of ownership?
Yeah. So Norway House is the controlling partner, 51% owned company, and been incorporated for 6 years now.
So it's a partnership economic development opportunity.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
The reason I'm asking this question is we're talking about economic opportunities in this conference. At some point in time, you need partners to start a business. And, you have to know how to approach that.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, working together is the best way to grow. It's hard to do it on your own, so partnerships are a great way to start off and keep things moving.
I'd also like to acknowledge Katie Tate. She was apprenticeship during the summer through Bison. So she started in July and she's going back to work next week.
All right, thank you, Shane, for that presentation. Running behind schedule, so we're skipping the questions. And then, so thank you for that. And I just want to also acknowledge former Chief Dennis Meaches of Long Plain First Nation is here. Get a round of applause for him. For some background, he was vital in the Treaty 1 Development Corporation, and he was vital in the Kapyong Barracks being transferred over to Treaty land in Nawi Udina. So Dennis Meaches, thank you for joining us today.
Okay, so it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our next speaker to you, who is Carolan Hilton. And she is, I feel like almost needs no introduction, however. She is the CEO and founder of the Indigenomics Institute, the Global Center of Indigenomics, and the Global Indigenous Technology House. Carolan is a dynamic Indigenous national and international business leader, author, speaker, director, facilitator, and senior advisor with an international master's degree in business management from the University of Hertfordshire, England. Carolan is Nuu-chah-nulth descent from the Hesquiat Nation on Vancouver Island. Carolan is an award-winning author of Indigenomics, Taking a Seat at the Economic Table, and is currently authoring a second book. So if you could help me to give a warm welcome to Carolan Hilton as she takes the stage.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Uklasish Carolan Hilton, Heshkuak Supsish Uklas Wakatush Koata Umti. I come from a totally different part of the country where we speak Nuu-chah-nulth. I come from a whaling people. My Nuu-chah-nulth name is Wakatush, which means big sister, or I come from a line of the oldest woman. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation, for meeting all of us in this beautiful moment, in the same time, in the space, same space. How beautiful and how powerful is that? The first, an introduction of Indigenomics. The first book I wrote was called Indigenomics, Taking a Seat at the Economic Table. It was about describing the experience of how we've been denied the economic space and the reality to prosper under our own determination and our own ways of being. And in that response, what became really important to me was to begin to name what this process is that's happening in front of us. What brings us together in this moment is the rise of Indigenous economic power. It's our ability to be taking our place in the world with our own Indigenous worldview at the center guiding us. So I am just literally finished writing my second book. It's called The Rise of Indigenous Economic Power, The Deconstruction of Indian Act Economics. So today I'm going to introduce some of the process of that and read the very first beginning of the book. So in the first book I had what's called an Indigenomics manifestation. So Indigenomics was something that came from a word of putting two words together. It was essentially nothing, it became something, and now it's really lots. And that concept of the Indigenomics manifestation, the place of it in the world, the place that we're building from, the place that we're creating from, the outcomes that we're creating in our businesses. So this book starts with the metaphor of the fire. The fire has been lit. Over time, the village home fires died down to glowing embers. It is time to stoke the fire and place more wood on the burning coals. As the flames dance and flicker, a spiral of smoke moves upwards, radiating heat. A breeze passes over the flames, igniting the sparks, and the smoke begins to rise for all to see, and the sky fills with the sound of the roaring blaze of Indigenous economic resurgence. The fire is a metaphorical representation of our resilience as Indigenous peoples faced with generations of economic exclusion. And while at one time the fires were merely flickers, today the rise of Indigenous economic empowerment is an unstoppable, formidable, and undeniable force in Canadian reality. It is happening here, it is happening now, and it is happening across this country. The fires of economic justice has been set in motion. This story is set against the backdrop of the becoming of Canada. It is a reflection on the explosive growth of the Indigenous economy today and that interplay between the historical, systematic design of the exclusion of Indigenous peoples and the features of Indigenous economic growth today. This book is a contribution of bringing the untold story of the rise of the Indigenous economy into visibility. History will tell us that economics happened in the 18th century and is an early articulation of Adam Smith's work. Instead, Indigenous economies have been functioning and flourishing for thousands of years. This book is a story of the contrasting economic narratives between what we are told economy is and the actual functioning of Indian Act economics within Canadian reality. It is time to talk about Indian Act economics. This story is a metaphorical contribution to the field of economy. It's time to start talking about Indian Act economics. It's time to start talking about the processes of what we're building our businesses and how we're building a success-based narrative. When I was invited to this event, I loved that concept of the theme, reclaiming our future. To reclaim our future, we have to acknowledge our past. That this is a dual process. It happens within our community, it happens within our nations, but it has to happen inside of ourselves first. This is an individual journey back to ourselves. This concept of the Indian Act and how it fragmented our reality, it fragmented our wholeness, and it fragmented our ability to function and what we believe and the story that is told about ourselves. It's in this dual process as the individual, how we show up in our story of ourselves, our family, and our community. This concept of nation building and self-governance, where that starts as an individual, how do we govern ourselves? What do we look at to guide our behaviors, our actions, our response, and our beliefs? As an individual and as a younger person, I was faced with a dream that in the dream, I woke up and it was winter ceremonies, and in my niece's voice, all I heard was, "Get a hold of your beliefs." And at the time, I didn't actually understand or what that meant, but the dream was so loud, "Get a hold of your beliefs." And years later, I grew into that dream. And the dream is essentially that what I had the ability and the freedom of my mind to choose what I believe. And I think there's a beauty in this moment that we're having the ability to deconstruct what we believe about ourselves, what we've been told about ourselves, and about how we experience community and about how we experience our future. I heard early Norway House is an untapped market of potential. Again, we look at that dual process. We are an untapped market of potential. This is about that return to wholeness of ourselves. That potential that's in ourselves is the same potential that's reflecting back in our community. And as we look at that, how do we participate? What are we looking at? I love this concept that right now, in this moment, in this time, in this space, we get to be this generation. The thousands of years of Norway House reality, the most beautiful transmission of knowledge, culture, belief, ceremony, all of those aspects. And while what we've experienced over the last 150, 200 years hasn't really been that great, it's created this space right now to define what we're about and who we are. Think about that. Out of all the possibilities right now, we get to be in this generation that creates a response to what we've witnessed. I think that I just heard one of our most beautiful senators here from Manitoba who did a witnessing speech at the Indigenomics She this week in Winnipeg at Long Plains. And it was a beautiful gathering of Indigenous women who were celebrating their resilience and moving beyond this place of having to survive and telling the story of the strengths of what that meant. And the senator described this very specific sentence: "We have witnessed scarcity." And what I loved about that particular sentence was, we are not poverty. We have a place to observe it. We have a place to experience that, but that isn't us. We know the place inside of us, that the abundance of the vibration of our ceremonies, our teachings, our ways of being, the abundance of that. Part of what I will do within the concept of Indigenomics is how I choose to see Indigenous abundance and how I choose to see Indigenous excellence, because that is the framework that was inherited and has been passed down to who we actually are as Indigenous people today. How do I see abundance in this room? I see these beautiful orange shirts that acknowledge the history of what's happened to us. I saw some young ladies with beautiful ribbon skirts, the beautiful market out there that reflects our ways and arts as our ability to describe the way that we see the world. There is so much abundance in this room, in our ability to be able to build from a self-governing perspective. How do we see it? How do we notice it? What are the successes that we're building? We look back to that history of residential school to look at many of our parents, our uncles, our aunties, our grandparents, who the entire structure of ownership or decision-making was completely denied. So to be able to shape ownership and decision-making in how we're present in community, this is it. We get to be in this generation. I come from a place where the Thunderbird is the reality that describes success across worlds. There's a story in my nation of a Thunderbird that a man was walking across the beach in front of the village, and he found a Thunderbird feather. And it was extraordinarily large, much larger than an eagle feather, and much more, almost like a metallic feel to it. And he picked up that feather. And whatever that man did, he was successful. He could shoot and get 4 deer all in one shot. He was so good. And I think that this concept of success and the stories that come down to us and the representation that the world is bigger than we see it. We have supernatural beings. We have ceremony so that we can understand that the reality in front of us as Indigenous people is much bigger than what it actually is. And that's the beauty of life. It's important to understand that the limitation of our beliefs, we can't believe the story that's right in front of us. We have to build, we have to create, we have to participate, and we have to build community. We have to build ownership, we have to build our decision-making frameworks. To me, Indigenomics is an honor song. My wish for you is that in your work as young people, that you look at the path in front of you as your honor song. Breathe, sing, stand up straight, and sing your song to the world, because you get to be this generation. Thank you.
Just a quick announcement before our wonderful MC Tyler moderates the Chiefs panel. We will be doing our Wolves Den pitch competition awards ceremony over lunch, so just asking all of the group leads and chaperones to make sure that all of the youth are in the room who were in the pitch competition, because we're going to be giving away the awards, and we're also going to be doing a draw for all of the remaining prizes at lunch as well. So make sure you're in the room with your yellow tickets. So Tyler, please take it away.
All right, thank you, Ashley. We're going to call on the chiefs that we have present. Our chief, Chief Anderson, and Chief Cook from Mississippi, Grand Rapids. And then Chief Blue Sky, who's the chief of Broken Head Ojibwe First Nation and the Treaty 1 spokesperson, is on his way. So we'll just get him involved when he gets here. Alrighty. Okay, Chief Blue Sky's just walking in. I'm eavesdropping on Debbie Burke's cell phone call here. Alrighty, so I'll go over the opening statement that was provided here. Welcome to our Chiefs panel discussion on economic development. Today, we have the honor of hearing from esteemed leaders who have each made significant strides in advancing economic and business development in their First Nations. Their journeys reflect a powerful blend of vision, resilience, and deep commitment to their communities. Economic development and reconciliation are at the heart of building a future where Indigenous communities can thrive on their own terms. Our panel will explore these themes through the lens of leadership, hearing their experiences, challenges, and successes of our chiefs as they navigate the complexities of economic growth while preserving values and community well-being. Each of our chief panelists brings a wealth of knowledge and first-hand experience. They have not only fostered economic growth, but have also worked to empower their communities, particularly youth, as the leaders of tomorrow. Their insights will provide us with a deeper understanding of what it means to pursue economic development in a way that is both inclusive and sustainable. Here's how we'll proceed, by asking each chief to introduce themselves and share what motivated them to make economic development a central part of their leadership. After each of the chief has introduced themselves, we'll dive into other questions and continue the discussion from there. With that, let's get started and hear directly from our chiefs. Chief Anderson, can you start by introducing yourself and sharing what motivated you to make economic development a key part of your leadership? His mic's not on.
Testing. Nancy, it's okay if I sit? Is it okay if I sit? Okay. My name is Chief Larson Anderson. I'm from Norway House Cree Nation. I grew up in Norway House all my life. I was born in 1968, the year of Aquarius. But growing up in the reserve back in those days was actually peaceful. It was quiet. There was no real roads back in those days. There was most of the time you'd play with the neighborhood kids, and you'd be able to speak your language quite openly and then there was a school in nearby called Rossville School. But I was, I spoke Cree until I was about 13. And I started learning the language of English. So during that period, there was really nothing in the community that would say this is economic development or this is what business is. All we had for stores was the Northern Store. Back then it was called the Hudson Bay Store. And then of course we had Leonard McKay's, a common little grocery store where you buy your junk food, where you go watch a movie. There was an old man also that used to run a small store, Mr. Sahol, they used to call him, and he used to sell a couple of different flavors of bars, chips, and things of that nature. There was a guy from India who was a teacher in Norway House who lived on the 4th floor of the Rossville School. And he used to run a business. He used to sell drinks, chips, and bars. So he would bring a pail down from his window where you'd put your money, and then he'd pull a pail out, then he'd bring your stuff would be dropped down from this pail. So that's how this gentleman ran a small little operation. But the best part was that he fundraised money to take kids in grade 5 to Florida. So he did that for, I believe, 4 years. I was one of those students that went to Florida when I was in grade 5 with Mr. Mehta, was his name. So even though back then we didn't understand what business is, what is economic development, as I look back now, you start to see, that there is a potential, that there is something that we could do as people. So when I was a little bit older in my teens, there was an opportunity to take on a role or a course called entrepreneurship program. It was a 10-month program, and I applied for it, and I was so excited because I thought I was a good businessman. I didn't get selected, which I was a little disappointed about. But that disappointment actually makes you grow, makes you stronger, makes you try harder. So in that, I learned how to be, learn to not take things too personally when you lose or when you don't get your way. But it is something that can devastate a person. So from that point on, I just kept pursuing what I thought was best for me. I was also a bad boy and didn't do what good boys do, and I didn't finish high school. But I blamed the local channel. We had one channel growing up, Channel 9, and the programming stopped at 10 p.m. So either you sit there and stare at a wall or you go to bed. So you should go to bed. But when I was 16 or so, 15, 16, the community bought HBO and Showtime and about 4, 5, 6 other channels. And my mother gave me a TV, 13-inch TV for Christmas. And that's why I blame channels, because I was up all night. I was up all night watching TV. But I'm a kind of person that likes to think. So I used to watch the TV, not necessarily just the show I was watching, but what they were doing. And I began to notice that there was a big world out there. When coming from a small town, when I grew up in Norway House, I went to school in Norway House. I didn't have to leave for residential school. I grew up there all the years that I was young. So I learned my teaching about the world through television, and there is really, really bad influences on TV, and if you really want to get into the psychology of things, television is probably the worst thing that's ever happened to all people, not just First Nation people. But that's a different story. We're not here for that. But the point I was making is that you learn whatever you can, and as you get older, you start to put all these things together. I was a young politician. So one thing, at 25, I got elected as a councillor. But I think it was mainly because I sobered up and lived a straight life when I was about 22, which was a crazy thing back then. I knew maybe 10 people that were sober, and they were all in their late 30s or 40s. But what amazing thing is that my family started sobering up, my friends started sobering up. So it was actually a change in people I hung around with. So when I became a councillor, one of the things I wondered and wanted to see is, why is everything off reserve? We're the customers. This is our nation. This is our monies. And so we worked hard to bring everything onto reserve. So we got the arena onto reserve, the hotel on reserve, the stores, the bank, the post office. So that was the goal in the 90s. But I knew later on in the 90s that I knew that there was going to be a need for economic development by independent First Nations, band members. That was the next phase, because a band can only do so much. At least that was my belief back in those days. So I thought capitalism should rise up and start meeting the needs. But I was out of office in '98. I did get into my own business. We had 2 gas stations, laundromat, car wash, heavy equipment, rental housing, restaurant. Basically anything that you think you can make money on is what we did. We had at the prime of our, I say our because my brother and I worked on this together. We had 40 employees and about $4 million of sales annually, and we were doing fairly well. The trouble, and this is where, as chief now, I would work hard not to happen, but the leadership of the day made it very difficult for us to continue to succeed. We couldn't get any band POs for a number of years, and that's the biggest customer on reserve. So eventually, you get really tired. That's the thing about, one thing you should know about being an independent businessman is you're pushing yourself. There's nobody demanding you to do better or to do anything in particular. So it's all on you. But for the 10 years I did that, I never bounced a check. I've always made the payments. So there was always that pride that goes with being a businessman. But it got to a point in my life that I just basically burnt out after 10 years. But I didn't give up on myself. I actually applied to university. I went back to university at 44, I believe. And then through different courses, different experiences, I finally got my university degree at 49. So it took a while, but I'm not a quitter, I realize, and I wanted to make sure I get that piece of paper that helps you say that you're educated. Now, it hasn't helped me much since then, but I've kind of been here on this role about 6 months after I graduated from University of Manitoba. But getting back into the business is that in order for our community to thrive, we need to make the playing field fair. We need to provide opportunities. We need to provide funding. So some of the things we started on, like things like this, for example, we also started talking about microloans, which would be helpful to small operations. We are now developing and working on doing macro loans, which are a little bit more. So micro would be about $5,000 under. The next one would be equity-based, which would be about $20,000 equity assistance to First Nations. The other one we're working on is a city initiative. That when I was going to school here, we found this bakery that was the owners were from Iraq, and they had no idea how to bake. But my daughter was an amazing baker, so we introduced each other. And they started telling me about their business, about how the province was assisting them by giving them $75,000 grants. And if you stay in business for 2 years, that grant becomes forgivable. And these are offered to immigrants that come into our province, and they still do it. So I started thinking we should do the same. We want, as Norway House, should be able to provide those grants to Winnipeg City residents that want to get independent business started, and we would find ways to be able to assist them with that. So I think as a government, you have a place or a place for you to do your part to help other people. So that's what we're now concentrating on, how we can do that. So from the start of watching one channel to now sitting in a forum like such as this, everything you go through in life is a learning experience, and they're not always good, but you can always turn them to be good. So I encourage you to continue to think, and then do. Never talk. Sorry, Councillor. But we are moving forward to a better life, to a better time. I don't know, maybe it'd be a question, but the one thing I realized recently, the biggest economic driver in any city, any community you go in this world, is actually housing. So if you look at a house, they eat food, they sleep on beds, they use appliances. So the goal now is, okay, if we can get to the point where we get more houses, we can start building our own furniture, getting our own appliances, and start talking about bigger picture economic development as we go forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Anderson. We're going to hear from Chief Cook next, but just so Chief Blue Sky is aware, the question to the Chiefs is, can you start by introducing yourself and sharing what motivated you to make economic development a key part of your leadership? Chief Blue Sky, just so you're up to speed. Okay, Chief Cook, thanks.
Danke. Heidi Cook nit sinakasan Mr. Pais teknitostin kita tamas katanaw kakanaw nimenenten utahayan mino ke kisipayo. Still morning. Thank you, Chief Anderson, and to the community of Norway House for including me in your event this morning. Thank you, Grandma, for the prayer. I've been chief since 2020, and before that I was on council for 6 years. I was first elected in 2014, about 5 months before I had my son Walter, who's sitting in front of me. And the reason why I wanted to, I guess, run for leadership, like politics and leadership in the community, well, one, I was being asked, but I have an interest also in nation building. And so before I was on council, I worked in the lands department. That's where my background is. But I also have a master's degree in basically community development. It's a very interdisciplinary educational background. And one of the things about nation building, there's 4 elements of a nation. So you have a distinct culture and language, which we have. You have a land base, which we have. You have to have a way of defending your land base. So like armies or ogichita or warriors or land defenders, water protectors. And you also have to have an economy to support yourself. So for me, economic development is one of those key pillars of rebuilding our nations that is important for our young people to be able to thrive in the future. So all those elements, our culture, our language, our land, our warriors, and our economy, were all, focused attack through colonization. We're separated from our culture and our language, our communities, when children are taken away. We're dispossessed from our lands when we're confined to a reserve. The Indian Act makes it very, very difficult to create economic development. And our people are dealing with the intergenerational traumas that make it very difficult to stand up and be a warrior for our communities, to be protectors for our children, because you have so much of that healing that we have to go through. So for me, these are what are important, and that economic development is absolutely part of rebuilding our nation. So when I first ran for chief, I said, I'm interested in governance. I'm not interested in governments. I don't know if I'm enunciating clearly, but basically I'm interested in rebuilding our nation, based on who we are as a people, using our culture, our teachings, to develop laws that are expressed in a modern context, because, we're not talking, when we talk about reclaiming who we are, we're not talking about going back 100 years and living the way that people lived 100 years or 150 years ago, right? We maintain who we are as an identity, and we adapt, we express that in a modern context. So that has been my focus, absolutely. And, I had another point and I just lost it. I know we're behind time, it's 12 o'clock, so I'll let Chief Blue Sky introduce himself, maybe it'll come to me. Egose.
Bonjour, Danawe Magriduk, Wasigijik, Disney Cosmic Nakdodam, Waskanabi Wizi Bingunji. I'd like to just give thanks to Norway House and Chief Anderson and Council for giving me an invitation to come here today to share a little bit of myself, and also to share a little bit about the work that we're doing in Broken Head and here in Treaty 1 as well. I see the question here, and I always go back and I always think, because I'm a cultural person, I'm a spiritual person. I like to sit in the lodge and I like to sit in ceremony when I do the work that I do. That's just what I do. And it's something that I kind of guide myself with, and also with the elders that I sit down with and discuss about the opportunities that we have. And for me, and when I think about when we start to talk about what motivated me in terms of my role in my community, I'm in my second term of being chief of the Broken Ojibwe Nation. But as soon as I got into that role, I started to think about what it was and what we're trying to do here. What am I trying to do with my community? And what I see in our nations, and especially in my community, is that I'm surrounded. It won't take you too far to drive. Everywhere around here is Treaty 1 land. Every direction you go in this little piece of land that we have in southern Manitoba is Treaty 1 territory. And it's fully developed. You know, whether it's a farm field, a city, a town, a business. You know, here the city of Winnipeg stretches, the metropolitan area stretches right out to Brokenhead. We are actually inside the metropolitan region. But yet we share in nothing. We're not partnered in anything. We don't have any joint ventures with Manitoba Hydro, with any of these farmers, with any of the industries within my territory. But guess what? We live with all the impacts of it. We live with the impacts of the pollution, lives in impacts with these cities and their leaks and the stuff like that go into our Great Lake. And even further to that, you know, our livelihoods of hunting, trapping, and now even fishing, given the fact that they're killing our lake slowly and slowly. Every year we head down a road to where it's unsustainable now for my people to even fish on those waters. It's been unsustainable for some time now. So when I think about what's going on throughout this whole territory, and I also think about the roots of the Anishinaabe and Brokenhead, and of course our relatives, all directions, this was an economic center of all of us. The Cree, the Dene, the Dakota, everything. Like everything happened here, and we shared and we traded, and we know, I've even heard my friend here in NCN, Nisitchuhaza Cree Nation, they're find artifacts up there that could have only come from southern states down into Mexico. That's the only place it could have ever been found. How did that artifact end up in northern Manitoba? Well, it was through trade. It was through business, through bartering. Like, that's how we once were. And I believe in my heart, in that ceremony that I do, my ancestors come to me and say, you're not getting anywhere that you weren't there before. They've systematically changed, and they systematically removed you from your rightful place as leaders in economic development, as leaders in resource development in our territories. And now we have a hard time doing business with one another because of things like the Indian Act, because of things like the municipal structures and the provincial structures and the Canadian structures that are put in place to keep us poor. And I'll never, ever believe that we're meant to be poor people. 150 years ago, we were making deals, international deals. Even before that, we were trading goods with France, England, all those places around the world, Scotland. And now look at me. I have a friend in British Columbia, Chief Robert Louis. And I said to him, we host a casino in Broken, and I said, wow, we should sell your wine. He owns a vineyard, so he makes wine. And I said, we should be selling your wine in our South Beach casino. And he goes to me, he says, oh man, he said, by the time it leaves British Columbia, goes through Alberta, goes through Manitoba, and gets to me, it's already unsustainable. You can't make a profit because it goes through all those tariffs and fees and everything like that when it travels here. So I said to myself, isn't that crazy? In the past 100 years, this is where we are now. We can't even trade and make commerce, make economic exchanges between our nations within a very short period. I'm almost 50 years old. So, you know, when you think about how far treaty was, it wasn't that long ago, really. But we think about those international agreements that we once did, the trading that we once did all around the world, and now we can't even trade with our friends on one side of this continent to here because of the things that we're Chief Cook was talking about. So I strongly believe in my heart, and I'll never ever, you'll never hear me saying that we should not be a part of everything. We should not be a part of the economy. I look at the young people in the crowd here, and I think to myself, when I started moving down the road of getting into economic development, trying my best, because it's not just a matter of having money. Having money is just part of it, but you have to have designs. You have to have engineering sketches. You have to have feasibility studies. You have to have business plans. And guess what? Most of the time through all that work, we don't have a lot of our people sitting across the table doing that work for us. So when I see the young people sitting in this crowd, I see the young people at home in my community, I really strongly encourage everyone in this room, especially your young people, to start taking steps to start filling those spaces that we're currently spending. I don't know what these communities are spending, but I guarantee it's probably the same amount of money I'm spending, hundreds of thousands of dollars that's going into non-Indigenous firms and non-Indigenous engineers and architects and stuff like that. So I strongly encourage all the young people in this room here to start thinking about the things that we need and things that really truly support economic development, because we used to do that. Every person in the community used to have a role and a responsibility. And to me, I just want to push as best as I can to support that with our young people. And of course, when it comes down to making decisions about the future and about the investment decisions, I think that's the thing as well that we have to hear from our young people. And I'd like to encourage the leadership in the room and also our young people here, is that we come up with an investment criteria. What is it that we want to be involved with? What is it that we need to be involved with moving forward into the future? We should be making relationships between Grand Rapids and Norway House in relation to how many people here in the city of Winnipeg, Treaty 1, that come here for school, come here for work, come here for training, and so on. We should be making those arrangements. But anyways, I'm really honored to be here today to share a little bit of what I know. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Blue Sky. Now the next question is for Chief Anderson. Economic development often involves building partnerships with various stakeholders. Can you share an experience where a partnership, whether with another nation, government, or private sector, was key to advancing our nation's economic development goals? What advice would you give in forming these partnerships?
Thank you, Tyler. I guess the first one that comes to mind is the partnership we've created with Cross Lake, Pimichikamak Cree Nation. You know, when I got elected in 2018, our cell phone service sucked pretty badly, and we kept drop calls was a common theme. So I went about trying to figure out, okay, how do you improve cell phone services? And it turned into a nightmare. What you think would be a simple solution as to make a tower of some sort turned crazy and had me running in a bunch of different directions. But you know, we went to AMC, we went to an organization that was spearheaded by Matthias Colomb, and there was a funding announcement that was made, but the funding was to be shared by $33 million to be shared by, I think, about 12 First Nations. So we got close in getting that one through, and then it fell apart. So one day I got to get a call from Ottawa asking if Norway House is still interested in doing a project with fiber. So we had a proposal ready, so we submitted that, and then we got a return call, and we got approved for fiber project. So they called it backhaul, which means running an extension cord from Norway House. It's orange. You bury it underground. So you take it from Norway House and you take it to Highway 6. So that was the length that the fiber was going to be put in. And then Pimichikamak would go from 374 into their community. But our portion was close to $22 million. And so the initial discussions we had were like in a $6 million max. So when we actually did the project, you triple the cost. And it's taken longer because there's so many areas that became a problem, Genpeg and Sea Falls in particular.
But that partnership we had with Cross Lake really helped us find solutions to issues that we had, and so we found a way to work together. And even though we live very close to each other, partnerships with First Nations, at least with Norway House and Pimichikamak, have been very rare. And so, but we as band members think, why aren't there more partnerships with our neighbors? So I really worked hard to try to get that partnership to work. And so with a willing partner, with the same vision, I think we were able to do that, make that happen. Now, we're not turned on yet, but we are very, very close. We ended up having to now work with Manitoba Hydro, which was another nightmare, but we're figuring things out. A quick example, to run fiber from one side of hydro, a GenPeg, to the other side of hydro, it's $1 million. Now, how in the heck? Anyway, but I'm not, just do it. So we did it. We'll worry about how they do it later. And then so hydro is a different animal. It's one that I am determined to tame. We finally actually got funding to build our own hydro turbine, which would feed the Norway House Cree Nation of our power needs. So it's a 3 megawatt project. Our community uses about 2.5 on an annual basis. But the intention here is to show Manitobans that this is how you should have done it in the first place. When you started creating these dams and destroying our lands and waters, you should have worked with First Nations to get them their own power. Then we won't have to be so dependent on them. But I guess back in those days, dependency was part of the game. But I am determined to break that dependency. I'm just over 50. But I'm still young enough to be able to take this to higher courts if we need to. But I think that the key is partnerships with other First Nations. And I think that's what will break this cycle. Put our beliefs away, put our differences away, and let's find a way to look at this as a holistic approach and move forward together. I think that's the key to success for Norway House and I'm sure others.
Hello. Is it working now? Okay. Thanks, Chief, for those insights. Next, questions for Chief Cook. Chief Cook, what strategies have you used to ensure that economic development initiatives are inclusive and directly benefit community members, particularly in creating jobs and enhancing the quality of life in your community?
One of the things that I've learned more about than I ever wanted to learn about was infrastructure and the need to have infrastructure to support development in your community. And I'm sure you've all been through our community. We're kind of on between the highway and the river, and then one point we have a loop there. And a lot of our reserve is muskeg beyond that. So, we're struggling to find housing, to develop infrastructure, to develop opportunities for businesses and that kind of thing. But in those large development projects, like we're working on, we have a water treatment plant expansion going on, and we're building a cultural center. We have plans for more big developments, like a center for Jordan's Principle, a new school on reserve. I would like to see an elders care home developed in the future. So all of these things require infrastructure and those big engineering and architecture firms that Chief Blue Sky was talking about. And in all of those contracts, we make sure that there's, like the benefits for our nation, for our members in there. So for employment, for procurement opportunities, and, like we ask them for TVs for this bingo or contributions for our kids' Christmas presents, all those kind of things, right? Like those are really important for companies to do when they're doing business in our community. Longer term, one of the things that we're working on, and this goes back to my first days when I moved home and started working for the band in the lands department back in the early or 2000s, Manitoba and Canada had plans to create a national park. And some of you may remember this because it was in our territory and also included Limestone Bay, which is in Norway House Resource Management Area. And they had gone so far as to create a MOU that they were going to create this Lowlands National Park. And at the time when I moved home, Ovid Mercredi was our chief, and because the land that they were taking was the land north of our community and the land south. And to the east we have Lake Winnipeg, and to the west we have Cedar Lake. So basically we were just left our little postage stamp reserve there. Without being involved or included in any of those plans, the chief put a stop to it and said, no way you're going to do this without our involvement. And, one of the things, probably about 2008, I started working on a protected areas discussion in our community because they acknowledged they made a mistake. The CEO of Parks Canada apologized to our nation on behalf of Canada for the way they had done that work, and we started talking about what protected areas mean, because they mean different things to different people. And for us, to protect our land is to protect our way of life, to protect our connection to our home, right? Those are relationships. It's not just a tree that the only value is when you cut it down and mill it. There's a relationship there. We belong to this land, right? So by protecting that land, we're protecting our future generations. This is this is something really close to my heart, so I don't want to go on too long. I'm trying to be mindful of also the time. But to make a long story short, through that process, we found that there is, areas where we can agree on protecting lands. And at that time, there wasn't really an option for the First Nation to take a lead. It was still being discussed as a national park. Stephen Harper was elected, then Ryan Pallister. So, politically, it didn't really go anywhere. In the meantime, we've built our lands department. We've built an Indigenous Guardians program where we do environmental monitoring. We do wildlife monitoring. We have a really good team who is working on a land relationship management plan, which is how do we manage our relationships with that land to make sure it's protected. Parks Canada and the province of Manitoba are now open to discussions of an Indigenous-led protected area. It's a new category of conservation called IPCA, Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas. So what we're hoping is to work with our neighbors, Norway House, Musagaigan, Chimon, and Skaunen, I guess. That's more, Skaunen is more in Parks Canada's request. We don't really have a relationship with them, a history of working together, but in an Indigenous protected area, we make the rules. It's about us taking back control over the decision-making in our territory, saying these are the areas where we can welcome people into our community, into our home. This is where you can come and visit and camp, and this is what you can do when you're here. These places you can only visit with our guides, and the guides have to be one of our own people. You know, we have a hotel, we have services for visitors, we have tours, all those kind of things. And, you know, in other areas, they say a minimum of 50% have to be locally First Nation owned or that kind of thing, right? So this is one of my favorite projects that we're working towards right now, because it protects the land, protects who we are, and it creates jobs for our people, you know, from scientists to housekeepers and everything in between. You know, whatever you want to do, and there's jobs in the land, the guardians. So it's really something like that I mentioned before about maintaining who we are and having that expressed in a modern context. So we don't lose who we are, we actually strengthen who we are and our connection to our territory and our ability to tell stories about our history in this place. And, you know, we were never poor, you know, even when people were just hunting, trapping, and what people never thought of themselves as poor. That was how we lived. And we had this beautiful territory, and we, you know, we're rich because we have this beautiful place. And today, in a modern context, we still have this beautiful place, and we can still be rich. We shouldn't be poor. Poverty is not inherent to who we are. So, you know, that is an important part of rebuilding for our future. Egose.
Thank you, Chief Cook. We're going to have to wrap up the Chief's panel discussion a little bit early. We ran past our time here. But in closing to this topic, a professional in economics was talking to me about this one time, and he says, you know what the biggest industry in Canada is? The biggest and most profitable industry in Canada is First Nations, because everybody gets enriched from First Nations, governments from First Nation communities, except First Nations people. Trucking companies, people who build the roads, pave the roads, people who build our schools, people who build our health centers, people who install our fiber, people who provide Manitoba Hydro, people who provide all of our services are all becoming millionaires and billionaires while we're poor. That's why Indigenomics, that's why that needs to switch. We need to develop economies that work for Indigenous peoples, not Indigenous peoples that work for their economies. So I thank these chiefs for the work they're doing in our communities, and that's exactly why we got to have conferences like this. Okay, thank you. And their gifts are right here. I don't know which is which.
First one's for you. And then we have for Chief Heidi. Okay, let's give our leadership one more round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and important views on economic development in the past, present, and future. We're now excited to move into our lunchtime program where we have our Wolves Den Business Pitch Competition Awards. Oh, those are so beautiful. So these are painted by Gail Sinclair.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Because it is a plated lunch, before we get started, I would like to invite up Elder Grant Keskakapo to start us off with a prayer before we eat.
There's one thing that Biagigon Kapitamamitunentama, that all wealth, all power, all strength that we have originates from Creator. Even the talent that each of you have in your lives, the gifts that we can offer originates from Creator. With that, we need to be mindful how we present ourselves with our fellow man, our fellow humanity. Mawat nigan, humility, tapas tinemuin. And the best chigamina neusi, besuen tamuinano magamauya. Our Creator, come and bless this gathering. The besuen tamuya for what we have been given. The amazing knowledge that's been shared with us, and the wisdom that's been shared. It was my great to bless the food that we're about to receive. Itaminuskagwak newinak, minachakunak, and of Chigatibishigate of Mat Seminan Jesus Christ. Amen.
I'll now ask AV to please cue up the lunchtime video. So if you could turn your attention to the screens, and we'll have lunch begin to be served now. So this is a video that was put together by Austin with Nomad Media, and it's just a highlight of yesterday's business pitch competition and some other footage from the day. Okay, good. Awesome. Okay. They're going to come in. Yeah. No, not this day.
Great work, everyone. Hello, attendees, judges, and guests. My name is Kennedy Sanderson. And I, Kriya Kimech. And we are the Muskwas. We noticed that our youth don't wear a lot of traditional clothing or know the culture behind some of those traditional pieces. And that's where our business comes into play.
Our business is called the Muskwa Couture, which the name symbolizes strong high fashion, which in Cree, Muskwa means bear, which symbolizes strength, healing, and family. We will grow our business by originally starting small and local by selling ribbon skirts, shirts, bags, and little accessories to get our proper footing, especially in our community.
In our community, we have a mall that's centered in the middle of Norway House. I'd like to call it the heart of the town, and it's where the youth and the elders really come together. Now, moving on to the big why. The reason why this needs to be brought into our community is because the loss of our culture and our identity, which has drastically impacted our community and the relationship between the youth and their culture.
Now, we thank you from Norway House Cree Nation and from us for listening to our business proposal, and I hope you all have a great day.
So in terms of how you're thinking about producing these things, have you thought about, how you're going to be making the fashion at all, or have you thought through that?
I've been in fashion design for 6 years, and I love creating formal wear, bags, jewelry, because it's just like a thing that I enjoy doing, and I love giving gifts to my family. So they have sewing machines, and I buy the fabric.
Beautiful. Lots of experience already. That's excellent. Yeah.
Is there anything that'll make you guys different from other apparel?
The thing that I think would make us different is that it'll be in our community, and we will allow youth and elders to come into our business or our place to get the things that we make and do, and to also show them by giving little shops for them to come and work and learn how to do the things that I do.
I also wanted to say something as well. Another thing that we wanted to make our business, we wanted to make it a very product business and knowledgeable. So not only can they come purchase some Indigenous clothing, they could also learn the culture and the understanding behind them as well. So they're kind of getting both of the same side of the coin.
Thank you, ladies. Feel free to step down. All right, next up to the stage, Team 10. Awesome.
In our rural northern communities, a lot of our youth are troubled. We have a lot of youth who go around getting into bad things like drinking and drugs, going around vandalizing new buildings. There are many more, but those are the basics. The point is we need more programs for the youth. We need this so that they could have a safe space that provides mental health support and teach them life skills. We would help the youth in rural northern communities by giving them a mental health program that aims to help and support them with new positive experiences and outcomes. Our aim for customers are mainly the troubled youth of rural communities. We would be selling them a program of support that brings healing from the troubles they endured being a youth in these communities, as well as fun activities that can help them find their own hobbies and activities that develop life skills. Providing mental health support would open them up to become their own person and give back to their communities. Thank you for listening. Have a great day.
Love it. That's after my heart as well. So reaching out to youth, especially ones that are in need, is huge. Big question, how will you communicate this throughout the market?
We would advertise on social media and advertise in our communities, because it's mainly for locals in our community that I want to reach out to, especially in like where the more rural areas are. So, yeah.
Awesome. What is your cash flow? No, I'm joking.
Is there a program that you think that you want to start with? Obviously, you want to expand in the future, but is there something that you feel like that's going to reach the youth right away in terms of programming or anything?
I would say I would work with the counselors at our school starting first, and then after we would start off and make a program based off of the school and start reaching out more forward to the youth in the community.
Awesome answer.
Great answer. Yeah.
Okay, so we are the Northern Lights. In our beautiful community, we are at war against drugs, alcohol, and intergenerational trauma. We want to make a change for lost people and be their light. We are the Northern Lights. We have a vision for our Indigenous peoples in northern communities that deal with drug addiction, alcoholism, but also past and present traumas that have contributed to either. For example, CFS kids, or even during social assistant days, there are so many community members waiting outside the mall to pull out money at 4 a.m. for what exactly? With a rehab center, we can help our Indigenous peoples overcome their addictions and past traumas. Investing in well-being leads to an increase in human capital and the overall productivity of our community members. We want sober parents who can take care of them. Pets need owners to take care of them. We have a solution to help aid and turn the tables, give them the ability to change for the better. That being said, we have the intention of being the light in the dark forest by opening a rehab center. Thank you all for your time.
Wow, awesome.
There are other centers like this out there. How do you feel like you're going to make it different or more culturally kind of relevant to your community?
Well, because we have such a big community, and I feel like if we have one in the community, like for example, I was thinking maybe the old hospital can be used as for that facility. And I feel like if it's in town, maybe more people are gonna be actually want to go and get help, you know? And like for me, I come from a family where like drugs and alcohol are a big thing. And I just want to see our people getting better, being able to connect with our culture, like being able to speak our language, being able to like make skirts. Like I made this in 3 hours thanks to my old teacher, you know? And like just having one community where we can all connect and be one.
I think you're the biggest reason we have so much hope in our community going forward. So Chimigwe Chekose. So thank you.
Wonderful. Let's give it a round of applause. That was fantastic. Thank you. Incredible work.
The community of Norway House faces transportation issues. Half the community do not have access to transportation. With having this issue, our people, our youth, are struggling with having rides. The youth can get into incidents. while walking. In my own experience, I had to walk an hour and a half from school to home because I missed the bus. And on that walk, I was attacked by dogs. So we, Northern Transits, are helping people who don't have transportation to get to point A to point B.
Is this a bus or is it like different drivers?
Well, for now, I think having a bus would be too early for the thing, but long term, that would be the best. But for now, I was thinking about getting sign-up drivers, volunteers, or even people who get like a low salary to get doing this, to have volunteer their own vehicle and themselves to go to places, and such for people would call upon them, ask to get picked up and dropped off, and such.
Out of approximately 1,200 homes in Norway House, more than 600 applicants, which account for 50% of our population, need renovations, from not having doors, broken windows, even mold from top to bottom of the house. I myself have a house where we're missing a doorknob. We have a boarded up living room window, but that's small compared to other homes. Some homes to this day still don't have running water or proper heating. And Norway is a town that's notorious for harsh winters. Our value we're providing is allowing people with low income to afford renovations with a cost-effective material without compromising quality. It's important to the community, it's important to our people to provide an excellent service to those who need it by making affordable payment plans which isn't easily available. We are offering interior and exterior renovations. Our offer is valuable due to the extreme demand for work needing to be done to our people's homes. Social media will be our biggest exposure to highlight our business and attract more attention.
Love the idea. It's fantastic. High need in so many communities. It's right at the heart of most of the people I deal with.
I come from trades too. I've worked in a lot of places, and you see a lot of things, and you don't really realize the high demand for this until you actually go and see these places. I've been in houses where there is no running water. I've seen elders still using slop pails to this day, and that's something our young people probably don't even know what a slop pail is. But you don't
want to know.
Yeah.
The thing I would say, and that would be out of anything, is your plans to, would you steal labor from other companies to make it succeed?
What I'm hoping for this, it would be 100% Indigenous owned by us, Norway House people, and provide work for. If they're from Norway House working somewhere else and they want to come work for us, absolutely, I'm totally on board with that.
Is there any partners you're thinking of partnering with, whether it's for supplies or anything else?
I've actually been talking to some great guys from TD Bank, and they've said some really nice things there, and they said maybe there would be a way where I could get a grant, funny stuff like that, start up, and I'm open to anything really.
As a member of my community, I've seen firsthand the struggles of our people, especially our youth, facing reconnecting with our language, our culture, and our history. We stand at crossroads where generations of trauma, loss of identity, and barriers to education are holding us back from the future we deserve. That's why I'm here today to introduce Guardians of Our Heritage, a foundation dedicated to revitalizing Indigenous language, history, and education.
Right. I am wondering if there will be like a language teaching on it.
Well, when I came up with this, I was already planning on what to say. With the languages, our language is who we are. It identifies us for First Nation. There is Soto, Ojibwe, Cree people, Dakota. And if we lose our language, we lose who we are. Because our language identifies who we are. And this foundation is not just from a community, it's province, national. It'll go to province, different provinces until it keeps growing.
Every person in our group, well, every person in this room, I guess, is impacted by the rippling effects of colonization and residential school. Our group recognized the the struggles that the youth populations are facing in regards to being separated from culture and tradition and the land. And our goal is, as a company, was to uplift our people and to reestablish connection to the land and traditional practices.
There's a couple of ideas that are like this, and they're really great, so needed. My only question would be, what type of structure would you see this being put in? More of like a cabin setting, more of a hardened structure that's close to maybe a location you want to run out of that's close to certain communities you've identified?
Right, so I was lucky enough to grow up on my reserve and grow up close to the culture, and there is already traditional gatherings that are very similar to what we propose, and these gatherings take place out on the land, and the workshops ideally, well, in the gatherings that we have traditionally, they take place in a teepee. It'll be on a large area of land near the river, and each teepee hosts a different workshop with a different knowledge keeper in each one.
Colonization through assimilation, have left lasting impacts on our communities and families. But through initiatives like the Seven Feathers Health and Wellness Youth and Children's Center, we are creating spaces that foster cultural pride, healing, and growth, rooted in Indigenous knowledge, traditions, and ways of life. This center will serve as a foundation for our youth and children to reconnect with their culture and thrive.
The value and importance of the Seven Feathers Health and Wellness Youth and Children's Center provides programs and supports which honors and respects our Indigenous knowledge and histories through cultural revitalization programs such as land-based camps, oral storytelling, leadership and mentorship programs, beading and ribbon skirt making.
Yeah, I have a quick question. So you listed quite a few, opportunities through the center here. Is there one that you really want to be kind of your crown jewel in terms of programming? Is there one that really is going to be core to the programming and the one that you might look to start with?
For me personally, I was a student at ACC for 4 years. I have 2 diplomas from there. And I started with the peer mentorship program. And that eventually led to me beading. And now I teach students at ACC to bead. And I basically run that program now.
Awesome.
Together we have come up with BRC, a business resource center, with our plans. There will be different departments, however, the main businesses would be a taxi service, a music store that offers music lessons to high schools, a car wash, a delivery service.
In terms of having a simple offering sometimes is great. How do you plan to navigate with having those multiple services?
Well, we would have a bunch of volunteers, so there's 5 of us. So I noticed in our group, we had one that was a musician, one that was,
So pretty much each of you are going to take each role and kind of run with that as your segment, all in this one center. No, that's great.
And then we would point them in the right direction to different resources that we have around here. Yeah.
And you would all kind of pair off each other's businesses, I guess. Fantastic. That's great.
Amazing. Let's give Austin a round of applause because he just put that together in less than 24 hours. It's now my pleasure to invite up our awards ceremony host. Adam is the Chief Operating Officer who's dedicated to supporting First Nations entrepreneurs and communities. Previously, he was the Director of Finance at MCA Media Group and spent over a decade at Canada Revenue Agency in various roles. He also serves as Treasurer of the Board of Directors at the Transcona Golf Club. He holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of Manitoba, earned in 2008, and he feels privileged to work at First Peoples Economic Growth Fund to contribute to its important goals. So First Peoples Economic Growth Fund is the sponsor of this year's Wolves Den Business Pitch Competition. Let's give a warm welcome to Adam.
Good afternoon, everyone, and we welcome you to the very first Wolves Den Business Pitch Competition Award Ceremony. At this award ceremony, we are celebrating the power of Indigenous youth to innovate and lead the way forward. The Wolves Den Business Pitch Competition is a chance for Indigenous youth to come together, share their ideas, and really start thinking about how they can make a difference in their communities. It's about more than just starting a business. It's about influencing change, inspiring a new generation of leaders, and advancing entrepreneurship for Indigenous youth. Yesterday, thanks to an action-packed workshop led by Lane 2 Learning, 11 groups had the opportunity to pitch their business ideas in just 90 seconds in an exciting and fast-paced competition where creativity meets entrepreneurship. Youth only had a few hours to ideate and develop a pitch for a new idea. We're fortunate enough to sponsor this event, so the top winners will receive $6,500 for first place, $4,500 for second, and $2,500 for third. But that's not all. The prizes are distributed evenly among the winning teams, and individuals from each winning team can use the cash however they see fit. So whether winners want to further develop the idea they pitched or explore new ventures entirely, the choice is yours. And here's something even more exciting. On top of the cash prizes, the winners will have access to free coaching from Jeff Mitchell at Lane 2 Learning. And this coaching can be a game changer, giving participants the tools and guidance to really refine their business pitches and take their ideas to the next level. So this competition is about much more than just winning. It's about growing, learning, and creating opportunities. Jeff Mitchell has an incredible background. He's helped over 1,000 Canadians develop their side hustles, and he's worked with companies like Canon Canada to help them grow new line of businesses. Jeff's expertise in entrepreneurship, innovation, and side hustling made him the perfect guide for yesterday's workshops. And we're grateful for the expertise he provided to the teams. This year's Wolves Den was an important part of the conference. Last year, we had a few brave youth step up to pitch their ideas, and while there were few in number, it was powerful. This year, we did something different. We wanted everyone to participate. It wasn't just about sitting in the audience, it was about stepping up and giving it a try. So we had a panel of esteemed judges this year. Noah Wilson with Futurepreneur, Fabian Sanderson with First Peoples, and last but certainly not least, our special guest judge, Rebecca Strong, winner of Canada's Got Talent. Rebecca brought her unique perspective to the judging panel. The judges had such a difficult job set out for them yesterday. The deliberations went into late into the evening and even to the wee hours of the morning. So I'd like to first invite Noah Wilson to the stage, help me present the awards. Hey, buddy. All right. I think that's still me. Before we get to the awards, let's take a moment to talk about what the Wolves Den really represents. As Kiana mentioned yesterday, it was about more than just pitching ideas. It's about youth empowerment. It's about stepping into your role as future leaders, having the courage to put your ideas out there, and believing in your ability to make a difference. It was an opportunity to build confidence, develop your entrepreneurial skills, and connect with like-minded peers who share your passion for change. Our pitch groups were from several First Nation communities across Manitoba, including Norway House, Cree Nation, Lac Rochette, Mathias Colombe, Barons River, Sioux Valley, Dakota, Cross Lake, Sandy Bay, Broken Head, Easterville, and Roseau River. So now let's get to our winners.
Yeah. So before we get to the winners, Fabian had asked me to just share with everyone here how truly difficult it was to go through the judging process yesterday. You know, I can tell you that the judging went on for 2 to 3 hours yesterday and all the way up until this morning. Like, we could not make a decision because truly, if you were there yesterday, if you heard the youth speak, if you heard, the mission that they had for our communities, whether it be, providing more transportation, whether it be addressing the substance issues that are facing our youth, whether it be, the healing centers, whether it be the language revitalization that's facing, that's so crucial for carrying our cultures forward into the future. And just the passion and courage that our youth showed yesterday. I don't think, folks, I think people realize how scary public speaking is, but to come up with an idea in less than 3 hours, to pitch it in front of a group of strangers, to come up on stage as a youth and really, speak from your heart and provide an idea and a solution to problems that they see in their community, there's no words that can really describe, how much pride and hope I have for my communities going forward in Norway House and Pickachigamack and Pegwis and all of the communities that I've seen, Seguin, Brokenhead, countless communities. We have youth, each and every one of the youths that we saw yesterday, there's countless of them in each one of our communities. So can we just get a round of applause for how incredible the youth were yesterday? And they truly made it a very, very difficult. I've done powwow pitch competitions across the country. I've done many different judging competitions, and I gotta say, this has been one of the hardest ones I've ever done. And I just want to say, and just thank you so much to the youth and everyone who participated yesterday. And just know that you're all winners at the end of the day. Getting up on stage and doing what you did takes a lot of courage, and you're going to learn a lot from that experience. So I say, for that. So moving forward, to announce our third prize winner. Excuse me. Yeah, okay. To announce our third prize winner, and $2,500 goes to, there we go. Moving forward, interior and exterior, Team 6. This includes Jadon Green, Amanda Belfour, Rachel McKelp, Nastasha, Piosas Everett, Gabriel Moniaz, Layla Hart, David Alberts, Trevor Scribe, and Kimberly Ann Camaraderie. All right, so everyone come up on stage. We're going to...
Just announce the name because there may be incorrect names on there.
Okay.
Say Team 6.
Yeah, Team 6. Let's get on stage. Everyone on the team who was a part of Team 6, come up and grab your prize, and we're going to take a photo.
Good job. Come for the photo. Where are we going to do the photo? Right over here? Everybody gets one.
I'll just do a photo right here.
fine to just call them back up. Yeah, it must have just like been an error in the order when it was copied. So it's like yeah, the 7th
Check. So while they're deliberating, I just want to take this time. So I'm Sonny Albert. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for Norway House. I also wanted to announce that in the summer of 2025, Norway House and in partnership with Sagin and Anishinaabe government will be hosting the Manitoba Indigenous Summer Games. So what we'll be doing is, thanks. Our games will be hosting July 9th to the 13th, 2025, and then Sagin will be hosting August 17th to the 23rd. So if you have youth, we're looking at 14 and under youth, 16 and under youth, male and female. We have a lot of sporting events for both communities. So if you haven't, so just be prepared for that. It's going to be an exciting event. Us as Norway House Cree Nation, we are preparing for the games here. So thank you. I just wanted to say that there. So yeah.
Alrighty. So did everyone from previous team, they got all the, okay, good to go. Right on. Okay, for our second place winner. Can I get a drum roll, please? We have Musqueam Fashion, Team 11, Retail Fashion Design. Yeah, everyone from Team 11, come up. So here we are to our winner of the first annual Wolf's Den competition. Can I get a drum roll, please? We have our Guardians of our heritage, Language app, Voices of Tomorrow, revitalizing our languages. Congratulations. Amazing pitch. We got to protect our languages, people. Stick around, we have a special surprise as well. We have one more announcement to make. So thanks to Jeff Mitchell, we have a special 4th place prize just because it was so difficult to make a decision yesterday. So here we go. 4th place honorable mention and prize winner. Let's get another drum roll, please. So we have Northern Lights Rehab Center. And this is from Lane 2 Learning, everyone, and they were incredible yesterday. I've had the pleasure of seeing them at Startup Canada as well, and it was great to see them working with community yesterday, so shout out to everyone over there.
So they added a 4th surprise.
Yeah. Good job. All right, so thanks again to Jeff and Laura from Lane 2 Learning for that amazing contribution there. So we appreciate you all. And that officially wraps up our Wolf's Den pitch competition. Thank you all so much for just your supportive energy and encouragement to our youth yesterday. Again, it was one of the hardest decisions I've had to make in a long time, and I know Fabian, we were talking about that was probably the hardest thing we all had to do this week. So thank you all for doing such a good job, and I say chi miigwech ekose kinanas komena.
Thanks, everyone. That was a really exciting lunch for us. As mentioned, this is the third year that Norway House has done the Wolves Den Business Pitch Competition, but this is the first year that we've actually had an awards ceremony to recognize the accomplishments. I just want to do an attendance check. Is Harland Kingfisher in the room? Can you please raise your hand? Awesome. Okay, we can proceed with the agenda, and miraculously, we are right on time, as we always are. So it's my pleasure to introduce our afternoon keynote. Harland Kingfisher is from Sturgeon Lake First Nation, Saskatchewan. He's a husband, father of 4, power engineer, and the CEO of Smudge the Blades Indigenous hockey clothing brand. Harland grew up in his community of Sturgeon Lake before leaving to play hockey in the MJHL with the Wayway-Sikapo Wolverines. After his junior hockey career, Harland went on to play university hockey before meeting his wife of 17 years and going to school for power engineering. Harland in 2020 created the first Indigenous hockey clothing brand called Smudge the Blades, and since its launch date, he's won Indigenous business pitch competitions like the Powwow Pitch in 2021, and most recently he was a finalist on Bears Lair TV, which aired on APTN. Let's welcome Harland to the stage.
Oli, that was deadly introduction. How's it going, everybody? Just while it's fresh, I just want to say how amazing that, can you guys still hear me from up here? How amazing that pitch competition was to witness yesterday. As a person who's put my voice out there and got the courage to pitch in these big competitions like Powwow Pitch and Bears Lair. It's really, it's hard to do that, especially as an Indigenous youth, right? So seeing you guys, step out of your comfort zone yesterday, come together within a couple hours, create a business and talk about it was awesome. So I applaud you guys for doing that. That was amazing, and seeing everybody, such an amazing event. So I also like to say thank you to Norway House for inviting me to this amazing event. I traveled all the way from Edmonton to make it here. And when Norway House, when I started talking to them, I started thinking right away, Norway House has one of the most deadliest Indigenous hockey teams right now in the tournament circuit. They're doing such amazing things, your hockey team, and won Freddie in 2022. And I just want to acknowledge for myself, my clothing brand. There was a hockey player that was lost, Brent Wilson from your community. It was felt across the entire Indigenous hockey circuit, and we just want to send our condolences to you guys for that. All right. And so my name is Harland Kingfisher, like she said. I'm from Sturgeon Lake First Nation, and I grew up on my reserve, my community, so I was about 17 years old, and I left to play hockey. And like she was saying, I was on Facebook, I'm on Instagram since starting my clothing brand. And last 2 years, everyone knows me from TikTok, so I started TikTok, started growing my clothing brand there, because as a business person, you got to see where the business is going, right? So everybody started going to TikTok, and it's easy to market your business there, so that's where I went. Started making Indigenous hockey content, I started making Indigenous business content, and created my 3 platforms, and right now I have over about 100,000 followers through all my platforms. One main thing is the Indigenous community supports their own, and so if you ever, to the new Indigenous entrepreneurs, if you want to go that direction, the Indigenous community across Canada, Turtle Island, is such an amazing community to be a part of, and they support you 100%, especially our youth. So when I started my clothing brand, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect the Indigenous population to, come through as they did and grew my clothing brand like that. And like she was saying, I was 2021 Powwow Pitch winner, which is pretty cool because that was my first time doing a business pitch competition. 1,600 businesses across Canada pitched, and I was one of the finalists. I ended up winning the whole thing that year. So that started my business, made it to the next level. Thank you, Shopify. And after I did that pitch competition, I started doing my business. A couple years later, what she was saying on 2024 Bears Lair TV, I actually applied. That was the second season. My first season, I made it to Bears Lair, traveled to Vancouver. I got COVID, unfortunately. Got COVID, I couldn't go on the show. So the second season, I was kind of a shoo-in to be a part of the event. And I made it right to the final. Didn't win, unfortunately. I did win $10,000 for my business and the exposure, but it was really awesome to be a part of that as well. And like I said before, I'm on TikTok, and this year TikTok reached out to me, and I was one of their Indigenous visionary voices for small business. So I take that really to heart because TikTok is, grew my brand. A lot of Indigenous people on TikTok, they're showcasing their businesses, their beadwork, their clothing brands, everything. So I'm really appreciative of TikTok for, raising my platform as an Indigenous business. So when I talk about these, when I come to these events, this is my 15th or 16th event this year. A couple of years ago, or like last year when I started my clothing brand, I got invited to a lot of these events, but I never went. I was too busy. And then this year in January, someone reached out to me in January. They want to hear your story. They want to hear, how it was growing up on a First Nation community, leaving the community, playing hockey, and starting a clothing brand, starting a business, making it successful. So it's like, you know what? I gotta do it. So this year was the first year I actually said yes to a bunch of emails and started traveling around, talking, telling my story. Because when you talk about Indigenous business, like especially my clothing brand, Smudge of Blades, I don't know if you guys ever hear of like an iceberg effect. Like it's kind of, you only see 10%, right? The rest 90% under the water. So when someone hears about Smudge of Blades, they're like, oh, that's a clothing brand. It's an Indigenous hockey clothing brand. That's a lot of what only people see. They don't understand the 90% below, the Indigenous hockey player, the Indigenous hockey struggle, the resilience of growing up on a First Nation community, how we all been there. And a big part of it is, wearing these orange jerseys today. I was just in Kamloops for Every Child Hockey Matters game. Got to play with some really awesome NHL players, like all the big Indigenous players are there. Blair Atchinham, Jamie Leach, Bridget Laquette, Smudge Pan was on there, was on my line. So I got to experience that this past weekend. But I also got to talk to people and talk about resiliency, and like how every one of us Indigenous people are touched by residential school. Like my grandparents, all four of my grandparents aren't here today with me. My dad's not here. They all passed from their struggle, their trauma that they dealt with. And growing up on a First Nation community, for myself, I was 5 years old. My grandparents split up, or my parents split up, so I had to move in with my grandma. And so a big part of my story about the 90%. I want to tell you guys a story about my life. It's a little bit motivational, but it also tells a story about an Indigenous hockey player, Indigenous struggle, and it leads up to where I want to talk about my entrepreneurship journey with Smudge of Blades. And first thing I want to talk about though is Smudge of Blades. When I first created my clothing brand, everybody, that's the number one question I got, like, what's Smudge of Blades? Like all these emails, I want to support your clothing brand, but like, what's Smudge of Blades? So I started like, okay, well, maybe it's a good time to post about it and make a video about it. But real quickly, I just want to, just so you guys understand, like Smudge of Blades, where it comes from, the heart of Smudge of Blades. When I was younger, I was playing hockey with midget AA with Beardy's Blackhawks. And out of Beardy's, I was playing with that Indigenous hockey team. Most of us were Indigenous, but it was in playoffs. I got cross-checked from the back, right? I had a huge bruise. I couldn't move. I fell on the ice. It was at playoffs. We played back-to-back. So that night, my mom took me out of the arena with some friends, and like I couldn't walk. I walked to my mom's vehicle, jumped in. She's like, "We're gonna go see Musham." I was like, "Well, okay, let's go see Musham." Like my Musham was well known for being a medicine man. His name Clifford Sanderson. He worked at the White Buffalo Healing Treatment Center on my reserve for so many years, and Clifford. He was one of the only Indigenous kids that from James Smith that didn't go to residential school. His uncle actually hid him for 2 days in the bush when they came to collect all the kids. So he was a medicine man. He spoke his language. He carried that tradition to the next generation, to my mom, to us. So I think that's really a big part of healing. That you see people that for me, I can't even speak my Cree language, and I don't like that. I wish I could speak and talk to elders and talk to aunts and uncles, but I can't do that. So when my mom wanted me to go visit him, I knew he was a medicine man, but I was always skeptic because at that age, I was 17. I was super cool, I was wearing like back in Prince Albert. I was from PA, wearing all the cool gear and Echo. I thought that was cool, and so I was kind of like a little gangster. I thought I was a little gangster back in the day. So I go see my mushroom, and I was super skeptical. And he's like, "Yeah, sit down, Newsom." And I sat down, started performing medicine on my back. And he tapped me on the shoulder. He's like, "You'll be good in the morning." And I was like, "Okay, mushroom." my mom grabbed me and my cousin, we went back to the car. In the morning, I woke up and I sat up and I was like, moved my back and I was like, I don't feel any pain. No pain at all. I'm like, holy crap. So after that, I started going to sweat lodges and with my mushroom, right? So that night, I played hockey. You know, we lost, unfortunately, in the playoffs. But that night, the next morning, I went and spoke to my mushroom. And I talked to him. I was like, you know, like, I want to come to sweats more with you. And I want to know that side of the culture because, you know, that really opened my eyes, mushroom. And he's like, yeah. And he made me a pipe carrier that day, too. So, but when he was talking to me, he was like, you know, don't be afraid to smudge your hockey equipment. Don't be afraid to smudge your gear before you play. Ask for protection, you know. Smudge your hockey sticks, smudge your hockey skates. And he started laughing. He's like, smudge the blades. So that name, that's where it came from. So when I started my clothing brand, I'm like, what? Trying to think of a name. Like even just watching these young entrepreneurs here with their business names, it's just cool to see them come up with a name. So when I came up with the name, I wanted to make it personal, you know. And then now when I created my clothing brand, people message me and they're like, hey, we smudge our kids' gear before every game. We smudge their equipment. So that's the story behind the name of Smudge the Blades. And so my story, I want to talk about you guys growing up in the First Nation community, you know, leaving the entrepreneurship journey. So that's where I want to start. So like I said, I'm from Sturgeon Lake First Nation, Saskatchewan. And I think it was this morning, our chief, like, I'm from Prince Albert as well. And even hearing Rebecca yesterday, you know, that's the very first thing I talk about on all my talks. CTV News, you know, APTN. I've been on every single platform. And that's the first thing that comes out of my mouth. I'm proud. I'm proud to be from my community, even though it gets a bad rap. And people are, oh, you're from Sturgeon Lake. No, I'm proud. I'm from Sturgeon Lake First Nation. You know, I'm from Prince Albert. I wear that with pride. You know, I bring my reserve with me everywhere I go. So that's where I'm from, Sturgeon Lake First Nation. Like I said, I grew up with my grandparents. I was 5 years old. My parents split up. Like a lot of kids I grew up with too. We all grew up with our grandparents. My dad was unfortunately the party house, and he didn't live too far. He lived next door. So my dad was always having parties. You know, people are always there, meeting people. Every weekend I'd go there and I'd gather up all the bottles as I grew up. I'd gather up all the beer bottles, bring them home, because I told my grandpa to take them and get money, so I started making a little bit of money that way. But when I was growing up, I grew up like every other Indigenous kid. I grew up hunting. I grew up fishing. You know, I'd go hunting for deer. I'd go hunting for rabbits, bring them to my grandma. I'd go hunting, and she'd make up soup and make deer meat and like just do everything. And I'd go give my elders next door. I'd go walk to their house, give them meat, and playing. You know, all my friends. I grew up on the north side of the reserve, so a lot of my friends. There's only my cousins next door, which were a little bit older. I had a couple friends, my neighbors next door. So there was a small group of us that hung out on the north side of the reserve. But we fished together. We hunted together. You know, we traveled around our community together. We had little quads when we were growing up, small little dirt bikes. My dad was a farmer. You know, I grew up with my grandparents. My grandpa was a bus driver, so I got to travel the bus first one in the morning. You know, come home, I was last one off. So I got to meet all the kids on the bus. And growing up with my grandparents, you know, my grandpa and my grandma, I used to go to play bingo with them. I used to go like do awesome things with my grandparents. And my grandma would take me to bingo all the time. That's one of my memories. So whenever I do these talks and have these memories, it's crazy because like I can't remember my kid's schedule for hockey, but yet all these memories I'm talking about today are ingrained in me, and I think that's a reason why I've been asked to do these talks and like tell my story, because they're memories that I have and they're memories that can help the next generation. So growing up in the community of Sturgeon Lake, it was easy to not think about like the bigger picture of life, you know. It was always easy just to think about tomorrow. Like what am I going to do tomorrow? No one, as a youth on a First Nation community, you don't think about the bigger picture. You're almost in a little bubble. And as a youth, you're thinking about like tomorrow. Like, what am I going to wear to school? Or you know, what's for dinner tomorrow? I want to go hunting tomorrow. I want to go. You know, we're going to go to the city 2 weeks from now. I can't wait to go to the city. Like you don't really experience. You don't think about the bigger picture of life. So growing up with my grandparents, I didn't think about the bigger picture. I just thought about what's tomorrow happening, you know, what am I going to do? And as I got older, growing up with my friends, you know, I seen struggle right beside me. I grew up with friends that didn't bring lunches to school. I grew up with friends that came with a bruise on their face. I grew up with friends that didn't come to school at all. But I knew their struggle, I knew their story. So after school, we'd get together and just kind of do our own thing. We just kind of stay away from home because everybody's house was not a safe place to be. So we all just kind of hung out together. And a lot of communities across Canada, a lot of communities, youth that I speak with, not only Norway House, you guys are 8 hours away. Like it's such an amazing thing to see you guys bring their youth to Winnipeg. Some youth, this might be their first trip to the city. Like you never know, right? And so being in that environment when I was younger, I didn't think about the bad stuff that could happen. I didn't think of alcohol, me drinking it because I was still young. But as I got older, my dad took me to Prince Albert when I was 12 years old. He was like, "You're gonna move with me to PA." My dad was doing his own thing, Prince Albert. I'm like, "Hey, I'm gonna go to PA." And obviously, as an Indigenous youth growing up in a community, you don't deal with racism. There's no racism on the reserve because you don't see it. It's never there. And so my first time going to Prince Albert, I got new clothes from Superstore, Higher State. So I remember putting these new clothes on, going to school for the first time in Prince Albert, and immediately day one getting called welfare bum, all these degrading terms from kids and from their parents where they're learning it from. And it just made me feel sad and didn't want to go to school anymore. I'd go home and cry. Didn't want to play hockey. My dad was always the guy that was like, "Nope, you gotta do this, right? You gotta go to school. You gotta get your education. You gotta be stronger." My dad was always that type of guy. So I'd come home and I'd cry, and I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle racism, and I dealt with it all the time. And it's really sad because even today's society, we see racism in hockey. And last year with Ethan Bear, we see the racism out there still. And that's why when I use my platform, I try and raise awareness and all that kind of stuff so it doesn't happen to the next generation that are playing hockey. But I was dealing with that when I was younger. I was dealing with that a lot. And I always got but you don't look native. No, when you're in a hockey dressing room with a bunch of whole other players and you're the only native there, you look native. And my grandparents would bring me to the hockey games, and they looked native, and they would speak Cree in the rink. So everybody knew I was Indigenous, and it was really hard for me to keep on playing hockey when I was dealing with that. And growing up, after as I got older, a lot of the hockey players' stories were all the same. All of us leaving the community, going to school in the city, dealing with racism, but we fought through it, right? We fought through that issue, and we just kept going. So when I was playing hockey in Prince Albert, I dealt with racism, dealing with it for the first time. I couldn't handle it, so I told my dad, "Dad, I want to live with you, but I got to go back to the reserve. I want to go, I miss hunting, I miss fishing, I miss going with my grandparents, and I miss going to bingo with my grandma and cooking with her and making bannock with her." So it's okay, you can go back to the reserve. So I went back, age 14, I moved back to the reserve. But when I moved back to the reserve, I've been away for 2 years now. My cousins that I grew up with are now 17 years old, so they're over 3 years older than me. Cousins, best friends, there was four of them. I had 2 cousins and 2 friends that were all about that age, 17, 18. So I moved back to the res, and I get there, and they're all wearing black and white colored clothing, bandanas, and I wanted to be a part. I had no friends. I wanted to join back up with those guys before going to school. So I just started getting involved with my cousins again. Going to their house next door and listening to music, listening to bass. I don't know if everybody watched the movie, but there's a movie that everybody watched. I can pretty much say every quote in the movie, but it's called Blood In, Blood Out. It's on every Native community, but everybody's watched it. And that's what I grew up watching. I grew up watching, Blood In, Blood Out. So that little gangster mentality was we grew up with that. So on the reserve, everyone's we're little gangsters, we thought we were, wearing the same color clothing, and they're all 17, 18 years old. And I started getting involved. We started going to Prince Albert. I started they wanted me to drive the car, so I started driving the car at 14. Didn't have my learners or anything. Go to PA. We go to the mall and wait outside, and kids would come out of the mall and they start beating up. They jump out, beat them up, take their shoes, take their hats, take their sweaters, jump back in, and we go to we drive around again, PA, and come do it again. We kept doing that and doing that and doing that. And then one time, I remember it's ingrained in me because it changed. It was a big course change in my life. One time I was 14, they asked me to drive, and we were going to go steal some skidoos and steal some four-wheelers, driving around the farms around the reserve. That's what we did, so they got me to be the driver. I drove around the community, the non-Indigenous community of Sturgeon Lake. There's a bunch of farms in Deer Ridge area. Drove, and we stole a bunch of things. I think we stole something like 8 skidoos and I think 6 four-wheelers. And so we got all this stuff, and right next door, there's a little ravine. We kept everything there, right by between my house and my cousin's house. So they're all happy and proud, right? They're all happy. I remember going to my cousin's house the next that night, and he was showing me. He's like, "Oh, check this out!" And he had a bunch of hundreds in his hand. And me being 14, I'm like, "Oh, that's a lot of money. I want that." And they gave me a $100 bill for being a part of it and everything. And they have all the stuff. I go home that night, and I get a knock. I think it was at 8 o'clock in the morning. We get a knock on my house. It's the RCMP showed up. 4 RCMP officers were outside waiting. They're like, can we speak to Harland? So my grandma's here, and she's like, yeah. So my grandma's trying to get a hold of my dad. He's not there yet. So my grandma comes to me. We go next door, and all my cousins were there, my friends, their parents. And what happened was the RCMP, right when I got there, they're like, Harland, were you part of this? Were you part of this whole operation here? And before I could even say anything, my cousin Ken, who was 17, he's like, no, he wasn't a part of it at all. He wasn't even with us. He wasn't with us at all. And then my grandma spoke up. He's like, no, he was at bingo with me. So I was like, I didn't know what to say. They're like, is this true? I'm like, yeah, that's true. So the first time, like, my cousins didn't rat me out, I guess. They didn't say anything, and I was free. I didn't have a criminal record or anything. All my cousins had to wear the bracelet, and my friends had to wear bracelets. And after that, that kind of opened my eyes. The next day, my dad finally shows up at my house, takes me for a ride, and yells at me, reams me out. And the one thing that I take out of his lecture was, I remember him yelling, and he was saying, look around you on the reserve. I said, do you see these, like, what do you see? What jobs do you see? And I was trying to think, I was crying, you know, and he was almost like, I don't know, like the school, like teacher, be a teacher. Is like, that's it. So you could be a teacher, chief and counsel, or you can pump gas at the gas station. That's it. And I said, what do you need for a tool? You need an education, right? And I'm like, yeah, I need an education. I started thinking about it. Like my dad was a very, he was into education, he was justice system, and he was very smart. So when he said that to me, I was crying, and I went home that night, and I was like, I'm really paranoid still as it is, and I started thinking about my future, and I was like, man, I'm 14, like, I had nothing. I'm not smart in school, I got nothing, and I was decent at hockey at that time. And my dad, what he was yelling at me, it ingrained in me, and it turned a switch on me, and I was like, you know what? You're right. I don't want to be on. I have to go to school to get any job. I can't be a counselor. I'm 14. You know, I don't want to pump gas. I don't want to do all this stuff. So immediately that changed. Flipped the switch in me. I went to school, started going to school, started getting better grades. Right, started trying to stay away from my cousins. And when I got a little bit older, when I was 17, you know, I was playing hockey. I was getting good now. Because every day on the res, I had a big pond behind my house. And almost every day in the wintertime, I'd be out on that pond. My grandpa would get my skate sharpened. He's like, go skate. You're gonna be a good hockey player. So every day, by myself, I'd be out there stick handling, -20, -30, -35, I'd be out there. I would be stick handling around the branches on the ice. I built a net out of 2x4s and chicken wire, taking shots, right, trying to better myself. But I remember spending nights out there, 7 o'clock, I'd have a little flashlight put up. I remember crying on the ice. I remember just crying because I was trying so hard. My lungs were burning. I was so worried about not making it, not being able to leave the community and not being able to do what I wanted to do. So I had this nervous, and I started crying, being sad. And so 17 years old, I came up. I had an opportunity to go try out for a junior hockey team. And it's pretty crazy when you're playing hockey, because there's a lot of community members like Cross Lake. They have like Brady Keeper, right? And they got, you know, other hockey players everywhere. All the Indigenous hockey players, they're doing some great things. But it gets to a point where you are the face of your community almost. You know, your chief and counsel, your parents, your aunts and uncles, they're raising you up like this. You know, this is Harland Kingfisher. He's a junior hockey player. He's going to go play junior. He's going to go do some big things. I remember getting a blanket from my chief and counsel before. I wasn't even on a team yet before I left the res. You know, and I remember getting pats in the back. As I was playing hockey, I'd have people come, and aunts and uncles and friends of them, and they'd have to come to the party at our house and be like, Harland, you're such a good hockey player. Like, you're doing so good. You're working out. You're playing hockey every day. They're cheering me on. They were cheering me on every day. Everybody was like, good job, you know, awesome job. But as I started when I left the community now, I went to Williams Lake Timberwolves to go try out for the team. Didn't make the team. And it was my first time ever being like, holy crap, like this isn't it. I'm not gonna make junior hockey. I started being sad. I started like freaking out. Then my dad was like, go try, like, I'll make some phone calls. So we made a phone call, went to Fort Saskatchewan. And then once I made it to Fort Saskatchewan, I didn't make the team either. I scored all these goals. They wanted me to fight, but I wasn't a fighter. I was like 160 pounds, like 6'2". I wasn't a big fighter. They wanted me to fight, didn't do it. They cut me that day. And then I made my way to Waiwisa in Manitoba. First game, I got there and made the team. Boom, I was on the team. They got to sign the contract, $20 a point. You know, this big contract. I was so proud. But they said, okay, go home for a while, pack your bags, they come back. We'll pay for everything for you to come back. So now I go back to the reserve, And I get to the reserve and I'm like, yeah, like I made the team, like all this kind of stuff. And when I got back there, all my cousins don't want to come see me. Nobody wants to come congratulate me. Nobody cared. And I was thinking like, even my aunts and uncles, my own uncle was saying, oh, you're not going to make it over there. You'll be home here next week. And I was like, but you rooted for me. You cheered me on. All these people, they cheered me on. They rooted for me. And that's the first time when I realized, I was like, people want you to do good, but just not better than them. And that was the first time I was like, man, that mentality changed me again. Like that's a mentality. And I try to make that, like, change that narrative now in people, to always uplift people. Don't ever look down on them unless you're picking them up, That's my mentality, like with people and the people I meet. So that's what I dealt with at that time. I was 17, finally made a team, go back to the Reds, get my stuff. Nobody cared. I was like, okay, well, I also go play hockey. Then went to Wayway Sakapo, made it there for my first big camp, made preseason, made the team, ended up being the leading goal scorer on the team. But once I joined the hockey team, there was a lot of Indigenous players on there. Almost our whole team was Native, and our coach. And when you everybody comes from all these different communities across Canada, we all get together. Everybody came with different stories, right? Everybody came as partiers. Everybody came drinking, and we got money. We got like $400 a week to play. So we got this money, all these people that brought that mentality to the rink, and I started getting involved, and I found my new love for playing hockey. Hey, if I can play hockey and drink on the weekend and still play on Monday, everything's fine. So I started doing that. We started going to Winnipeg, Brandon, we'd go party. In the summertime, I found myself not even being able to go home. I just stayed in Brandon. I worked at the Maple Leaf plant there for a little while in Brandon when I was 19. But doing that though, I lost my ability to talk to my grandparents, talk to my cultural way of life. I lost the ability to even just keep up with my dad. So I started focusing on myself, like me. And you know what? I don't care. I'm a junior hockey player. I got nothing, no issues. I'm just gonna get paid to play, get paid to party. So that's what I did. After my first year of junior hockey, I led the team in scoring, but I gained this new love for alcohol and drugs. And a lot of us players that were on the team, same thing. We just partied together. We traveled around together. Went to Brandon together, got all this money to play. And when I was 18, 19-year-old season, my second season, came back to Wayway. Didn't even come home. I didn't even come back to Saskatchewan. I just went back to Wayway, played there another season. And one of the big events that happened, I was really good friends with 3 players. They were like, hey, Harland, let's go party in Brandon. And Brandon was like an hour and a bit drive from Wayway. And we're like, yeah, I had a little beater car. I had like a little Reds car. I had a little Sunbird. I had no heat. So when we drove in the wintertime, it like scratched the inside. So they're like, let's go to Brandon party tonight. I'm like, let's go, let's do this, man. Let's go then. I said, let's do it. So we drove to Brandon. And got to Brandon, partied. We're all dressed up, nice clothes, like little shoes, right? And 2 a.m, I'm like, one of the guys was like, hey, Harland, did you drink at all tonight? I'm like, no, I didn't drink that much, let's go home. Let's go back to Wayway. Can you drive? I'm like, yeah, I'll drive. But so when I got in the car and we started driving, my gas light showed full. So I'm like, oh man, we're good. So we're driving. It was minus 45 below that night in Manitoba. It was freezing. And you guys know from Manitoba, there's a lot of roads with no trees and all the snow blows over. So we started driving home on that exact road and ran out of gas. We ran out of gas on that road. Pull off to the side. My car is already freezing. People are like, our feet are frozen. Like we're wearing no socks, just wearing nice like dress shoes. We're like, oh my God, we passed the house just back not that far. Let's jump out and just run there and just ask for help. Got out, ran to the house through snow, ran to the house, knocked on the door, and the door opened up. And it was an abandoned house. We started freaking out. We're like, oh my God, because we're already frozen at this point. Jump in the house. There was a little old couch there. My buddy was a smoker. He pulled his lighter out, lit the couch on fire, and we took our shoes on, put our feet and hands there, and a vehicle drove by. Thank God, I don't know whoever sent that vehicle, it drove by and all of us ran out, and 2 of the guys ran out with no shoes on. That's how in a panic we were. They ran out with no shoes on. We just ran because that car stopped in front of our car and backed up and shined its lights towards the house. And I had a hockey stick in case there was dogs. So I'm running with this hockey stick and my buddies are crying because then we just jumped in the car. But the next day, they had we had frostbite on their ankles and frostbite. It was the worst experience I've ever had. And after that moment, I was like, you know what? We got to make a life change here because we almost all just died. We have to, stop drinking and stop partying so much. Maybe that was a sign for us. because we were the biggest drinkers on the team. So I took that sign and I started focusing on hockey a little bit more. And when I turned 19, I got traded to OCN Blizzard, 19, 20-year-old season. I got traded to OCN Blizzard. And in the summertime, though, I tried staying sober. I ended up going back to Brandon with friends, going to work on Brandon, and didn't stay sober that long. I actually started drinking again because a new group of players were there. They loved going to the bars. We were bar age. Went to the bars and partied all the time. And when I was 19, or when I got traded to OCN, I went to OCN and hoping for a different outcome, like a different lifestyle for me. So when I got to OCN, man, they were getting paid double the amount of money. I got there and it was the exact same thing. It was crazy. I never experienced anything like that, where I just left one environment just to join another environment of the exact same thing. And I found myself drinking, partying, trying to fit in, right? You're a new player trying to fit in. And there was another big course of change that happened when I was in OCN. What happened was my dad phones me one night. It was the season, I think it was January. It was February. I got a phone call from my dad. And it's like, hey, and I was so hungover. I was like, hey, Dad, it was in the morning. It's like, Harland, you got to come home. Grandma's in the hospital. And I was like, oh my God, like, yeah, I'm coming right now. So I dropped everything, drove to Prince Albert, got to the hospital and seen my grandma. And it was the first time seeing her in probably 2 years. Like, that's so long I haven't seen her. And she was talking, how come you don't come home anymore? You know, how come you don't go hunting for me anymore? And we're just laughing. She was joking, like talking about bingo, and she won bingo the other day, last week. Just kind of, stuff I missed about my grandma. Talking about, yeah, I'm gonna come, when we go, come to the reserve, we'll make you some bannock before you leave. I'm like, yeah, I'll take some bannock home with you. So I was there with her. I was there for a couple hours, and I fed her some food, got to talk to her, had a really good conversation with her, and then I went to my sister's house. And then that night, my dad calls me at, I think it was like 1 in the morning. He's like, you got to come to the hospital. Grandma's heartbeat's going. I'm like, what? I was just with her. She was sitting up. We were just talking. Rushed to the hospital. Didn't get to say goodbye to her. The last time I seen her was that day. So it changed my life again, because I didn't see my grandma, and I went home, cried, of course, right? Buried her, and then just sat at my dad's house, and I was just thinking, all these years I spent drinking, partying, not paying attention to my elders, my grandparents, not even calling them, not even going home, nothing like that. And for what? What was it all worth? I was like, you know what? Like, when I was talking to her, she was talking about education. These elders and grandparents, they push education. They push. My grandma used to always say, get educated. You're gonna laugh your way to the bank. She'd always say that quote. So whenever I think about that, what I'm doing, and she was right. Being an entrepreneur, starting a business, clothing brand, just working in general. So when I got home that night, I had a big revelation. I'm gonna do it for my grandma now. I'm gonna do it for my grandma. So I signed a contract with the Augustana Vikings hockey team in the ACAC after junior. So I was gonna play university hockey now. I got a scholarship, got all that kind of stuff. Moved to Alberta. I'm leaving home. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try to sober up because I'm in university now. Go to school, play hockey, and that's what I got. Once I got to the university, I wasn't that good in school because you take a couple of years off, right? Playing junior hockey, you take 3 years off of going to any type of education stuff. So I wasn't the smartest in school, so I went to the university, and it was a difficult struggle to get acclimated with the university and the schooling system. And I started just not doing it. I was just like, I don't even know how to write a paper. I don't know how to do algebra. Like I have no idea how to do anything. And I was too scared to ask anybody, because at that time too, same thing as in junior, people were saying, oh, Harland, they did a poster on PAGC in Prince Albert and Sturgeon Lake. It was like Harland Kingfisher, signs with the ACAC, Augustana Vikings. So again, I'm put in this pedestal, and I was out there at school, and I'm thinking, like, I'm failing everything. I don't even know who to contact, I'm scared. Almost started crying, but instead of doing that, I met some people, and instead of crying, I just drank all my problems away again. Getting involved with drugs and just trying to limit that pain that I was feeling of, I couldn't reach out to anybody. My grandparents were not there. And my dad was, I couldn't call my dad. I was too ashamed. I couldn't call chief and council. I couldn't call the people that funded me to go there. I was too scared to do anything. So I started just internally just making myself fail and feel bad again, and taking a bottle and drinking. And I failed almost all my classes my first semester in university, and I didn't know what to do. And you know, my second semester came up, and then what really kind of went downhill was they said, well, you can't play hockey anymore. You know, you're gonna have to wait till next year. Your grades are too bad. You didn't pass anything, and yeah, you're done. So it's like, man, I didn't know how to handle that. I didn't know how to handle that situation. So I turned to drinking, and I was at a point in my life right there when I was 22. I was at a point in my life where, I don't know if you guys know, like the money marts, the cash monies, all the loan places, I was in debt with all of them. And the one thing that changed, like the one thing that was like, wow, like really messed me up is I used to have a rent-to-own bedroom set from one of those places you can just rent. They literally came to my house and repoed it. So I had like no bed, no nothing, not anything. So I woke up, I was sleeping with a blanket in the bedroom, and I was just like, I remember sitting there on the floor in the night, and I was just like, just crying, because like I just don't know what to do. They had no idea what to do. I didn't have money to drink anymore. It's a situation I was at. Didn't want to call home. Meanwhile, nobody knew about that. Nobody knew about any of that stuff happening. My parents, my aunts, my uncles, you know, leadership from my community. I held it all in. So when I talk these talks, I'm hoping, like, you know, some of these youth and hockey players, that's what I preach that stuff now when I talk to hockey players. Like, it's okay to open up. We have so many more programs right now that you can reach out to and, you know, get direction and stuff like that. So unlike me, and like, you know, that's why I tell my story. And it wasn't there for me. I just struggled, and I got to a point where, yeah, I wasn't know if I was thinking about suicide, but I just didn't want to live anymore. I didn't think I would do that kind of stuff. So I was at that point in my life, and then one weekend, we had some friends come down, and my wife ended up coming down and meeting her for the first time. And we met her, we fell in love, and you know, it happened so quick that when I met her, she's non-Indigenous, she's Italian, but she didn't. She made me realize like there was more life than drinking, more life than hockey, and more life than all this stuff. So I was like, you know what, you're right. I got to go to school. I got to try to do something, and ended up having my first son. He's 16 years old now. So we've been married for 17 years, and been together 18 years. So right away, it happened quick. You know, had my son, we got married. But having my son, that's what changed my life. That's what changed everything. I didn't want to drink in front of him. I didn't want to do any of that kind of stuff. So I made sure he played hockey, and I didn't want my story to affect his life. But I wanted to, you know, as a parent, as a dad, to make sure that, you know, that intergenerational trauma didn't continue with me. So that was my biggest thing, right? So growing up, and that's what kind of changed my whole life. That changed my whole entire life of having kids. And right when I had a kid, I was like, you know what? I got to go to school. I don't know if my dad was talking or, you know, my grandma coming through. But I applied for power engineering in Portage College out in Alberta. Made it in there, passed, got everything done. Became a power engineer. I've been doing it for like 14 years now, 15 years. I've been doing that. It's a very successful career for me, and I love doing it. But like talking about that again, like residential school and what we're all wearing orange for, it's something that I dealt with, and people always say like intergenerational trauma. What is it? And if you don't understand, like the non-Indigenous people, and they want to question what it is, but it's when it ends with you, you take a lot of pride in that, because what it is, like all this trauma. All of us have it in our DNA, which is crazy. That all of us, we're tied to it somehow within being Indigenous, and that in our DNA, what's also woven is trauma, right? But what a lot of people don't realize, and they don't talk about it, is there's also resiliency in our DNA. That's why for me, when I was drinking, I could wake up the next day and just stop drinking for a couple of weeks. You know what I mean? Like I could quit cold turkey, and vice versa. I can get it right back. I can start drinking again, partying again. So that resiliency in your blood, it's there, and it's your ancestors, you know, they're fighting for you to be good and like you know, be successful and tell a story and end that trauma. So that's a big part of what I do now. Is I travel around, I talk about my story, I talk about, you know, being a hockey player, because which is really crazy. I did this girl, she was going to university, she did a paper on Indigenous hockey players. 100 of us did the essay with her, and 100% of us were the exact same story. And it's really crazy to see, and it opened up your eyes how leaving the community can affect you so much. Like, that's why we're here, and that's why people hold these events to, you know, to showcase to the youth that there is more to life than, you know, being stuck in that bubble, you know, outside that bubble. You know, I always tell people and youth and entrepreneurs and like people trying to leave the community as young people, it's like, you know, your uncles and aunties and your cookums and mushums, they can only take you to the door. They can't, you know, you can't pack your cook up on your backpack and bring her with you. You have to leave her at home. So you have to walk through that door yourself. And that's, you know, after hockey and after all that kind of happened in my clothing and went to school as a power engineer, COVID hit, right, in 2020. So when COVID hit, I noticed on social media, Facebook and Instagram, everybody was, you know, where's the hockey? We miss Indigenous hockey. We miss, you know, powwows. All this stuff's getting canceled. So that's when I was like, you know what? Right now is the time. I want to start my clothing brand, Indigenous hockey. You know, make something people that want to wear it. Make this big clothing brand. And when I first started it, I had no idea about entrepreneurship. Started a website. I knew how to do that. And I didn't even know where am I going to get my clothing from, but I had these designs, I had this idea. So I was like, you know what? I kind of found a little piece of the puzzle to start. I was like, you know what? Let's do it. I started. And so I started in November, and when I started in November, the first month of me being on there, CTV News reached out because it was so big. My very first month when I first launched it, it grew so big that it was. I remember. So I have a Shopify app, and you can like kind of scroll and all your Shopify orders come in. I had a $14,000 day. The next day, $10,000 day. Like the next day, $8,000. I'm like, oh my! Like it was just blowing up like crazy. CTV News picked it up, APTN, you know, every single news article was wanted to do an interview. I did all of them. Within the first 3 or 4 months, I was at like $100,000, $200,000, like almost at $200,000 in sales. And I didn't know what to do. I was like, you know what, like I gotta do something. So right away, I was like, I gotta give back. I gotta give back to the Indigenous youth, Indigenous community. So that's what I did. I created a program for, you know, helping Indigenous hockey players with registration fees, because that's expensive, hockey equipment, and I created a college scholarship fund. And so I started doing all that kind of stuff for our youth. And then I didn't realize when you do that kind of stuff, the publicity you would get and the people would just want to support more. So when I started seeing that, I started trying to just help people more and just like give back. And so it's a big part of my clothing brand right now is, you know, I'm trying to give back to the community. And because I know how hard it was. I grew up with pawn shop elbow pads. I grew up with pawn shop pants my dad bought. You know, I grew up with all the being laughed at on the ice, being laughed at in the dressing room from my own teammates of the stuff I was wearing. So I try to help that and try to limit that now with my clothing brand. And the success of my clothing brand, it opened up my eyes to just Indigenous people in general, like how many ideas we have, how many people, because once you make it to the top of the Indigenous business world, you meet other Indigenous people up there. And I met with like Mallory Youngway. I saw her Indigenous box here. I saw Amy Jackson. She was an entrepreneur with a business. So you start meeting people and you start shaking hands with some important people. And we realized we all have the same goal. We all want youth to succeed. We all want youth to take that step. You know, don't be afraid. And all my platforms, I would say, you know, even now on TikTok, I get messages from youth that are playing hockey, being like, "Hey, my dad." I just got a message there a couple of weeks ago. My dad passed away. I try out for a hockey team next week. Do you have any advice? So these are these young people are, you know, brave enough. 3 o'clock in the morning, messaging me, and I'm trying to. That's where I'm going next. I want to try and inspire more youth, inspire more entrepreneurs, inspire people. Just not even youth, like people that want to start their business. That's the next step. There's so much room for Indigenous businesses right now. It's crazy. And the way the society, the way things are happening. Look at CFL. They just launched 6 or 8 Indigenous designs. Like everybody wants to be a part of the Indigenous movement right now, which is awesome for us. There's just not enough Indigenous people, entrepreneurs, businesses out there to fulfill all that need. So I always say, you know, if you have an idea, if you have any type of like anything, just Indigenous is where it's at right now. And when I do my talks, I like to, because I'm going to be ending right away, I like to leave you guys with one story that, one quick little story that when I heard it for the first time, it just caught my attention. And whenever I see an eagle now, I'm just like, like, so I'll tell you a quick little story. So the eagles, you know, guys, like eagles can fly, I think they can fly like 30, 40,000 feet in the air, right? And if you ever watch videos, if you just type in videos of eagles flying, or like, and they'll see them soaring so high, but they're only alone up there, you know? The only other birds that can fly with eagles are other eagles up at that high altitude. And if you type in like on Google, like eagles or crows bugging eagos, and they'll see this crow, you'll see a lot of videos. There's crows that fly with the eagles right behind them, and they swoop down and peck at them, right? They swoop down, they bug them. They're a very big nuisance to the eagle. They always fly around them, they peck at them, and you watch the eagle, and there's, the eagles are really smart though. What the eagle will do, will start flying up, right? Once the eagle starts going up, the eagle knows that the crows can't fly with him up there. You know, the altitude, they can't reach it. The crows, when they're up there, they're flying with the eagle. They try to stay with the eagle, but soon enough they'll either turn down or they'll fly and follow the eagle up until it falls because of no oxygen, so that crow will just fall. Now the eagle's up there by himself again. So when I talk about that, my analogy to that is, you know, those crows are going to be people in your life that are going to, you know, say no, like my clothing brand. That Eversick Dangles design is not going to work. That Eversick Dangles made my clothing brand about 70 grand in my first couple of months. You know, they're going to laugh at you when you tell them your ideas. They're going to say, no, that's not going to work, you know. They're going to try and say, hey, let's go drinking. And those crows are always going to be there. They're always going to be flying around you, you know. And all I say when that happens, you know, if you find yourself flying with crows, you know, you're flying too low, all right? If that makes any sense. So thank you guys for having me. Thank you guys for inviting me here. You know, Chime Gwitch for listening. Thank you guys, eh? Oh, thank you.
I'm going to take this microphone home. It seems attached to me. Anyway, my friend, what a story. Wow. Let's give this young man a round of applause. He's an aspiring business person, and the story behind it makes so much sense to some of our young Aboriginal people in the community. As a parent of a young hockey player, I can relate to what he's talking about. I always tell my son, Tony, stay away from alcohol, stay away from drugs, get an education. Just to touch on, I met this young man downstairs and we kind of hit it off right away. So I told him my son, Tony, was playing hockey in Paris, and he goes, wow. But I didn't finish the story. I told Tony, get an education, high school. That's the only way I'm going to support you in hockey. He's in his fifth year of university. He's taken a year off to pursue his hockey dream. And you're allowed to do that, you know, and he's going to come back and finish his education. I forgot what he's taking, kinesiology. So he can apply that to health, recreation, or anything. And the story you told resonates with what our young Aboriginal people. You made the right choices, my friend. So on behalf of the community and the youth here, there's a little gift, but I always like to barter. Before you get the gifts, I'm going to ask you for your sweater. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. This is a gift from the organizing committee there, friend. You so Thank you so much. That'll be my next line of clothing. That's going to hit the market.
Thank you guys so much. Eh?
Yeah, he's got a nice... I'll take this one. Smudge the blades, guys. Another round of applause. Good job.
Okay, so quick announcement. So we're just going to get into our prize draws. So Tyler's going to do those with us up here on stage. We're just going to do all the draws for the yellow tickets. So make sure you have your yellow tickets handy and that you're in the room. If your friends aren't here, text your friends, come now. You have to be in the room to win. And then after that, we're going to continue on in the main ballroom with presentations. And then the youth are going to move into their breakout sessions. So there's two breakout sessions with the Canadian manufacturers and exporters, Futurepreneur, and there's also North Forge. I'll ask that all of the youth come back to the ballroom when your breakouts end at 4:15, because that's when we're going to do the final draw of the day for the survey white tickets. So we're going to distribute the surveys for day 2 while you're in your breakouts. Please make sure you fill them out and then go to registration and exchange your survey for the white ticket and come back to this room. And the last important announcement is for all of the youth who are getting on a bus to take part in different activities around the city tonight, please know that the buses are leaving at 5 p.m. We've ordered pizzas for all of you to take on the buses with you to your destination. And that's it from me. Now let's welcome up Tyler.
save these ones for last? It's a TV.
I think it doesn't matter, just do any order. As long as
Okay, everybody, oh, is it the yellow tickets?
Yellow ticket.
Yellow tickets. Pull out your yellow tickets. You don't get no yellow ticket, counselor. Okay, so the first draw is for a Bluetooth speaker. Yellow tickets, A20037. And I hope everybody's in here. There's a PlayStation, there's a 65-inch TV. If you're not in here, you're gonna lose it. Okay, so we're drawing again. A20012. 012. Bluetooth speaker. Where are the prizes? A20012. 012. That's 120.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. 012. You got it? Okay. Okay. And then the next is a book. The next prize is a book.
A book?
A book, yeah. Reconciling History, a Story of Canada. So who's the lucky winner of a book? A20103. Okay, next one is another book. Indigenomics. Taking a seat at the economic table. A20073. There you go. Win yourself a book. For the people who won books, we're going to put them back in for the bigger prizes. Next prize is a Coleman 4-person Sky Dome camping tent with a full fly. I don't even know how to read that. A20178. Okay, good for you. Okay, next we'll have a
Tyler, what book was the last one?
Indigenomics. Yeah, the next one is a leather backpack. That would be nice to have. Leather backpack. The winner is A20040. 040. No. Okay, so that again. A20048. 048. Oh, right on. Terry, what Terry wanted, Terry. Okay, next is a LG soundbar. Ooh. The winning ticket is A20082. 082. Who won that? 082, there's no 082, okay. That's a nice bag. Okay, so again, A20099. 099. Going once, going twice. You're now out of the draw for the big prizes. A20053. 053. Had people missing in action here. A20124. 124. Wait, is that for the prizes you won already?
He just won.
Oh, you just won? Well, you got to keep it because if you put it back in there, then both his tickets will be in there.
She said.
Okay, well, you won. We'll keep it for the next draw.
I'm going to be in a doctor's appointment.
Because then we'll have both their tickets. I'll have no chance. Okay, the next is another book, Indigenomics, Taking a Seat at the Table. We're going to drop both these books in one prize. Indigenomics, Taking a Seat at the Table, and Valley of the Birdtail, an Indian Reserve. We're going to do both books as one draw, Melanie, okay? Okay. $820-015. You want two books. There's no one here. 015. Okay, again. 820-109. 109. My goodness. This next one, I was going to say 820-027. My goodness. You go to a conference, you're supposed to sit in the conference. They're not going to win a TV now. That's too bad. 820-070. 820-070. If you're taken out of the draw for not being here, it doesn't go back in for the big prizes. This is not fair. 820-149. Ooh, got a lot of people napping or just at Polo Park, I guess. 820-157. Oh, okay, there we go. Someone's really attending that conference. That's what I like to see. He goes back in for the big TV. The book's over there. Okay. Now, the next prize is for a PlayStation 5. Everybody who wasn't in here has no chance of getting it. What's that?
Call 106.
Now, if I call 106, it's going to look like I'm cheating. 820-023. 023. Oh. Jeez. Making me look like a bad guy here. 820-147. 147. My goodness. 820-153. 153. Oh, here we go. PlayStation 5. There you go. Somebody was being on the ball at the conference. Okay, so next we have a...
Who's the winner?
Who is the winner? Right here, we have the winning ticket. Wins a PlayStation 5 and give her both those books. Yeah, both books. Okay. Okay, and then next, the three biggest, the three main prizes. A 4K 488 megapixel digital camera. The winning ticket is 820-174. 174. Oh, here we go. What's your name? Drake Halcrow. See, even I know people from Pimichigamak. Okay, next 820-051. 051, that's for our Beats Solo wireless headphones. I forgot to announce that. Beats headphones. 820-051. 051? Okay, over there. Okay, and then this is, what do we have here now? A bench rounded top backpack. Okay. Yeah, it's Drake Cromartie. It's Brian and Angela Cromartie's son. My cousin. Okay. Oh no, this is the grand prize here. Hisense 65-inch 4K UHD LED TV and 2 books. We're gonna do it all in one prize. The 2 books and the TV. 820069. .069. Oh, that'd be terrible to not be paying attention and lose that, eh? 069 is not here? Going once, going twice. No chance. Okay. 820156. Oh, 65-inch TV. And 2 books. That's what happens when you pay attention and stay in a conference. Okay, now what? That's all she wrote. Now we're going into breakout sessions. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you, Councillor Apatagan, for joining us for a day and 2/3. Well, thank you for the presentation from Harland. Now we're going to be for sharing your story with us and the positive. Can we do that after?
Can we do that later?
Do that later, yeah. I don't want to interrupt everything. Youth attendees will now depart into afternoon breakout sessions. This afternoon, youth attendees will be participating in immersive workshops with Futurepreneur, North Forge, and the Canadian manufacturers and exporters of Manitoba. Our next main stage speaker is Alicia Murphy from the Navajo Nation. Alicia Murphy is an economist from the Navajo Nation and is part of the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. Marking the tribe's inaugural position as a, I don't want to mispronounce that, economist. With over a decade of experience in tribal economic development research, she brings a wealth of expertise to her role. Alicia holds a master's degree in social work from the Washington State University in St. Louis, Missouri, and a master's in economics degree from the New Mexico State University, where she is currently pursuing her doctorate of economic development with a focus on Navajo entrepreneurship and economic development. She participates in graduation in fall 2024. All right. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. How much time did I have? 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. She'e Alicia Murphy nishiakia ani nishle khanagahni bashichin tohoglini dashache tsai skini dashanale. The way we introduce ourselves is in 4 clans. My first clan comes from my mother. It's the Towering House clan. You can go to the next slide. Is this it? Okay. Yes, my first clan comes from my mother. It's the Towering House people. It's Kia'ani. Hanagahni is the one who walks around. My maternal grandfather is the 3rd clan, and that's Tohoglini. And then my 4th clan comes from my paternal grandfather's side, which is Sayaskini, the Sagebrush Hill clan. I originally come from Crown Point, New Mexico, which is a very small town in New Mexico on the eastern side of the Navajo Nation. And I think the population in that community is about 2,000 people. But as you might know, the Navajo Nation is a very large reservation by land base and by population. So being in a small town from Crown Point and from the Navajo Nation is not so rare, but I'll be speaking a lot about my background, but also a lot about how I have approached my current position as the economist with the tribe. Our tribe has never had an economist before, so I'm the first. So I'm the first one there. And it hasn't sunk in yet, even though I've been working there for almost 3 years. In ways, it does approach itself to suggest there's no precedent. I'm actually setting that up now, and that's weird, but I get to do that, and I think it's very fun because it's also very nerdy. So the Navajo Nation is located in the three states in the United States: New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. And the way we break up our agency, this is just for context because I'm going to be speaking about my hometown or my community. So our community, the reservation, is broken up into agencies so we can have our representation from either elected officials or how we communicate to the states or the federal governments. We break up our communities and agencies, and I'm from the eastern side, which is on the your far right. And yeah, most of the communities are in Arizona, and there's even a difference between conversations and approaches to economic development from Arizona and New Mexico. So anyway, that's the thing. But yeah, that's where I'm from, and I never thought I'd be talking in Canada about Crown Point, New Mexico. So that's really cool. I'm very appreciative to have been invited to speak. Especially on something I feel so passionate about, celebrating entrepreneurship, building our communities, and from what I've come to do is by policy support, by changing and shaking up the systems that we're in at the tribal government level to make sure that our entrepreneurs are always at the forefront of these plans and these initiatives. And I get to see it firsthand when our entrepreneurs get to experience a policy that helped, a policy that made it easier, and it should be. And that's my approach to my work as an economist, is first learning from our communities, turning that into some sort of measurable data, measurable indicator, taking that to our policymakers and our attorneys to write these policies that help our communities in boosting entrepreneurship. So a little bit about our government makeup. Again, just for context, I'm not going to quiz you later. I'm just kidding. Our government is a 3-branch government. We have elected officials. We have a president. They serve 4-year terms. Our legislative branch is made up of 24 elected delegates, and these delegates come from all different communities around the nation. And we have a judicial branch, and I, as my Division of Economic Development, we work in the executive branch. So we work directly with the president and the vice president to implement these policies, to also work on the ground with our entrepreneurs, our small businesses, and enterprises on the nation. The scope of these spaces span from our weavers, the rug weavers, or all the way to enterprises serving for renewable energies or even railroad tracks, manufacturing, stuff like that. So we have a wide range of businesses and opportunity on the nation, and we always welcome the innovative and creative minds that we have in our people. And it's a strength in my eyes, in our eyes at the Division of Economic Development too, is because the community are making those changes happen out of a place of their expertise. They are in the communities working with their people, working for their people, so those are who drives the initiatives in our communities. Like I've said, the Navajo Nation land base is about 27,000 square miles, roughly the size of West Virginia. And our population just increased following some initiatives that we've taken up in getting people to register, people to go to their local community, local governments to make sure that they are enrolled tribal members. So right now we have I think it's over 415,000 registered tribal members at this point. So we have a diverse community. We have a diverse community of entrepreneurs and small businesses. And I think it's only going to continue to grow because more of that conversation is coming to light. It's coming out from of all ages, the young ones all the way to our elders who are starting to take the identity of being an entrepreneur into their own being, into starting to own that identity themselves. And I feel like since my experience working with the tribe, it's come to a impasse or like an intersection where we can continue to match those policies. And it sounds very governmenty, but that's that's my experience with my tribe. But matching those policies and how we can change them to tailor them to the needs of our communities on the New Mexico side, the Arizona side, and the Utah side. So again, I was a full-time student back in 2021. I was working on my doctorate degree in economic development, and poof, there was a social media post that our tribe was going to be hiring an economist. And I was happy where I was. I was happy in my program at New Mexico State, and didn't think I was going to work for my tribe so quickly, but I just tried it. I just submitted an application. The job description lists every type of analyses that you can think of, and I think it was actually written for a team, but that was the job description they put down. I was selected, and within 2-3 months, I was moving back home to my parents' house. Just like a lot of reservations around the world, I'm hearing that housing is very difficult to come by. So I made that sacrifice. I think it was a sacrifice, and I love my parents, but it was a sacrifice to live independently at school, but then go back home because this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to work with my communities, and this opportunity presented itself, and I just went for it. My first year working with the tribe, I realized that the position that was created for an economist, which they've never had before, our communities weren't ready for. Our communities technically, and also nerd in your brain, and how you do this analytical, critical thinking, applying it to idea into fruition of implementing these analyses across the board. Our communities weren't ready for that, and that was like hitting a wall, because I essentially recognize that I'm coming from an academic background, studying anything but tribal economics, and I'm taking that to my community. So it had to completely reverse that mindset, and I loved it. It was hard, it was difficult, but it was amazing because that's how it should be. It then made me realize that our academic system, where I went through school, did not include tribal communities at all. My own state, my own degree programs didn't include tribal community conversations, and that just made me mad. So if they're not going to do it, I'm going to do it. So even now, through my doctorate degree program, I'm continuing to push and force our professors, who should know it all, and they act like it. They should be inviting and welcoming to talk about economic development from an Indigenous perspective, especially from a state that has 22 recognized tribal communities, or tribal tribes, villages, and pueblos. Arizona has 22, New Mexico has, I think, 21, and we are still struggling to be heard. We're still struggling to bring those conversations to our own classrooms, even at the college level, and that's saying a lot. So coming to my deciding to work for my tribe, I was not prepared for the immediate politics with our tribes. I'm still surprised at how much I have to deal with in terms of the politicking, the sales pitches that come to me that are coming from an outside entity wanting to work on the nation, possibly to take advantage of our people, possibly to take what resources we do have, and that's not very much, to take advantage of that and benefit on the outside of the nation. So that was an overwhelming thing that happened almost immediately when I joined our tribal community. Again, I'm still just a little res kid from Crown Point, 2,000 population. There's only like 2 grocery stores there. A lot of our families still live on dirt roads, don't have access to running water. That's where I came from, and here I'm being bombarded by sales pitches from these millionaires that live in like England or something, and they want to work on Navajo. So it really had to gauge where my values lie in this job. And one thing I don't know if I put it on a slide, but I come from a family of entrepreneurs. They don't call themselves that. Again, the modesty, the not accepting that identity, or that word is even foreign, right? That word entrepreneur is a foreign word. How does it really mean? What does it really mean for an Indigenous community, especially my family? So that was always there. That kind of set the foundation of my values coming into this position as an economist with the tribe. And then moving forward in the work, learning about our government system. Like I said, we have a 3-branch government system. I had to learn what's going on. Who's doing what? Why are they saying that? When are the meetings? And that's our picture of our tribal council chambers. I watch this now for fun because it's intriguing. It's very weird to see these people talk about. Not weird. I don't want to say weird. It's a very awesome thing to hear our council talk about, like AI, but in Navajo. How are we moving forward in these conversations? And then they're using their language. That's just so awesome. So just yesterday, there was a legislation passed to increase taxes on tobacco and nicotine products. That taxation for Navajo Nation has not been touched for like 20-something years, so they changed it last night. And I was watching that for fun. It's so different how my mind's working now. But that's the interaction I'm observing and learning from. I never thought I would be doing that. But always, every single discussion, every single movement in our legislative system, how our communities and our representatives, like our elected president, vice president, how are they taking these conversations about our hometown, about our entrepreneurs and small businesses, to like Washington, D.C.? I want to know that too. I don't know. I just do it. So the SBA's reported that small businesses in the United States, contribute a significant amount to the economy, right? Presidents past a couple of years ago have always said that the small business sector is the backbone of the United States. I think that's very true, and I also think that we could apply that same spotlight and focus to our Indigenous communities. On Navajo, the land mass is a vast mix between, we interact with broader towns, and then there's just like 3 hours of driving where there's nothing, and then another small community with some schools. So there's a lot of effort that has to be put in from our entrepreneurs to learn how to transport products, to hire people, and understanding that housing is still something that's very much lacking on the nation. Internet connectivity is very difficult and spotty. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's really good, and sometimes there's just nothing. And a lot of our communities experience this. So when I'm thinking about entrepreneurship and small business support for the Navajo Nation and for the division that I work with, I always remember this statistic for our communities, that to me, if my grandma reads that, I want her to understand where we're coming from. I always want my communities who maybe English is not their first language, Navajo is not, I don't speak Navajo, so how can I communicate to that population and that very important group of our knowledge keepers? How are we communicating the importance of making sure we continue to highlight small businesses on Navajo Nation or on tribal communities? So that's also something that I carry with me every single day. I think that's what makes my work such a puzzle. and a challenge, and it's not just for myself, it's for the communities that I come from. So one of the things that makes me think about how we talk to our communities is making sure that these analyses are applicable, making sure that these analyses are reports that we do from our office, from the government side to maybe even the students that do a project for their campus, on their campus. How are we communicating that to our people to make it helpful? I don't just want a report just sitting there and I checked a box that I did it. I want that report to be helpful for Crown Point, for Window Rock, for Shiprock, for Navajo Mountain. Those communities are big. Some of them are big and busy. Other ones are very, very rural where there's no electricity and running water. How is my report or my stuff that I do, how is it going to be helpful? So I dabble a lot with a community that's focusing on data sovereignty and governance. And I think in the last 2-ish years that I've been working with my own tribal government, the paradigm shift in brain and perspective and how in our consciousness and what's possible to address the issues of our tribal communities the most accurate that we can. We have federal agencies, state agencies, we have nonprofit organizations or other kinds of organizations that come onto the nation and do all kinds of studies. How do we benefit from that? So I take that conversation and that uncomfortable question to our government. I want to make sure that who we collaborate with, where we set up that policy, that law, the Navajo law, that our data is protected. So I'm working in that as well. And I think it's happening. I think a lot of our council delegates, the people who have control over policy, people who have control where budget is allocated, I think they're starting to realize that. And a couple of days ago, our legislators on the Navajo Nation Council were discussing how much money the Navajo Nation Fair gets. And how does that one-time annual event impact our economy? And nobody had an answer. It's like, well, pick me, I want to find out. But you also have to invest in that. These reports aren't going to take 1 month or 2 months. These reports are a time and human capacity investment that they're not used to. So I bring these, it sounds crazy now, but I bring these conversations and questions to our leadership, and I have to still defend myself. I have to still defend this new idea that we can't just contract it out and it's going to come back and poof, it's magic. If that's the way people have been doing it for the last 10 years, why haven't we been able to improve our legislation? Why haven't we been able to improve our economic development initiatives if those reports are just sitting on the desk? It's because we're not including our language, we're not including our people, we're not including their stories in these types of work. Well, I don't know, I don't see it, but that's what I think. I can't see my slides, but the word art there is from a project I did last year. It's a 12-month project where I had the difficult conversation to include community input workshops. And I say it's difficult because we wanted a large group, probably the size of this room, but to get a room like this on Navajo or from our government system, we had to justify budget. We had to justify a day in the week where it doesn't collide with any other meetings. We had to approve travel for tribal employees who we wanted to invite. We had to get all of these things lined up, and it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. And then how do you get people to come? If we're going to invite, yes, we're going to invite tribal employees, we're going to invite our communities and entrepreneurs, but how are you going to get the public to come? We have to have food. So that's another thing we had to budget for, right? So it wasn't easy to get workshops set up like this to include community input. So I'm extremely proud that we got this. So the question we asked was, what is economic development on Navajo Nation? What does it mean to you? And these are responses from our communities. The big letters are like growth, money, wealth, prosperity. And these are terms that are not necessarily like directly translated into English, Navajo, But we asked one of our delegates who has a really strong background in teaching the Navajo language. He translated these terms for us. So we're going to start using these words in all of our reports. That's my hope. And using the language to be inclusive rather than we're just telling you the story about you. Well, when you're reading it, it should be that you're involved in these reports. And I hope that I hope that from my work we can continue to do that moving forward. And I think that's how we connect, our tribal government work to our community's real impact. And then, so moving all of those perspectives and experience and arguments and frustration in the job that I do for my tribe, and I even the frustrations and the doubt or the imposter syndrome, I'm loving all of that right now. And some days I need to take a break, like yesterday I took a complete break, but also coming back and understanding that was a lesson, those difficult conversations, that comfortable vibe you're getting from the power struggle that our politicians have. It's all a lesson, and I'm loving all of it. So going forward in supporting our entrepreneurs and seeing the impact they make in their community, whether the community is in Windrock. Windrock is like the capital of the Navajo Nation, so it's very central, and it has the government offices, the president's there. Outside of that kind of community, outside of Windrock, how are our businesses impacting their community that has like 50 people? Their community that only has elders, their community that has nothing but dirt roads. So with that, we had always included partnerships, collaboration. Change Labs is where I started. It's a incubator program, nonprofit, and they were established, I think, in 2013 or 14. Amazing group of people an Indigenous women started nonprofit. Their goal is to work with entrepreneurs from idea to launching their business. And in all of those steps from A to B, they've learned how to navigate the tribal bureaucracy, the state and federal bureaucracy that comes with living on reservation land and being a minority in that state, whether that's Arizona or New Mexico or Utah. And also navigating all of those things and addressing the access to capital that I think it's very common that a lot of Indigenous communities have a lack of access to capital. So Change Labs started all of this work years ago before I even knew what I was doing with my life. I was just in school. So they offered me an internship, and I just sat for three weeks, part one, and then like 6 weeks, part two, something like that, and just watched them work, listened to them. They had spent years sitting with their communities, sitting with various communities across the Navajo Nation. What is the hurdle, and how can we address it? And I was just listening, and that was the start of my career, the start of my approach for this work that I do currently. And the other circle picture is the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. We're an office that handles business site leasing, real estate, buying your land, converting it to fee land, or withdrawing it from somewhere. I still don't understand it. It's a lot because we're on trust land. The land is owned by the federal government. The Navajo Nation can do stuff on it, but we don't own the rights to the land until we do a bunch of other legal things. So it's hard to get space, real estate. It's hard to get things in the ground like water line. So our office, several of our staff members have worked years dedicating their time and effort to navigate that whole process, making it easier. I think the whole staff in our division is extremely dedicated, very smart. they've also were the ones, their comments were included in our work to get the community input. So that's us. And then between the Division of Economic Development and Change Labs, we started working on a new loan program called the Navajo Small Business Credit Initiative. And just like I mentioned before, access to capital is very, very difficult on reservation land. So we designed a program with that in mind. A lot of financial entities, not say a lot, like the only one other financial entity that might have come into the Navajo Nation to provide loans, non-Navajo, non-Native, probably some white person, not understanding what an Indigenous community is like. And of course that program failed. It didn't stay around long enough. But this program that we started with collaboration between the two organizations took all of those stories and put them on paper while we were writing the policy, like line by line. We always remembered all of that experience that Change Lab has, my experience from this nerdy academic side, and of course our staff members coming in, giving us like, hey, that didn't work, we've done that before, let's change it up, here's how we should put this in Word. And I'm talking, our attorneys are involved, the U.S. Department of the Treasury is involved, our division, and other organizations inside of our tribal government had to be at the table to include policy and process and procedures that would make access to capital easier and real and sustainable, not just a blanket or a Band-Aid fix for the next 2 years, but a program that's going to help you access the money, but keep that money going for the long term and benefiting your business. So I'm really happy about this collaboration and what we get to do, because just like Change Lab started, and just how I'm always remembering my family of entrepreneurs, that's how we got these programs going. And it's an $89 million loan program we get to deploy in the next 10 years. And I think it's going to change the narrative of entrepreneurship on the nation. Where I grew up, credit and banking and loans were bad words. They were scary words. I mean, my parents did everything, loved my parents, but I think they didn't have access to the financial literacy training, language, vocabulary. They weren't introduced to financing in a positive way. It was always to save their car or pay rent that day, let alone support your business for the next year. So I think this loan program is going to do good things in changing that narrative for the next generation of people who have so many ideas, creative, innovative minds that we have in our own people. Okay, so I just want to show that a lot of our entrepreneurs and small business owners, I mean, that's why we're all here. That's why I get to do what I do. It's a lot of the messages that we received this morning from our keynote speakers and guest speakers is that we're here to support and encourage our communities who are doing the work in our communities, whether that's making art, selling it, doing some fashion and clothing stuff, or providing tourism around our communities that we're so proud of. That's why I get to do what I get to do. And some of these programs and some of these pictures I'll show are entrepreneurs who navigated those terrible, ugly pieces of the bureaucracy to get to do this. So our work with building a community, an ecosystem that supports our entrepreneurs, first has to start with our entrepreneurs at the table. And I think having these conversations around, I mean, especially, but I'm the first economist in our tribe. Like I don't think I was put in this position, or I was even raised by my family to do what other people have done. Like, oh, we contracted an economist a couple of years ago and he did this. And I'm like, no, that's not why I was hired. That's information from the federal agencies and states that we get to use for free, right? But where is our community's voices on those websites, on that database? And I'm not going to divert from that because it wouldn't be me. It wouldn't be how I can help our entrepreneurs. The guy on the right, your right, he owns a tourism company around Page, Arizona, or kind of like around Grand Canyon. And he found capital, or got capital with some of our help from our Change Labs and Division of Economic Development to then go take a pilot's course. And now he has his own plane to fly people over the Grand Canyon. And he's the first Navajo pilot with a private plane. Here's an event we do kind of a lot actually. This is our Navajo Nation Museum. The museum provides vending space for our artists and small businesses to sell. And they know the hours. They know when all the tribal employees are going to be taking leave or going on lunch. So it gets very busy. I went when there was nobody there. So, and here's my grandfather's vending table at the Santa Fe Indian Market. Thousands of artists go to Santa Fe and show their art, sell their art. My grandfather's been doing this since I could remember as a kid. Some days they had to hitchhike, and other days they had to, we would help them. So he still does this to this day. So that's what I mean. My family are made up of entrepreneurs. Some of the photos from Change Labs, we have farmers who own and sell, or who sell their produce. And we're trying, a lot of our groups like Change Labs trying to get into agricultural business and teaching and training those business practices for our communities. This is Any Home. This is a repurposed mining plant on the Nation. They've repurposed it to make and build modular homes at very low cost. And it's a really new initiative. And more pictures from our entrepreneurs that I was talking to Carolan earlier, like, you have no idea how powerful it is to see somebody who looks like you, who talks like you, be on stage and talk about something like this, or to talk about your idea, your research, your passion. And that just inspired me. That's why I'm here. But I hope that, at my work, I continue to just do what I do and ask the questions and be assertive in making sure that our communities are still involved in these policy changes, both at the tribal level and the federal level. And I'm going to continue to work on those things. I can't read it and don't remember what I typed, but I'm excited to be invited here to see and hear about the pitch, the business pitches and the winners. And if I can say anything, is just that we, and this space that's been created from this conference it's so important. It might not be immediate now like it was for me, but my first conference I still think about to this day. And this is, I don't know, I was like 18 or 19 years old, my first time flying on a plane. I still think about that conference because I saw somebody that talked about math, that talked about a chart and told stories about our Indigenous communities. So I'm thankful to be here and thankful to be part of it. I'm also happy to go home, but I've enjoyed my stay here in Canada with the First Nations groups of Indigenomics She, and of course here at Norway House. So thank you so much for this time. I hope I was helpful or at least funny, but thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Alicia, for sharing all of your insights and experience with us, and for giving us one of the biggest gifts we can receive, which is your time. I know you've been away from home for a little while, and so thank you for coming all this way to share with us. We really appreciate it. And yeah, in your presentation, there was so much to think about there, and it gives us a lot to to ponder about what might be the similarities between the goals that you've presented to us and that of Norway House Cree Nation's economic development goals. So continuing in that spirit, we are going to now receive a presentation from Joel Jackson and Matt Single, and they're going to be talking about Norway House Cree Nation's 820 Taylor purchase. And so we really want to welcome those gentlemen to the stage for our next presentation, which is Driving Urban Economic Growth. So Joel and Matt, if you could please join us up here. Big round, everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joel Jackson, and I'm a project manager with Norway House Cree Nation.
And my name is Matthew Single. I'm a finance manager with Norway House Cree Nation as well.
How does this work? There we go. Perfect. Okay, to give you guys an overview of what we're going to be discussing today, we're going to be discussing why and when the purchase of the building occurred. We're going to talk about what's been done to 820 Taylor since it was purchased. We're going to talk about who is currently occupying the building and the plans for the building renovations. We're going to show you guys some drawings of what's going on at 820 Taylor. And then we're going to talk about the economic impact of the building ownership. There we go. Okay, so when and what was the driver behind the purchase of 820 Taylor? The details behind the purchase. So December 1st of 2023, Norway House Cree Nation purchased the building at 820 Taylor. The primary reason was as an economic development driver for the band and for a medical services center with priority for Norway House Cree Nation band members to use medical services at the building. Another reason was for an opportunity to keep real estate cash flow internal to Norway House Cree Nation. Okay, so an overview of the building. The building is an approximately 200,000 square foot office building that was constructed back in 1957 with additions completed until 1966. The building is a concrete structure with a very, very inefficient window system and along the east and north walls. It's called a curtain wall system. There's modernized elevator equipment. So Manitoba Hydro upgraded the elevators before Norway House purchased the building. And the mechanical and electrical componentry are original to the building's construction in 1966. So they're all out of date and needed to be replaced. There we go. Okay, so the improvements that Norway House is doing to the building. There's going to be a full mechanical system replacement within the building. There's going to be electrical revisions to the building, so all the distribution within the building is going to be removed and replaced with all new electrical and electrical distribution. There's going to be new security and camera systems. All the windows of the building are going to be replaced. There's going to be code compliancy improvements. Parking lot improvements, and building exterior improvements. So some of the amenities planned within the building as part of the renovation. There's going to be a gym on site for tenants' use, so the office tenants. There's going to be a conference center, which is a 5,500 square foot conference center for events such as this, that instead of Norway House renting out a facility such as this, they would use their own facility available within 820 Taylor. There's going to be a cafeteria. there's going to be a daycare, coffee bar, as well as medical, dental, and pharmacy for band members of Norway House to use at their own leisure. Some of the additional features within the building are going to be a smart building entry system for visitors after hours, all new heating and electrical system, energy efficient windows, and newly upgraded elevators, of course. So to review the building drawings, this is the basement level, and within the basement there's going to be a 7,000 square foot daycare that can host 84 children and infants. So that will be for priority allocations of the office tenants within the building, and then if band members are working in Winnipeg and they need to have their children in daycare, they can use this daycare as well. There's also a cafeteria and then leasable office space in the basement. Going up to the first floor, there's a planned 5,500 square foot conference area that is on the west side of the first floor with available breakout rooms for the tenants to use at their own leisure. Moving on to the east side of the first floor, on the right side of the drawing there is a medical, dental, and pharmacy area that is going to be operated by Norway House. In addition to the conference area, the medical, dental, and pharmacy, there's also office space available for lease on the south side of the main floor. Going up to the second floor, there's a school division that has expressed interest in leasing the space. So that would be 100% office space on the second floor. On the third floor, Norway House Cree Nation is going to be relocating their sub-office to 820 Taylor. And so this offers them an opportunity to renovate the space to their own needs and increase the size of their sub-office. In addition to Norway House, Jordan's Principal has a sub-office within Winnipeg that is currently operating out of the south wing of 820 Taylor in a temporary space. So once we're done renovation of the north side of the building, Jordan's Principal will be relocating to their permanent space within the north side of the building. And that size is around 12,000 square feet. In addition to those two spaces, there's also leasable office space available on the third floor as well. Up to the fourth floor, KSMA, which is Norway House Child and Family Services, is going to be leasing the whole fourth floor of the building. So it's 36,000 square feet of space that Norway House Child and Family Services is going to be leasing. So one of the important drivers behind the redevelopment of the building was the naming of the building and creating a name that wasn't known as just the old Hydro building. And so a goal was to rebrand the building and create a name that was a driver behind Norway House Cree Nation and a sub-brand behind Norway House Cree Nation. So the chief had explored some different options for naming of the building, and it was determined that we would use Norway House Cree Nation Embassy. And so we gave the name to our graphic designers, and they did a graphic design for Norway House Cree Nation along with a logo for the building. And so this is the logo that was developed. And so all the architectural is a spin-off of this logo. So the logo and the brand standards were given to the architect, and this is the design that the architect has come up with that we will be utilizing through the renovation and in the replacement of all the windows. So this design is going to be incorporated in the new building. It's very exciting. Another issue that we were dealing with on the building is that the front entrance canopy was very, very small, and it was out of code and needed to be replaced. And so we wanted to recreate that front entrance addition and do something that fit the scale of the building. So we're going to be doing a 2,500 square foot addition to the front entrance of the building that acts as a ramp to go up from the main grade to the first level of the building. Here's another view of the front of the building. And then within the front entrance, there was initially a grant that was available for use of mass timber construction. And so in attempts to secure funding from that grant, we designed the front entrance addition with mass timber that could be imported from Norway House. And so this is within the front entrance of the building. Going into the main floor of the building. So this is looking, once you go up the ramp into the main floor, this is looking east at the conference center. So I'm going to hand it over to Matt to discuss economic development drivers for the building.
So during the building construction, we really wanted to partner with the contractors throughout the project to ensure that there was heavy consideration for Norway House band members to be a part of the project. So when we were in discussions with the contractors and negotiating the work in the building, we had really stressed that we would love an opportunity for Norway House band members to be a part of that process. So with the electrical contractor, they had agreed that they'd have as many as 5 apprenticeship opportunities available to band members, where they would either have one that lives in Winnipeg join and be able to work under their umbrella, or if a band member had lived in Norway House and they had shown initiative, that they would pay for the relocation and have them work alongside them. And that went with the plumbing and HVAC contractor as well. During the redevelopment and demolition of the building as it stands right now, we're happy to announce that 8 Norway House band members are employed to date. And just to give you some context, there's about 40 contractors or jobs on site right now, so a 20% band member uptake in that is, we consider that a success. And so going into some more detail with the scholarship opportunities, that's something that we encourage Norway House and other First Nations to come to us and to see if there's an opportunity available. In terms of tenant growth and positions available post redevelopment, just kind of working from the basement to the 4th floor, we see an opportunity in the daycare for employing of 20 staff members, cafeteria and catering staff, 10 staff members, up to 50 staff members for the medical, dental, and pharmacy. Jordan's principal, they predict up to 40 different staff members or additional staff members once they move into their new space. KSMA wants to see a huge increase in staff, up to 150 additional staff members to what they have currently. The vacant office space will obviously bring in more opportunities there, and then just general upkeep of the building, we'll see about 50 staffing opportunities for general maintenance and contracts and things like that. So in total, over 500 future jobs created because of the project here in Winnipeg.
Great. Now, as far as timelines go for the renovation of the building, demolition was started in March of 2024. In June, we started with asbestos abatement within the building. Now, towards the end of this year, in December, we're due to be finished demolition and asbestos abatement. So in January of next year, we're going to be starting with the new construction within the building, so the new mechanical, the new electrical, the new windows. That's going to take place throughout all of 2025, and then be completed for January of 2026. At that time, we'll flip towards the south building that there's actually tenants occupying right now, and renovate the south building when the tenants move into their completed space on the north side of the building. So it's a very exciting project, and if anybody has any questions, we'll open up the table for anybody. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, guys. Actually, I do have one question. Where might we keep up to date on developments?
You can keep up to date on developments. I would say we're going to be opening up a webpage soon.
Okay.
And that webpage will have updates for the development.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so there's going to be a website. So if you want to keep up with what's happening here, pretty exciting stuff happening here in Winnipeg. So, miigwech, gentlemen, we appreciate that presentation. Okay, so that takes us to break. So we're going to take 15 minutes and then we're going to be back in here. So it's 3 o'clock now. So if we can get you back either in here or the concurrent workshop next door for 3:15, we would appreciate that. But yeah, take a break, take a stretch. We're almost there. Final stretch, promise. And I see everyone's got their orange shirts on, so that we're going to go have some fun later. Okay, folks. I don't know if they're going to do this or not, but I feel like they should have the biggest draw at the end. And then when there's the last folks here, that's who gets it. But that's what I think. That's not what they're going to do. So we're ready to move into our afternoon now. And so it really is quite a pleasure for me to introduce Jonathan Fleury. And so he is going to talk to us about developing digital connectivity through nation-to-nation partnership. I don't know about anybody here, but I still remember the days of the dial-up and that sound and all of that on First Nations. But he is a proud member of the most amazing Skownan First Nation in Treaty 2 territory. I'm totally biased, that's from my nation as well. And he is a distinguished leader in information and communication technology. He's also in project management and Indigenous relations. He was raised in Mallard, which is across the lake from Skownan First Nation, a small Métis community in central Manitoba. And Jonathan's strong work ethic and dedication to community service were shaped by his parents, and these values have guided his professional journey. So if you could, please help me to welcome Jonathan Fleury to the stage.
Good morning. Kachimigwach, Hagosai. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for staying at this part. I understand that I stand in the way of you and your weekend and the game that's coming up. I did send a PowerPoint. I don't know if that is loaded, but I don't want to take up too much of everyone's time, so I'm just going to go by memory. So my name is Jonathan Fleury. Oh, it's up. Okay. No, that's not the one. That's not. I'll just keep going. My name is Jonathan Fleury. I am from Skownan First Nation, and I am IT, broadband, and digital health specialist for Norway House Cree Nation. I've been working with the nation now for 4 years. And prior to that, I was the director of digital health, e-health for the First Nations Health and Social Secretariat. And I was also, prior to that, I was the project manager for Clear Sky Connections, which was a group that was to bring high-speed internet into Manitoba First Nations. So the projects that I've been working on, and I've been a project manager for well over 10 years. And my education is through the University of Winnipeg in Information and Communication Technology, and also Red River for project management. If you're in really in any type of role or any type of work that you're doing, you're a project manager. Project management touches every aspect of our life, even your personal life. When you're running a household, when you're coaching a team, there's a lot of planning that goes into that, and then implementing your ideas, implementing your plan, and then also monitoring and controlling it. So I'm going to start off with the fiber optic build that Norway House is doing. And one of the things that I'm most proud of, and the citizens of Norway House should be very proud of, and I know our leadership is very proud of this project, specifically because it's done entirely by First Nations and for First Nations, particularly the people of Norway House and Pimachikamak. So Chief mentioned the project earlier. It is a partnership between Pimachikamak and Norway House Cree Nation, where they're 50-50. And so they are the owners of this backhaul. The backhaul is the fiber optics that's in the ground, where our data flows. A lot of us have digital devices, computers, laptops, and a lot of us expect internet everywhere we go because it's such, it's now not just a basic commodity, it's an essential utility, similar to hydro, similar to telephone, and similar to other utilities that we utilize in our communities. And it's more than just putting cable in the ground and just plugging your device in. There's a lot of planning that goes around it, a lot of partnerships that are involved in this, particularly because it's not a cheap infrastructure to build. It does get quite expensive to build and then also to maintain. But the benefits of having high-speed internet in your community far outweigh the cost-benefit analysis that is done on this. And this cannot be done solely by one individual, by one group. It has to be done as part of a partnership, as the chief mentioned in his presentation earlier, because this is an expensive piece of infrastructure. Government has to be at the table. And so one of the things that's really admirable about this project is that Kitchissippi Communications is one of the only projects in all of Canada where the federal government has directly funded a First Nation to do this. And they just don't do this very often. They go through the big boys, as we call them, Rogers, TELUS, Bell, MTS, and First Nations have to get in line with whatever those companies' priorities are. And sometimes those priorities don't align with First Nation priorities. And so the benefit of having a direct nation-to-nation relationship with the federal government is that we have the capabilities to hire our own people, which we have done. So the construction company for this fiber optic is J&R Construction, which is a joint venture partnership between Norway House and Sigfridson North, with Norway House being the primary lead on this joint venture. So we had over 50% of the workers on building this infrastructure, community members from Norway House. So that provided, the backhaul provided at least 10 specialized jobs, because now these individuals are trained to build telecommunications infrastructure, which is something that you can't just grab a shovel and start digging, that there's certain things that you need to take into effect, like geography, and other building mechanisms like that. Because Norway House is in the north, we don't necessarily have easy access to if there was a break, we'd have to fly people in and spend a lot of money, which would cost anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 for one break. So now what we've done, why it's beneficial to have the people doing it, is the people are in the community. So if there's a break, we can fix that break within 24 hours as opposed to 1 week. And because this infrastructure is owned and operated by Norway House, we have the capabilities to control and manage the connectivity that's coming in. So now Norway House is the owner of Norway House Broadband Inc., which is one of less than 20 First Nations owned, operated internet service providers. So Norway House Broadband provides television and internet packages to its over 8,000 members. Now, not everyone on the reserve is a customer. We do have Starlink, and we do have other vendors in the community that provide these services. And we also have cell service, so that's going to increase the cell service. So the connection is actually not up and running yet. Our build is complete to the multiplex, so the infrastructure is in the ground. We are going to be connecting the new hospital, the Health Center of Excellence, Nananda-Wiwikimik, with its own network. So meaning it's because of the digital health applications that are going to be utilized in that facility, it needs its own internet connection dedicated for health-specific programs. And so that's what that's going to be doing. But Norway House Broadband, Inc. Has been in operations for about 15 years. It is solely owned and operated by the Norway House First Nation. It employs approximately 10 people full-time at this point. There's 9 towers of distribution that are located throughout the community. There's a tower crew of about 4 or 5 that are from Norway House that actually go on the towers and put the radios and antennas, and they'll even come into your home and install the internet so that you could receive that. So now with internet coming in, with high-speed fiber optics, that's going to change the way we do business, not just for Norway House Broadband Inc., but for everybody. Because if you look at technology, and the pandemic has really catapulted reliable, affordable connectivity because we couldn't do nothing without internet. And particularly in the First Nations, where a lot of the programs were halted, a lot of the work was halted, not because it was a lack of people or a lack of funding or anything like that. It was because it was a lack of connectivity, especially when we had to go into lockdown. A lot of the people couldn't work from home. For us in the city, because we have that infrastructure, it wasn't a problem for us just to stay at home, hop on a video call, and do what we needed to do. But that was not the case in First Nations, and this project has catapulted the need. And so the common denominator in all of our programs, it doesn't matter what industry you're in, what line of work that you're doing, it's connectivity is the main driver in all of it. And it's what connects us to the world. And it's also connecting the world to us. I heard a lot of stories of people of where they came from. The host mentioned that I grew up in Mallard and Skownan, and it's not an isolated community. It is a rural community. We do have all-season road access, but it's the end of the road, so you have to want to go there. You can't, you can't just pass it by, so it's isolated in that sense. And so I understand, and I grew up with that in mind, and I never dreamed of being a project manager, and I never dreamed of owning my own business that's gonna project manage these major telecommunications infrastructure projects for First Nations. I actually wanted to be a journalist, but I was too shy to be a journalist. So naturally, and my father, he built roads and airports. He was an air track driller and a blaster. My mother worked in the school. She was started out at the lunch, serving lunch, and then she moved into teaching, and eventually she retired as a guidance counselor. So I did have a lot of that support from my parents at the very beginning. I call it support, but at the time I was being forced to go to school. I was being forced to work, but I appreciate all of that now because that has instilled a work ethic in me that I hope radiates to others and inspires others as well. Because one of the things growing up in a reserve, and I hear this all the time, and especially when I worked at the regional level, is a lot of the times when we're planning projects for First Nations, we hear, It's just the First Nations. They're not going to know, or they're not going to care. I've never had that mentality, and I've always went against that mentality, because we as Indigenous people, especially in our reserves, we deserve the best, the absolute best. And you know what? We are going to get the best, because all of the panelists here today, the speakers, even you yourself, you are the best, and you are what our communities need. And because who better is going to do the work than our own people? We heard presentations about the success stories of when you invest in your own people. And if you look at across the nation, across Turtle Island, you look at the communities that are thriving, that are successful. It's not a difficult formula. It's invest in your people, invest in your youth, and they will do what's needed to be done. Because at the end of the day, contractors leave. They leave when the project's done. No disrespect to any contractor. I am a contractor through my company. But at the end of the day, when the project's done, we all go home. We all go home. We see the project through. It's a successful build. But we go home, and who's left to manage it? It's you, the people that are living there, that are working there. There's a lot of jobs that are going to be coming up. And particularly, like just within the 3 projects that I'm involved in, the fiber backhaul, the broadband business, and the digital health within the Health Center of Excellence, there's about 50 to 100 jobs just in IT alone. Data management, network management, procurement, buying computers, setting them up. And there's also what needs to be attached to that employment is training, because we can't just throw our people into this. And naturally, as Indigenous people, we're scared of technology. Even myself, I consider myself an expert, and even to this day, I'm still scared to pull that cord or press that button, because it's intimidating. The technology is very intimidating, but we need to make it work for us. We need to make it work for our people. Technology is not going anywhere. Computers, cell phones are not going anywhere. We have to be able to stay on top of it. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Nanandaway-Wikamik, the Health Center of Excellence. This is a beautiful facility that's located in Norway House in the north. It's going to provide state-of-the-art medical services, but in order to provide those state-of-the-art medical services, we need the technology and we need the infrastructure to back that up. And not only the technology and infrastructure, but we need the data as well. So Norway House Hospital and Norway House Health Division is moving towards electronic medical records and community electronic medical records. We built a mini data center within the health facilities. So Norway House does have the infrastructure to house its own data. We're working on a project to repatriate data that exists out there. There's 17 data points that through universities, hospitals, other organizations that have access or that they think they own Norway House's data. So we're going to go and get that data and bring it back. And the reason why we want to do that is so that we can paint an accurate picture of the health and wellness and the well-being in our community. And we need that through data. And so in order to get this data back, we need the infrastructure, we need the high-speed internet, we need the data center infrastructure, and most importantly, we need the people to manage it. So if you're a youth listening from Norway House, stay tuned, because we are going to be reaching out to each and every one of you that have an interest in anything technology. And we want to hone those skills, and we also want to be able to create plans where, because the last thing we want to do is to recruit, train these individuals and then them have to leave the community because there's no jobs for them. So there is jobs for these individuals, but they need to be at wage parity. And so that's part of the plan that we're working on, to not only recruit, train, but pay the individuals well so that they don't leave and go get paid what they're worth from these other folks. So on that note, it is a real privilege to work for the people of Norway House, and bringing all of this infrastructure and all of this technology that I really believe that Norway House is on the cusp of being a leader in technology for their community and being a hub for the North. Now we can look, now because of we have these infrastructures, talk about future opportunities. We could look at enhanced cell service that's really owned and operated by Norway House Cree Nation. We're looking at IT jobs, not just within the nation, but around the nation, or even youth to start your own IT company and provide these services as well. And so I just want to leave you with this, is that although the information and everything seems so overwhelming out there, just follow your heart. Because only you know what's right, and try not to get lost with all of the noise that's around you. Just stay focused on what you are. If you grew up in a First Nation, even if you're an Indigenous person, you have that direct connection with Creator. Whether you pray in a sweat lodge or pray in a church, it's all the same. And so with that, I want to thank the leadership of Norway House. I want to thank the directors of Norway House, the youth, and also everyone else for joining on this. So kuchimi gwach egose.
Very proud of that young man right there. As you were talking, I was thinking my dad is from Mallard across the lake, and he did like swim across there to go see my mom at the end over there. So he really wanted to go there. We have a couple of announcements we want to make, but first I want to do just a quick check to see if Doug is here. Okay, great. You're up next, so I hope you're ready. We're a little bit ahead of time. Just to let you know that we have a survey, which is super important information, talking about the data. If you could fill this in, it would really help the organizers know what they've done well, know where they can do better. Just really helps us to have a better experience. And if you complete that and take it to the front desk where the registration is, they're going to give you a ticket, and there really is going to be another prize. So yeah, if you can fill in the evaluation, we really, really, really want to know your thoughts, and it will be super helpful to the organizers to do better. So that's the evaluation, and they're being handed out. Ren is walking around handing them out right now. Second, there are snacks to the sides of the room, so please help yourself to the snacks and the drinks. But also know that at 5 p.m. we have a takeaway lunch for you, and so we're preparing, I believe it's sandwiches and whatnot, to take with you for those who are, well, probably most of us are either going to the game or traveling home, one or the other. So you got a takeaway lunch to go with you at 5. And I also want to take a moment to acknowledge some of our silver sponsors. Again, we can't have events like this, and we can't have as full youth participation as we do today without the support of our sponsors, and so we really do appreciate you so much. And so we want to say Kichimigwech, a great big thank you to the Northwest Company, the Norway House Cree Nation Pharmacy, the Norway House Cree Nation Gaming Commission and Board. Again, this was about celebrating and uplifting the economic development of Norway House, and all of our presentations today and yesterday are really highlighting that. So I know I'm super proud, and so if you're from Norway House, you must be even more proud than that. And the marketplace outside, which has many of our artisans and businesses, and I was just out there shopping up a little bit myself, and there's so many good things to purchase out there. And also, we like to think, and I don't think she's here now, but she was earlier, but Michelle Cameron from Dreamcatcher Promotions, who always is super generous at all of these events, but she's been super generous with us today in donating some of our gifts. So thank you to all of our sponsors and for all of your generosity. And just so you know, the ticket you're going to exchange for is a white ticket for the draw if you do those evaluation forms. And we're going to do that draw by 4:30.
At 4:45. So get your ticket by 4:30.
By 4:30, we have a deadline. I love the deadlines. 4:30, get your evaluation in, and then you will get a ticket to be in the draw. Okay, coming into the final stretch, folks. Our final presentation of the day is going to come from Doug Ramsey. Doug is a registered professional biologist with over 40 years of experience as an environmental consultant and mining company executive. He is the environmental manager for the Monago Nickel project. If I've got that wrong, you're going to correct me. The Norway House Cree Nation is in the process of purchasing the Monago Nickel project. And over the last 3 years, Doug has worked closely with Norway House to understand community concerns regarding the project and to develop an environmental management plan that can address those concerns. An important part of that plan is maximizing local employment and business opportunities, much of what you've heard lots of in our presentations today, and in developing First Nations capacity to conduct the environmental monitoring and oversight of project development and operations. So if you could please help me to bring to the stage Doug.
Well, first, I'd really like to thank Norway House Cree Nation for inviting me to speak on this subject and to wind up the session here. It's been a Norway House-filled week. I was in the community Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, enjoying the wonderful fall weather, kicking off a water quality study with the community, and then coming back here. And everything that I've heard in the time I've spent here today really feeds into what I'm going to talk about now. What Jonathan was talking about and the opportunities related to information technologies, as well as just ideas related to building businesses and talking about more than just jobs, about employment and careers and business opportunities. And I'm really excited to be able to talk about business and employment opportunities in mining generally, but I'm going to build it around the Monago Nickel project as an example. Now, before I go forward, a little bit about me. If anybody looks me up on the internet today, you're going to find I'm based in Vancouver, but I'm really a Manitoban. I lived here for over 40 years, did all of my university schooling here, and really what I'm able to do today is a product of the opportunities that I had here in Manitoba as I was starting and working through my career. Now, a little bit about the Monago Nickel project, just an overview for those of you who aren't terribly familiar with it. There we go. Now, it's a proposed 10,000 ton a day open pit nickel and PGM mine. Now, PGMs are platinum group metals. They're things like platinum, palladium, and some metals you've probably not heard about, like rhodium and a few others. These are all on the list of what are called critical metals. They've been identified by governments around the world as being essential to the, development of energy independence, but also in developing alternative technologies so that we can get off using fossil fuels for transportation and energy production and storage. Nickel, for example, you've maybe heard of lithium batteries and the batteries that occur in electric vehicles. Well, they're really nickel batteries with a little bit of lithium in them. Nickel's the number one ingredient in most of those batteries these days, so it's really a critical element. And the nickel that occurs in the Monago deposit is the ideal form of nickel for these batteries. It's a nickel sulfide. Now, this project has been around for a long time. It was discovered around the mid-60s. And as I was talking with the gentleman earlier, it can take a long time to get mining projects into production in Canada. In this case, it's like a 50-year exercise. And I've worked on other projects that were 30, 40, 50-year exercises between discovery and getting into production. So it takes a long time. So much as the world needs more nickel, it's not the sort of thing that you can just run out and find it and start mining it right away. There's a long process involved in proving out nickel deposits, determining whether they're even worthwhile mining, not to mention the work involved in environmental permitting, and then actually raising the capital to build the projects, because a nickel mine, in very round numbers, is probably $1 billion capital investment. So it's a big deal. This particular mine is located, or mining deposit is located at the south end of what's called the Thompson Nickel Belt. You can see on the right-hand side there's a yellow shaded area. That's the Thompson Nickel Belt. All of the nickel that's been produced in Manitoba has come out of the very skinny part of the nickel belt between Ponton and Thompson. All of the area south of Ponton, there's been no nickel mining there and actually very little nickel exploration. So it's a very prospective area. The site is located 225 kilometers southwest of Thompson, and it's literally right beside Highway 6. So there is hydropower infrastructure available, highway right there, so it's ideally suited. Most mineral deposits are in much more remote locations where it's necessary to actually build access and power infrastructure in order to be able to develop the project. The other thing about this particular deposit is it's located on the Norway House Cree Nation Resource Management Area. So it's a matter of, these are really NHCN's resources. But it's also located very close to the Pimachikamak Resource Management Area, as well as the RTLs of Mosakahikan and Mississippiwistik. So as part of community engagement for this project, we've been talking to all of the communities. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Norway House is in the process of purchasing the project. Not purchasing flying nickel mining, but purchasing the nickel and PGM project itself. This isn't secret that the first public indication of it was back in July when a letter of intent was signed. Definitive agreement was signed in August, was amended slightly in September, And then this amended agreement is being taken to the Flying Nickel shareholders on the 21st of October, and it's fully expected that the shareholders will approve the sale. The planned completion date for the transaction is the end of October. Right now, I'm working for Flying Nickel Mining, but since the middle of July, I've been winding down that involvement and working with Norway House in the transition so that come the beginning of November, it's possible to hit the ground running. So why would a First Nation look at purchasing a mining project? Well, it's an opportunity to realize more fully the regional economic development potential for a mining project. That Norway House is in a position to develop and I suppose you could, in some respects, say spread the wealth by involving the region in an economic opportunity, unlike what is typically the case when a mining company comes in and develops a mining project. And yes, they provide jobs and they provide some economic benefits, but it's not an opportunity to fully participate in the economic potential of the project. It's also easier to coordinate job training and employment placements. Flying Nickel's been working on maximizing employment from local communities, but that also requires training and coordinating training, even accessing training support dollars is much easier for a First Nation than it is for a commercial entity like Flying Nickel. And as I mentioned, there's right now, because we're talking about a critical mineral project, it's an opportunity to leverage a lot of the government funding that is being made available specifically to First Nations to advance critical minerals projects. The timing in that respect couldn't be better. It's also an opportunity to capture the project-related revenue at multiple project phases, right from initiating and continuing exploration through project construction, when there could very well be 1,500 construction jobs generated, through operations, but even into the end during project closure and reclamation. And the other thing that was particularly attractive to Norway House is it's an opportunity to advance the project more quickly. And as of the completion of the transaction, the Monago project will be the first 100% First Nation-owned critical minerals project in Canada. So right now, Norway House is really laying the groundwork, drawing the map for other First Nations to follow. And we've seen some other First Nation interest in other mining projects in other parts of the country. Most recently, the Selkirk First Nation in Yukon is looking at purchasing the Minto copper mine there. So it's First Nations taking full ownership of the resources on their territories. Now, to talk about the two key themes of this conference, first being employment. Let's talk about operation of a nickel mine. It'll take about 422 people. That would be the staffing for a nickel mine. And this gives you an idea of the range of the this will give you an idea of the range of the types of jobs in general sense and the numbers of those jobs. And as I go through this, I hope it'll become evident that a lot of those jobs are readily available to people in the communities relatively quickly. There are some jobs, of course, that require a great deal of training, but there are other jobs that can be done through a combination of some basic skills training, and then on-the-job experience. At the very lowest level, the very basic jobs, or the general laborers, those are the kinds of jobs that people without a high school diploma can get. And historically, these have been the kinds of jobs that people from First Nations communities wound up getting in mining projects. Total of 51, and these are the dishwashers, the cafeteria staff, the janitorial staff, and so on. But the message that I hope that comes through after this is that if you can get a high school diploma or a GED, there are a lot more and much better jobs that are available to people from the communities. And those are the what I call the skilled labor jobs. These are the jobs that come to people who have a basic high school diploma or GED, plus a little bit of specific training and on-the-job work experience. And these are things like the mine haul truck drivers. And there aren't very many in the room, but I'll point this out for all of the young women here. Women are really attractive for mine haul truck drivers. You might not have expected that, but the reason for it is simple. They treat the equipment better. This is a lesson that's been learned in the oil sands in Alberta. And so there are, in some cases, the majority of the haul truck drivers are female. And that's something that, that's a word we want to get out and encourage as many young women as possible to look at some jobs that may not have been viewed as traditional sources of employment. And this is a way where someone can earn like $95,000 a year working 2 weeks out of a month. So these are pretty good jobs. There are other kinds of jobs as well, like loader and dozer operators, drill operators. The one job that when I talk to junior high school students that attracts all of the grade 9 boys, that is blaster. They just love the idea that they could go out and blow something up. But that gives you a pretty good sense of where probably almost a third of the jobs on the mine site are located. The other thing is there's the opportunity to advance in responsibility in those jobs as well. For example, like a mine superintendent, planning clerk, foreman, and so on. People grow into those jobs starting as a mine haul truck driver and just with being good workers and helping solve problems, they can advance into the higher level positions. A really good example is the chief operating officer for Flying Nickel. He started as a miner underground in Thompson, and he wound up as the mine manager of the Birch Tree Mine. No university degree. So that gives you an idea of what the upper level potential is for a lot of these jobs. On the surface coming out of the mine, there are also similar kinds of jobs in the process plant. Again, like you might be a control room operator or running a crusher or samplers or reagent operators or something like that. But these are all mostly on-the-job experience-based positions. Then you move into the skilled trades, the ones that require a little bit of schooling in addition to on-the-job experience. These are your heavy and light-duty mechanics, industrial electricians, welders, plumbers and pipe fitters, and so on. And there it's a case of, for example, might need 16 heavy-duty mechanics, but they're not all Red Seals. Some of them are apprentices. Industrial electricians, same sort of thing. And again, there's the opportunity for upward advancement in those positions. But the other thing is these are skills that aren't specific to a mining project. they're applicable to any sort of heavy industrial project, well, not just in northern Manitoba, but pretty much anywhere in the world. One thing is that once you move into working in the mining sector, mining can take you all over the world. And that's something that I've been able to do, getting involved in mining. Like presently I'm working on projects here in Manitoba, but also in Uganda and Africa. I've also been over to China and Japan and Korea, all across Canada and the United States. That's what I've done over the last 40-odd years. So for someone who's interested in going out to see the world, there's an opportunity as a Canadian with mining-related experience to go out and see the world, because there are a lot of Canadian companies that are active across the world. Quantum Copper is an example. They've got a lot of projects in Africa and other parts of the world, and as a Canadian, you'd be a preferred employee with skills. And those are just examples. Now, there are some jobs on a mine site that do require a good deal more education, and these would fall in the science and engineering end of things. So that mining engineers, they're the ones who design and the mine plans for the project. And that's quite involved work, because not only are you figuring out how to extract the mineral, but you're trying to figure it out using the least expensive means, because there are any number of ways it could be done. Some are much more expensive than others. Also, like process engineers, metallurgists, they're the ones who design and oversee the mill process for recovering the metals from the ore. But they're also, and those are typically 5-year bachelor's degrees plus experience before you're really working as a mining engineer or a metallurgist. Engineering technology, that's typically a 2-year diploma. Surveyor, same sort of thing. It's the kind of thing too, or if you're not sure if that's what you want to do, you can start with mine engineering technology, and then you can upgrade into becoming a mining engineer later if you want. Geologists, well, they're the folks who find the mines and who are responsible for growing the resource to keep the mine running. That's a 4-year bachelor's degree. But there's also geological technologists. Again, that's a 2-year diploma, so you could try it out and then upgrade later. Also jobs for chemists, chemical technologists. But another big one, and a real, I think, business opportunity for northern communities, is on the environmental side. Manitoba Hydro has probably been the single biggest employer of environmental consultants in northern Manitoba for a long time. And most of those folks are coming from either southern Manitoba or other parts of Canada. Well, I think it's about time that that capability was developed in the northern First Nations communities, so that you're in a position to do your own environmental monitoring, environmental planning, the kinds of things that have taken me around the world. And to keep those skills at home. There are all kinds of projects. It's very easy for people in that line of work to be busy in the north all the time. And the Northerners also bring that particular northern experience. Some people call it traditional knowledge. I just call it knowing what's going on around you. And it's very much the same level of science as the scientists who are trained in university. And you put those two sets of skills together, and that's really an environmental superpower, because there's a lot more practical understanding of how the environment works in the north that the people who have grown up here and who have that knowledge that has been developed over many, 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 many generations that can be applied to doing projects better. And then finally, information technology. Mines these days are run by computers and programmable logic controllers. And so there's a significant requirement for IT technicians and instrumentation technicians on a mine site. The other thing is everything these days is mapped with geographic information systems and computer-aided drafting and design. Again, these are things that are very transportable and can be applied to a lot of different projects. Getting there, and the blasting photo there is for the grade 9 boys. Of course, how is Norway House and the adjacent First Nations going to be able to capitalize on this the most? Well, the first part is getting training early. We've all seen the hydro projects where the training starts the day construction starts, and it's really hard to get people trained and into positions that have already been filled by people from somewhere else. So it's really necessary to start training before the project gets going. This is something that First Nations can do better than private companies, because any sort of training assistance that we might be able to attract requires that there be a guaranteed job at the end of the day. And because of the way mine financing works, typically mine financing is announced and construction is announced the same afternoon. For the more advanced positions like the scientists and the engineers, that is really, it's a 7 to 10 year project to get people to the point where they're functioning independently. That requires scholarships for people to go to school, but also what I'd call advanced education support, because sometimes scholarships are readily available, but folks can't afford to live where the schooling is. They need IT support, and then once you get up into the more advanced levels, they also need support to be able to attend the conferences to learn about the emerging areas of knowledge in their chosen field. The other part of it is getting career information out so that people who are still in junior high and high school can understand the kinds of jobs that are available and start thinking about, oh gee, would I like to work on that project, and what would I like to do, and how do I get there? Which gets us into the business opportunities related to the project. And there are all kinds of support service opportunities related to mining projects. They're not exclusive to mining projects, but a big project can be what's necessary to sort of kickstart the establishment of those businesses. An exploration drilling business, for example. But also exploration support services, where you're providing drilling, but also geology and geotech services to other mining companies for their exploration programs. Construction contracting is an obvious one. One some people don't think about is expediting or hotshot courier. Mines very often need things on very short notice. And they need people who have good contacts within whatever sector, if it's equipment parts or whatever, to be able to source those parts and get them into site quickly. The other thing is, since most of the staff for the project will come from the adjacent communities, there's a staff transport opportunity for people, bringing people in to site for 2-week stints and then back to their home community for time off. Fuel and lubricant supply, camp services. In this instance, it might be worthwhile looking at, well, not just like a small joint venture with a camp services company, but a proper partnership or even an acquisition. Trucking for supplies and products going both ways. Another one, accounting and bookkeeping. Mines need accounting and bookkeeping services, and most of that work can be done from people based at home. They don't have to be at the mine site every day to do that. It's also something that can be sold to other businesses in the north. I don't know that one First Nation would hire another to do their accounting and bookkeeping. That might be a bridge too far for a little while. But there are lots of businesses that need accounting and bookkeeping, and why not do it by people in the north? And finally, as I mentioned, environmental services. Again, the catalyst for it can be a project like this, and in fact, one of the things we've been doing is committing the project to having the environmental monitoring done by people from the local community rather than bringing in consultants from elsewhere. That's something that's very important, so that the folks who are doing the monitoring can go back into the community and say, look, they're walking the talk, or nope, they're screwing up. It's a much better incentive for the company to perform better too. So these are opportunities that can kickstart an awful lot of economic development within the region. And that pretty much takes me to the end of this. And if you're looking for more information specifically about Norway House and acquiring the project and the related opportunities, the folks to speak with are Gilbert Fredette and Chloe McCorster.
Okay, folks, that is our last presentation of the day. And I feel like our sessions outside the room might also be wrapping up right in this moment. And so we are moving now into our close, into our bring it together and then send you off into the directions that you're going to go to after here today. Yeah. So miigwech, Gary, that was great. And just like so much opportunity, again, which has been expressed all day today. It's pretty exciting, and Norway House really has a lot going on, so it's amazing. And so as part of the close, we're going to ask, we're going to sort of close, I guess, maybe the way we sort of started today by asking some of our special guests to help us to conclude and close our circles. So if I could, I would invite, again, if he is willing, Councillor Albert to maybe come share some final thoughts with us.
All right. Busy couple of days, and it was quite an honor to be here. I listened to all the presentations and on your sales pitch to for the youth there, and I'm really happy that this was hosted in Winnipeg, and appreciate the welcome from the traditional territory of Treaty 1 and also the Red River Métis. I appreciate your hospitality and also the hotel that we had this event. It's a great event, great location. I was able to pick up our guests, some of the guests at the airport, which didn't take long, and it was really I really appreciate the being involved with that. And I thank you all for coming. I hope you all enjoy the game tonight, and I hope you have safe travels back to your own territory. And thank you to all the presenters, and I appreciate all your expertise. And if you have any questions in regards to all the opportunities that Norway House has, we certainly ask, come to our economic development, and they can kind of take you to the right people, and there is quite a lot of opportunity coming up, and we need you, the youth, to start training in your prospective skill, and hopefully we will, Norway House will be one of the community that can, that can provide that opportunities to other communities. And thank you to our MCs, and I'd like to present this gift to Diane.
That's a surprise. I wasn't expecting that. All right, Miigwech, I appreciate it.
I'm just going to close off, and again, thank you all for coming, and thank you to Austin and his Nomad team for helping out with the conference, and that's part of economic development. Let's give them a hand there. Those that can't make it up here to our to Winnipeg, they can listen in to the YouTube channel. Egusani, thank you all.
Okay, and so we do have another councillor still with us, and so I want to provide an opportunity for Councillor Clark to share some words with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody had a good couple of days. I know everybody I've been talking to, they've enjoyed the time to come out here. When we were having our youth conference in Norway House in the past couple of years, the turnout was really good, especially when we had visitors from other communities. But when the discussion started to bring it out here to Winnipeg, we wanted to, just to look beyond our own community and to give our young people an opportunity to come to the city and to see things that may inspire them to do greater things with their life, and to see other young people do things. And I'm so grateful that the decision was made, and for everyone that made this happen, and for the ECDEV team for coordinating all of this. It's a lot of work, a lot of teamwork from everyone. All the coordinators from different communities that came together, from different programs coming together. You guys all made this whole event special. I know the young people were outside, sitting outside, talking all day, all evening, even yesterday. That's something I cherished growing up, also myself, through sports and traveling and school trips. Those are the best memories I had, meeting new people, hearing new speakers, hearing people that would give me inspiration. So this week was a success. I know next year is going to be even better. I know we're going to do even more greater things, and I think we're going to have to get either extension in this place or get a bigger place. So I want to encourage everyone, let people know about how great it was. Let the staff know how you enjoyed this event. And it's just, our wheels are already planning for next year. We're already talking, what can we do to make it better? And it's all for our young people, to inspire them, to make them be successful people and contribute to the future success for our people, for our nation, and for our communities. So God bless you.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you for the gift. That was very unexpected. So thank you for that generosity. I absolutely appreciate it. So as promised, we said that we were going to do some prize draws. And so, oh, I see some walking over here, I think. Or no, that he won that. Okay.
This first gift is from TD.
TD. Look at what TD has for us. A jersey and some other things. So how are we doing the draw? Oh, is that the tickets?
Do you want to pick?
Oh my God, they're so.
The power.
All right, who is it? It is Julie Albert. Are you here? Julie? Do you have to be in the room?
Those are the rules, right? Yeah. Yep. Got to be in the room. I said 4:30 sharp. Okay.
Sorry, Julie. Hopefully you're someplace having lots of fun right now. Okay, we're going for another one. And this time we have, oh, it's Julie again. I'm just kidding. It's Jennifer,
Bird?
Is it Bird? Sorry, I can't, Board? B-O-R?
Jennifer Birdie? Purdue?
Okay, I'm gonna go on a limb here. Is this O-C-H? Does that sound familiar to anybody here? Sorry, Jennifer, I'm not gonna read out your phone number.
Are there any Jennifers?
Is there any Jennifers in here? Let's start there. Good one.
No.
There's no Jennifer in the room? Jennifer? Jennifer? No Jennifer. Sorry, Jennifer, we're going to the next one. Andy Hart. Yay, Andy.
No, there's more. Nyla's going to bring them up.
Okay, we have more draws. Yeah, you gonna bring the draws up? Yep, awesome. Awesome, okay. The odds of winning are amazing. There's Yes. You did what to? You didn't do the evaluation. Yeah. I'm looking at my organizers here.
We still have yellow tickets to draw.
Okay, so what are we're going to draw a white ticket first? Okay, and the white.
Is it them? So this one's a $500 gift.
Is this the one we're going with first?
Yeah, that's the
There's
one.
5, there's 3, there's 2, yeah. Okay, we're going to go with a $500 gift card from the Outlet Collection.
Maybe?
It's a $500 gift card.
I think it was a Visa gift card. Yeah.
A Visa gift card. Okay, so you can go anywhere. All right, white ticket. Do you have a white ticket? Okay, grab your white ticket. $500 could be yours. If you are, oh my, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Winner, right there. Congratulations, 500. Nobody asked to borrow money from her right away. Let me give her those tickets. Okay, now we have $300. Still pretty good. White ticket again. White ticket. $300. If you are 221 131 131. Hooray! You want to verify that ticket? Okay, this is as quiet as it gets in this room when we're doing the draws. Congratulations. Okay, we're going with $200. $200 gift card. If you are 221 123. 123. 123. Winner. Awesome. $200. Come claim your prize. You might have to spend it at the Bomber game tonight.
The yellow ticket.
So there's 4 sets of books, 2 computers, and then the redraft.
Okay. So 4 sets of books? Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I think we have a number of gifts to give away on a yellow ticket. So what do we give away?
One's 2 books.
2 books?
They could do it 2 books.
Like, this is going to be 2 books?
2 books.
Yes.
Okay, I hope you are ready to read because we have books to give you. And if you are ticket number 820139. Nope, I'm like, nope, she's got the prize. 139, 820139, yellow ticket. No? Okay, we're going again, going again. Johnny, don't mess with us. 820139, is that you? No, he's just joking around. All right, 820164. 164. Nobody? And if it's Johnny, I'm going to pretend it's not even him. Okay, we're going again. Going again. We're moving faster and faster. It's getting to the end of our time. 820090. Are you here? No?
Okay.
820090.
Run right through these.
Okay. Oh, 090. 8200. Nick of time. 820090. Over here, my girl. Over here. Oh my goodness, 820090. No? There we are. You have to thank that young lady because she holded it up for you. 820, yellow. Yellow? Are we good?
We're good.
Yellow
Okay,
ticket.
yellow. Okay, what are we drawing for now?
There's 4 sets of books. We have 3
Okay,
more
so
sets.
Okay, so books again. Okay, 820160. 160? 820160. Not here? Going quickly. 820086. 086. 086. No, going again. 820052. 052. Oh my goodness. 820065. 065 has to be here. 065. Going again. 820135. 135. Oh my. Okay. 820131. 131. 131. 820048. 048. Not even. Okay. 8200. Oh, no, 8. Okay. Okay. And we're going to keep on rolling here. It is actually 820030. 030.
A set of books.
Woohoo!
What else? Go over there.
030. Yeah, pick up your prize right there.
This is the last set of books?
Yeah, last set of books.
Okay. 820150. 150. Are you here? No. 820146. 146. 146. Going again.
Oh, you got it?
146.
Right over here.
All right. 820146.
Okay, now
Woo!
we're drawing or-
Come grab your prize over here.
There's 2 computer sets.
Okay. Now we're going to the blankets, the comforters. If you are 820031. 031. She got a prize?
Yep. No, Bradley gets the books. She gets a bedding set.
And one more bedding set.
Okay, one more bedding set. It's not just blankets, it's a bedding set. 820059. 059. Bedding set. 059. Nobody? Okay, going again, 820-142. 142. 142. Okay. 820-144. 144. No? 144. Oh my gosh. 820-050. I feel like I called that one already, no? 050. 050. 820-050. No? 820-050. 050. No? Nope. Okay. 820-044. There we are. Awesome. Congratulations. Okay, folks, this one deserves a drum roll.
Okay, let's reshake this puppy.
Yeah, what size? 60-inch TV. I don't know how you're going to carry that out of here, but you're going to need your friends to help you. Yellow ticket, folks. 820-092. TV is yours. 092.
Anybody?
092, it's a TV? No.
No.
092. No?
Oh, they want us to go fast now.
Oh yeah, they're like, yeah, pick me, pick me. 820-134. 134.
Going once, going twice, gone.
134. Okay. 820-176. Oh, she was getting up. 176. No? 820-176. Oh my gosh. Hopefully you don't have to pull 60 tickets for a 60-inch TV. Oh my gosh. 820-066. Who is this? 820-066. 066? Nobody? 820-043. 043. 043. 820-011. Woo! All right. Well, big congratulations to you.
Free to see that guy in the green there.
Awesome. Enjoy your TV.
Yeah, I just have to make a quick announcement.
Okay.
Okay, that was exciting for the winner of the TV and exciting for us that it was finally over and we found a winner. I just have a couple of quick announcements to make before we wrap up our day. So we do have a takeaway dinner for absolutely everybody, attendees, speakers, exhibitors. So there's in the brown bags out there, there's sandwiches, and then there's also pizzas. So I just also wanted to note to the chaperones and group leads who are getting on the buses, you can take the boxes with you. If you're leaving on the buses right away at 5, you can take the boxes on the buses, or if you prefer sandwiches, take those. And if you're not leaving right away with your group, you can take the pizzas or sandwiches to your room. If you're interested, we did buy movie vouchers that are available at the registration desk. If you'd like to go to Polo Park and see a movie, we have free movie tickets and I believe popcorn and a drink as well. So be sure to stop by the registration desk if you'd like one of those. And I'll pass it back to Diane now. Oh, and we have Chloe to make one more announcement.
One thing we forgot to note for the movie vouchers, we also have a bus that will be taking you to Polo Park to Cineplex, and it's scheduled to leave at 6:30 p.m. I think. So just if you have any questions, come see us at the registration desk. But before we wrap up the day, I wanted to thank our MCs and I wanted to thank Ashley. Ashley's been working with us over the last year to help plan this conference, and she's done a really amazing job, and we're really grateful to have her on our team this year. And so on behalf of the Economic Development Department in Norway House, we have a gift here for Ashley. Sure, why not, yeah. So like all of our gifts, this was made by a Norway House Cremation artist.
This wasn't on the gift list that you sent me.
We purposely kept it a secret.
Oh my gosh, thank you. It's so nice.
Beautiful.
And yeah, just on behalf of the Economic Development Group, thank you everybody for being a part of this, and we're really looking forward to what will come about next year.
I just forgot my iPad thingy.
Okay, and I do feel like we have just one more thank you, and you know, it's really great to show the gratitude for everyone that has made this happen. And so I do believe, Chloe, that we're also super appreciative of you and your team for doing everything you've done to pull this together. So miigwech to you as well, and maybe let's just give Chloe a big hand as well. Okay, we have one last thing, and so that is to ask our beautiful elders to come and share with us and to help close our time together in the way that they opened us. So I'm going to ask if Elder Eileen will join us on stage.
I always hate closings like this event, but I know it's not a final closing. I know that we will come together again next year, and I just want to encourage you young people, to keep going, keep learning. I just pray that the knowledge that you attained at this conference will be instilled in your minds and in your hearts, and walk into the future, with a vision. You can do anything you want. You're capable of being the person you want to be. You're in control of your lives. Don't ever allow anybody to tell you otherwise. I know life is not easy. Our journeys are sometimes very, very difficult. We come across so many trials, tribulations in our paths as we walk in our life journey. And like I said this morning, I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't have teachers that didn't believe in me. When I was going to U of M, I had a professor that I also never forget. She had approached me one time and spoke to me and said to me, "You should become a lawyer. You should study to become a lawyer." But at that time, I still didn't have that confidence in me. I still didn't believe in myself. But there was this one professor that had that belief in me. And I always think of her, and I always tell my children, I have 3 children, and grandchildren and great-grandchildren now. I always tell them, I wish I had believed in myself, believed in my professor, and did something, and moved further in my life, in my education. I could have been a retired lawyer already today. And that's the message I wanna leave with you, young people. Go out there and be the best that you can be. Don't allow anybody to take that away from you. And and for those that competed in that picture, that's a baseball. The pitch that you participated yesterday, you know, you young people from Norway House, I was so very impressed with you. You know, you have a vision. You take that vision and run with it. And we old people, Grant and I, will be right with you, you know, to walk with you on that journey. We need it. Your peers, your fellow youth need it. Our families need it. Okay, with that, I just want to thank Chloe and her staff. They work very hard, very intelligent young people. I just want to thank you for your knowledge, your wisdom. You're so full of wisdom, Chloe. I admire that about you. And you just keep going, keep teaching our young people. And with that, I want to also thank our leaders, Councillor Clark, Councillor Eddy, that are here today, for all your support and continue to support, you know, our young people. They're our future. So with that, I thank you, everybody, the presenters, especially our special guest from Arizona, coming all the way from Arizona to come and be with us to share her knowledge. Thank you very much for that. And I wish everybody a safe trip home. And you take care. Be good to yourself. Okay, with that, thank you. God bless you all.
I would just also like to ask Elder Grant if he might join us at the front. I'm going to present two little gifts of thank you to our two elders. And while I'm doing that, if we could just give them a big round of applause. I know they've been sitting here and helping us do that work for the last 2 days. So big thank you. We just wanted to appreciate you and give you okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. You want some words? You got it? I'll take your bag.
Oops. Well, you know, for me, I've learned a lot. At my age, I tend to forget. Well, some time ago, I forgot my wife. Anyway, I'd like to encourage the young people. You know what, 20 years ago, I had a brain tumor. And I want you guys, whenever something happens, never give up. 20 years ago, I'm 73 now. I still continue to try and help the youth in our community. You know, we've been talking about what they refer to as relational pedagogy. That's relating to information that might be required in your life and how that relates to what our hopes and aspirations are. That's very important. One of the things I want to say is there are opportunities out there. And the thing is to take advantage of them. I want to tell you a little story. I remember my dad, he said, my son, he said, 3 months' time you're going to be 18. And I said, yeah, I'm going to be 18 3 months' time. He said, when you're 18, there's the door. And I looked at him. He said, there's the door. You open the door and you go out. You go get educated or find employment. You know what? I never thought my dad was mean. I never thought my dad was mean. You know, after having completed 3 university degrees, and I remember my dad when I was almost completing my doctorate degree. I remember my dad and remembering the work experiences I had throughout my life. I especially thought of him when I was teaching at University of BC this summer. And my dad was never mean. You know, he pointed that door of opportunity. And I'm really thankful today. I tell my grandchildren, my great-grandson, I say, what you have in your life today is a legacy of your great-grandfather. And that's where that support comes. It's important to stop and to listen to young people. It doesn't take very long. 5 minutes, you know, even to say hi and smile at them. I worked in a school for a number of years. I've worked with and taught university students, and I've always been encouraged by what they can offer us. As you can see me trying to walk up the stairs, we lose our strength, but we need the strength of you young people today. I heard an elder when I went to a conference in Toronto, and he said, think about our generation. He said, we have accomplished a lot, but remember our youth are going to be 7 times more powerful than us. That's the brain power, eh? And knowing yourself where you want to go, and believing yourself. I wouldn't be here today if I did not believe in each one of you. And as someone, I give thanks and I pray that every one of you will reach your destination, your home. And many of you will meet your mom. The very important person in this life. You know, mom is full of life. Mom is caring. And mom helps you out in whatever you need. Be thankful and have gratitude. And I wish everyone that traveled from far away a safe journey. I wish you got Mihano. I'll do a closing prayer. Nipoy Tan, let us stand. So it's Mano, God to bless His children. We are all related. Wakuhtuin. And in that relation, we care for each other. And remember, Creator is always with us. The Spirit of the Holy One. We give you thanks. We have gratitude in our hearts for the presence of your Holy Spirit. That brought us together to listen, and to acknowledge each other in this gathering. May we have safe travel to our homes to meet our loved ones. Please, the more I hope that we love them as you love us. Gusto mais naras komitah. And the most only shall come out given God the best to Jesus Christ. We know sagyo and semantu. We know each you even ganganat. Amen.